All right. Well, here we are. Another day, another live stream. Well, no, I don't do live streams every day. Another Friday, another live stream. Pirate Capitan. Let's navigate some live patterns. Let's do it. So I think the big topic du jour lately in we'll call it this little corner of the internet, which I can say, you can't say it on Father Eric's channel, but you can hear navigating patterns. The big topic seems to be on Gnosticism. James Lindsay is doing some bang up work on this. He's got his WTF, his SEL video, which I've mentioned before, and he's got this video called Negation of the Real, or Negation of Reality, and it's really good. It really tied something. First 35 minutes made me want to kill somebody, but it gets good after that. You need the first 35 minutes, unfortunately. The theme of the day seems to be around like what's going on with this Gnosticism stuff. Like, what's up? Right? Which, like fair. What's up? What's with Gnosticism? Why is there Gnosticism today? Why are we what's happening with the Gnosticism? Where is it coming from? And I think Ethan came up with this formulation. It's just brilliant, right? The Christians are being is good, and the Gnostics are emergence is good. And so for them, it's just whatever emerges is good. And why would emergence be good? Well, I think from their perspective, emergence is good because, and only because, that's what they think they have control over. So you've got science. Science is selling you a bill of goods, very much so, the whole idea of science, right, or modern science. And that bill of goods, roughly speaking, is a lie. Not an entire lie. Lots of good things come out of science, don't get me wrong. But science is massively misunderstood, right? A lot of people equate science with invention. Those are different things. Inventors invent, scientists explain, right? And in the process of explaining, they give us powers of refinement, right? So that's where engineering comes in, right? Is that once you have an explanation, you can do engineering, right? And then you can do more testing and experimentation, right? But the science isn't first and the science isn't last. It's just a little thing in the middle, and it is a little thing. All the science in the world, if you don't build it, doesn't work. If you can't build it to scale, it doesn't help. If you can't build enough of it, it's not relevant. Like, there's a lot of pieces there, and they have nothing to do with science. And science doesn't typically account for things like scale, which is super important. And that's the issue. Science only does one little piece of a very large puzzle. But we're sold science under the guise of, well, that gives us power and control over things from below, things that emerge. Now, I tend to think that we are creatures in between the material, the physical, and the ethereal, or the spiritual. And we're knitting those two things together to create reality. Lots of people have a problem with this. It gives you a lot of responsibility on reality. If you are looking across and down at the world, what you see is emergence, and you see wonderful things emerging from below. What you won't see is what's pulling them up. You won't see what's pulling them up. You won't see what they're emanating towards. Ethan did a wonderful meme on the Mark of Wisdom Discord server, which is just absolutely lovely. And he actually posted it to AptMC, to the Awakening server, in the midst of a complete breakdown at the Awakening server. It's a flower pedaling a bike and powering the light bulb that the flower grows towards. And of course, obviously, this is absurd and doesn't work, but man, is that a great meme. And that's what the emergentists will tell you. That's what these materialists will tell you. Materialism is looking across and down. Oh, no, I acknowledge E equals MC squared and that ideas are real and that there's some form of reality to them. But I think the primary thing is really what emerges from below. And that's why you just get into the flow state. It solves a bunch of problems. I don't know. People in the flow state fall off of mountains and die. So not a fan. You can just look at the world and know it. It's like, no, there's stuff you can't see that's running the world, roughly speaking, or at least having a large outsized effect on the world and what's happening in the world. And we're not seeing that. We're pretending like it doesn't exist, or at least some of us are. And others of us are too caught on the other side. We're like, oh, it's all about heaven and hell, man. It's not about the here and now. It's about the there and then. It's like, I'm kind of in the middle, literally, actually, in the middle. And you want middle ground? That's the co-manifestation of reality, baby. That's the middle ground. That's where we're all stuck. And that's what causes all the problems that we hate so much. But, also get over it. It's not changing. So you can do it. And I think that's the problem. These emergence is good people are like, yeah, emergence is good. We're just going to do a bunch of random stuff. And then whatever happens will be good. And it's like, well, probably not. So that's just something to think about. That's what I'm thinking about. This idea that, it's super simple, right? It's just being is good versus emergence is good. That's your starting axiom for everything you understand about the world. And once you determine, and I think it's easy to determine when you think about it, which side someone's on, are you on the being is good team or you're on the emergence is good team? Then you can really kind of understand exactly where they're going to go and what they're going to do and how they're going to make their arguments. It's really useful for helping people because that's what I'm really focused on. And I'll just touch on it briefly. So the Awakening from Meaning Crisis server kind of imploded or exploded, I don't know, whatever. And yeah, that's a complete mess. And they removed organizer roles from Manuel and myself, and which wasn't a problem. I don't really care. But after they did that, they set up several threads about that. They did it publicly for no reason, without telling us. And yeah, that place is a complete disaster. I've even had the original complainant contact me, and just a little tip. If you think that you're giving somebody feedback, like, oh, here's a little feedback for you, and you don't like tell them up front, hey, would you like some feedback? Because I have some, or at least warn them, like I'm giving you feedback. The odds that they're going to be receptive to your feedback is 0 because you're a jerk. But anyway, just a little note, totally unrelated to anything, because that's definitely how I roll. So yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking about. Of course, we can talk about anything because I'm happy for people to join and say hi. And yeah, let's get this party started. Let me pin this up over here. I still can't pin it up over here, right? Still can't. Man, that's no fun. So yeah, anybody who wants to join is welcome to jump in, and we can talk about whatever. But emergence, baby. It's all about emergence. It's not good. Emergence is just emergence. Anything can happen. Anything. The odds that something bad are going to happen from your emergence are much higher than the odds of something good manifesting from your emergence. You can see that too in the anti-structuralism, right? I don't want a leader. I don't want to follow people. I don't want to be with people. I just want these things to kind of happen. And that's not the way the world works, right? Like things don't just happen. People have to make them happen. Uh-oh, here's some trouble.
Yeah, how did you guess?
How are you doing?
I'm well, thank you. I love your live stream. I think it's the ultimate, Mark. I really do.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm always psyched to do them when I can, so I'm excited.
Yeah,
What's on your mind?
Well, because Ethan's really had a huge impact on me too. His idea that being is good, and also he has this profound grasp on the importance of unity and good, right? And he doesn't diverge from it, and he understands the danger of tolerance, which is yeah, and then it gets into Gnosticism. And I actually think James Lindsay, I listened to him several times because I find his thinking so clear, and it's really easy to follow even the historical development of Gnosticism and how it keeps reappearing, which I find fascinating. And I think you have you and Ethan are really, you have your finger on the pulse with this whole focus on what Gnosticism is. It's brilliant. So, and it's really cool that it coincides with what James Lindsay's doing.
Yeah, well, I mean, some of the information's coming from him, but yeah, and I think that, you know, the main problem is that I don't like the way Lindsay frames it. Like, I think he's actually kind of wrong about tracing it historically, because I see it as a pattern that recurs. And my general theory is that the problem is that, let's just suppose you had a slightly below average IQ, say 85 or 90 or something. But
Yeah,
you put
like
all your
Justin Trudeau. Yeah.
Wow, you're more generous than I am. But you put all
It's
of your
true.
effort mentally into thinking about philosophical stuff, right? Because, well, maybe that's the fashion of the day, for example. That could be one reason why you do that. But there are many other reasons. So you focus all of your cognition on that question, and you're freed up to do so because we live in a fairly affluent society, and you know you can have a fairly benign job and have plenty of free time to use your cognition however you'd like, and then you're exposed to all kinds of things. Well, I think even if you're not exposed to a bunch of things, basically, I think what happens is you will come to the same conclusions as Hegel and Marx and some of these other guys. Because honestly, and I've said this for years, I don't think they're that bright. I think everybody is like giving them way more credit than they deserve. Marx is clearly dumb, actually. Like, I can prove this. You can read his quotes and say, the quote itself is self-contradictory. Who would write something self-contradictory? A very smart person? No, not on average. Like, it's tons of his quotes. Like, all of his quotes on capitalism are absurd, ridiculous, clearly observably incorrect, and they're not compatible with one another.
Yeah.
So
it's
when
like
you-
stuff like that communist shit, you know, you think about that when you're like maybe 12, like, hey, why doesn't the government get together and like fix this problem? And then your dad will say, well, because you ever heard of like individualism, and you know, everybody's got like this soul and all this other stuff is involved with, you can't just blanket statement the whole thing unless people consent. That's what was interesting about the whole, you know, whatever, I don't want to get us banned thing that just happened that we got out of. Everybody consented to it.
Right.
That's why it wasn't like a Holocaust.
Yeah. Well, and that's
you know, everybody was like, okay.
But that's the thing. I think that literally, you know, like a 3-year-old can do the postmodern critique.
You know, did you watch that movie Outbreak, that Dustin Hoffman movie? Where the monkey virus came out and they had to kill everybody to stop the virus. What I'm saying is that could have happened.
Right. No.
Thank God it didn't, but I think it's because everybody consented.
Well, they tried. I don't know if it would have come to that, but
I don't know either. But it was an interesting movie that, you know, exploring that. Like, what would the modern?
I agree that exploring that. Yeah, I agree that exploring that stuff is important. No, it's a good call out, right? But I think
it is actually, and it may not be so exaggerated.
No,
in my humble opinion.
It really takes a lot of force to go after a population, though, and they don't.
Yeah, well, we're pretty knee deep here. Yeah, no, I mean, maybe not so much in America, but in Canada, we're pretty knee deep already, right?
Canada's, yeah, but you guys are consenting to near.
Yeah, like, so people need to check out civil disobedience, you know, like, what can you do non-violently to
like, that's where I am right now.
Become ungovernable.
I'm really interested in civil disobedience, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not joking, actually, because we have 30,000 dead from MAID, from assisted suicide in Canada. We have 30,000 already gone.
Right. What's that? I didn't know about that. You got what going on? That's crazy. I didn't know that.
It's called medical assistance in dying. Yeah, medical assistance in dying.
I thought that was like Switzerland shit.
No, it's here in Canada now. And you know, one gentleman was actually, you can see him on YouTube, his brother, he just had some mental, well, I guess we all have mental health issues, quite frankly. He was emotionally dysregulated, right?
Not
So he
me.
needs, well, who hasn't been emotionally dysregulated in this world? I'm not sure.
Yeah, really.
And so somebody sees him, and everybody freaks now when they see people who are emotionally dysregulated. I don't know why, because we're used to robots or something. So anyway, somebody sees him and thinks, oh my gosh, the guy needs help, because there's a bit of a problem that way too. Like maybe you just need to talk to the guy and offer him a nice meal, with some potatoes and peas and roast beef or something. And anyway, but they panic and they send him to the hospital. The fellow goes to the hospital without any of his family knowing about it. This is in Canada. This is happening now. He goes to the hospital, and of course he doesn't want to be there, and of course he shouldn't be there. And so he gets worse and worse, because they're medicalizing something that's really normal. It's normal to be emotionally dysregulated. They medicalize it, and drive him crazy in the hospital and he gets crazier and crazier. And they're trying to get him out. The family's trying to get him out, but they're too late. By the time they get there, he's talked to somebody about medical assisted dying, and he's agreed that he needs to go, because his frustration level has reached it was created. It's called iatrogenic. It's when the people who are supposed to be actually helping somebody do more harm, which is pretty typical for our hospitals oftentimes. Anyway, the fellow dies, and nobody knows about it. So they were going to pass a bill for which would instantiate in law this very process, so that it will be acceptable to anybody who has a mental health issue, which is probably everybody, right? Anybody who has a mental health issue is going to be eligible. It's going to come up in 2024. So I'm really interested in what you're saying about civil disobedience. I think the time has come.
Henry David Thoreau and Ralph Waldo Emerson.
I've got the book. Yeah.
I don't know how much they hung out together, but they're like on the same path, like trying to sort some stuff out with government and order and nature, and what are people? Is a cabin in the woods good, or is a city good? Where's the line? Very interesting stuff. I'm still wondering. I don't know. Are the Amish onto something, or is Elon Musk onto something? I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Right. I don't know.
That's the question. That is the question. What you just said.
The thing that you brought up, Elizabeth, that was actually thought was really good, is that we're expecting robots. We're expecting people. But look. I mean, and I have a video on navigating patterns. You've been lied to, right? And I go over this. We've told people that and since you're a person, that means you are rational.
Yeah.
And then and everybody else is rational, and everything is rational. Well, what does that mean? Well, that implies a normative order, a normalization. That implies that there is a normal standard by which to judge things and everything. So that means you can judge yourself by your standard, right? And you can judge others by your standard, and you can judge them by their standard, right? You can do all this because we've been told the world is rational and that people are rational. Wait, I got news for you, kid. People ain't rational. That's never happened. And if you actually look at any of the research on rationality, it's not there. The science is the actual science is clear. People are almost never rational for any length of time about anything ever, statistically. Actually, I'm sorry.
It can be cool.
It would be cool. It would be great if we were.
No, I mean, people can be cool for durations. They maybe not rational, but they can be all right.
I'm not acting on rationality. I'm acting unconsciously on the flow of my thoughts. I am not thinking about the next word I need to say. That isn't happening.
Right.
It's not occurring.
I think you're feeling it, though.
It's all emotions, man. It's the limbic system. People don't understand this. We are not this. We are this, man. Yeah. It's all from feelings.
But I think there's an order to it. I think there's
there
definitely an
is.
order to the limbic system, if you will, steering the ship, steering what I'm saying. You're right. Am I thinking about what I'm going to say next? I don't know. It's kind of weird. I'm conscious of it now, and I feel strange. But what is that? I think there's an order to it. Like there's a point. You maybe, you can't put your finger on it, but I feel like it's logical. I feel like it's rational.
Yeah.
Well, but that's the problem. I think rationality as such is post hoc. And I think the evidence for that is overwhelming. It's all over the scientific research.
Yeah, after
What do you mean by post hoc, please?
Post hoc means after the fact.
Yeah. You can't figure it out until you can put it into words.
You rationalize things in the past. You don't rationalize what you're going to do in the future very often.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Do people have a problem with that? What's the problem with that? Is that like a point of contention that I'm not aware of?
It's all about attention, right? It's totally about attention. You're not going to believe it, you guys, because I was here last week. Remember, I couldn't get on this. And somebody said, oh, nice porch. Well, you're not going to believe what happened. One of you said nice porch, and you drew my attention to this bloody porch, right? And guess what I did this week? I cleaned all of my stuff in this porch this week. Why? Because somebody drew my attention to it. Before, I wasn't really seeing it. Like, that's how community works, right? It's all about attention. But one thing I'd like to point out, tell me what you guys think, because I think it's a good distinction. McGilchrist talks about this a lot. And Francis Schaeffer, when he wrote in his book, Escape from Reason, he made a distinction between rational and rationalistic. And rational is more what you're talking about in terms of, it very much implies the emotions and information through our five senses, intuition, etc. But rationalistic is that left brain. You focus on one thing. You want to figure out how to do, whatever the scientific experiment
The Christmas
is.
tree lights. That's what I call it.
Yeah.
It's
so
serious.
I think rationalistic is a better word, because then you're distinguishing. It's still like to your point, Broomy. I don't know how to read your name. Broomy Shroomy.
It's
but anyway,
Boom Shroom, but it's Niram. It's Niram on Discord.
I don't know what that really means. Boom Shroom.
I need to rename it Niram. Can I do that real quick? How do I do that?
Yeah, but I don't know what your
settings. I don't know how to do it.
Niram. It's fine.
Okay.
We'll call
I'll
you
do it
Niram.
next time. Yeah, it's
Niram.
Yeah, well, it's sort of. It doesn't matter. I'll put it up next time.
Just say Niram.
Boom Shroom's my YouTube channel, but my name on the internet is Niram on my Boom Shroom channel and Discord. It's confusing. I should just.
I know, but I've got all these names too, and I just can't be bothered to change anything, so I just leave everything.
Yeah.
I don't care if people find it confusing, but
my whole premise is it's an explosion of ideas. It's a boom shroom, because
I think it's true though. But I think that's the intuition, imagination, enchantment place, right? Mm-hmm. Instead of this, Mark, so how does this tie into Gnosticism? I think this Gnosticism is actually a rationalistic kind of process, right? In a sense, it's like the Nazi machine. It was very rationalistic, man.
It's a homunculus. It's like a homunculus of the left brain.
Yeah, that's Hegel and Karl Marx.
Yeah,
They're rationalists. All the Gnostics every single one of them. They're all rationalists. Every single one of them.
And they're not fun. They're no fun at all.
No, they're no fun. But the problem is rationalism doesn't explain the world. Like the world is way too big for rationality. And I mean that on all levels. So you can think of rationality as the larger global project, right? We'll say as part of, distributed cognition, right? Mm-hmm. But what if rationalism isn't big enough to contain that larger global project, which I think is
totally
true.
Not. It is.
Has to be true, right? But then you can look at it on a smaller level. You can say, all right, well, let's suppose I can be rational, for a while, which absolutely, that's definitely the case, right? And let's suppose that I could be rational sort of in the future, right? Like I can plan things. Okay, yeah, sure, you can plan some things to some extent, right? I mean, I'm not going to plan to brush my teeth because that'd be silly, because I don't even plan when I go to bed. So that, I can't plan that. So I'm not using rationality there. Whatever rationality I have available to me is not going to be sufficient to rationalize something bigger than me. Like that just doesn't make any sense. And so this is where the problem comes in. Like, even if it's rationality all the way down, the rationality can't contain the world. So when you try to contain the world with the rationality, when you try to say, all right, we're going to figure out this through rationality, you're going to end up at Gnosticism, because stuff is emerging that isn't in the rational plane. And now all of a sudden you've fallen into Gnosticism, you've fallen into mysticism, right? Because those things, they're not deniable experiences.
Right. So it's like the leftovers. What the hell are you going to do with them? Right. So there you have Gnosticism, because you're going to have leftovers. Reality is what it is.
Well said.
Oh my gosh. Gnosticism as leftover. Can somebody write a song?
I'll try. I was listening to something very interesting, and somebody said something that I thought was really wise. You know, they were talking about Christianity and the ortho bros and just that sort of vibe of people that have the in a very intellectual way, a holier than thou sort of thing. Like, oh, excuse me, you know, you can't really believe in God unless you go through 15 years of theology, and, you know, let me explain it to you. So they're attempting to be the new priest class, the new preacher class, like the sort of what do you call it, YouTube influencer, but for that corner, right? And for a lot of people, that's gross and disgusting, and they're calling them out on it. And I think a lot of people have really legitimate questions, such as, and this is probably going to cause a wildfire of bullshit, but I think it's an interesting question. When Jesus is praying to God, is he praying to himself? And all, you know, and then these people come in, well, how dare you, you know, well, you can't fucking say this, and what are you talking about? And they're attacked. And then I think they people go out into weird places because they're like, look, man, you don't have to be so condescending about this. It's just a fucking question. Like, what's with all of the the positioning and the this all that? Yeah, does that make sense? Do you think there's any truth to that from what you can see? Like, fueling the Gnosticism, there needs to be an attempt, I think, to rationalize and make sense of some of these things that Jordan Peterson, I think, has tried to tackle. But we need to pick up the pieces ourselves. We need to start doing it, you know, which is what
it's a pattern, right? It's a pattern that occurs because these people haven't matured, or they were mature and now they're less mature, because entropy is real and we can move backwards. Like, we do move back. That happens. We move backwards at all scales. Like, I could go on for literally months continuously about all the technologies we've lost in the computer field that I can name off the top of my head. You wouldn't believe how many things we used to be able to do this with computers, and now computers can't do this anymore. So that they're physically incapable, but you're losing infrastructure. In fact, I saw one last night. I've been watching. It's actually over 3 nights. It's not a very long video. There's a video of some guy with Doom, trying to play the original Doom shareware version of Doom on multiple monitors, which was possible back then, which sounds amazing to us now. But the way you play original Doom on multiple monitors is the following. First, what you need to do is you need to get 3 different computers, or 4. You can have 5. He has 4.
Because the video card was integrated.
No. The video cards aren't even integrated. But what you do is,
in the motherboard, I think they were on board.
Well,
okay.
But it doesn't matter in this case. The way you play multi-monitors on these things is through the network. So you actually have one machine connected to all the other machines, and that one machine tells the other machines what to display. Except you can't use a modern network stack. You actually have to use something called Novell NetWare. Technically, it's the IPX protocol, right? And so he actually loads all this stuff up in DOS 6.2. And then guess what? This doesn't work with all the different versions of Doom. It only works.
Oh shit!
So there's or not a pre-release version. It's like the first. It's got to be like Doom 1.0 or 1.01. And it won't work with any of the newer versions of Doom.
Right.
And that's not to say they didn't rewrite this stuff and get it, and the newer and the rewritten versions don't have the feature. They do. But it is to say that technically speaking, we lost the technology to run multi-monitor Doom almost when we got it. And this predates all this crazy multi-monitor gaming.
Wow.
But he actually set it up and got it to work. And I was like, but this is an example of a lost technology.
Yeah. Like there's something going on here. Keep going, Boom Shroom. Go.
I was gonna say I saw a dude play Doom on a TI-83 calculator.
There you go. But you see, but that's the thing. People don't realize you can be developed and then lose that development. You can be mature and then become less mature. And I think that's what's happened. That's what's actually happened. And
we're looking. It's an exploration. You're right. The maturity is a certainty, and we don't have that certainty.
Well, and we're falling backwards into childhood in many, many ways.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
one of the ways you fall backwards into childhood is that you start to get the idea that you're an individual alone in the world because your mother's taking care of you and your father's taking care of you. And then when you don't have that, let's suppose you actually manage to get out of your mother's basement and get the Cheetos dust off of you, or and now you want that again. Well, now you want that again. So what's going to happen is you're going to look for a mommy. And maybe that mommy is the state, or maybe that mommy is somebody that wants to date you but doesn't actually want to be your mother,
or somebody on the internet, a YouTuber, or somebody on the internet, an Instagrammer, or whatever. Yeah,
whatever it is. And then like all these patterns are playing out, but one of the patterns is Gnosticism, because we're told that we can understand things that clearly, like any 3-year-old would figure out. You can't know that. Like, how are you going to know the government? Like, come on, the government is many, 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 many people. You don't even know yourself. How are you going to know many other people when you don't even know yourself?
So how do we okay, I think you're right. So how do we bring more coherence to, say, Christianity further? For example, since it's the project right now, the restoration of Christianity, the rediscovery, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
It does not seem very coherent to a lot of people, and it gives atheists and Gnostics a huge amount of ammunition still yet, because they're like, look.
Yeah, you can't start there, Nero. You can't. This has been the topic of the day, right? So I've got this image. This was on the Vanderklay live stream that he did a week ago now. I jumped in there and I was talking about this image that I had in my head. And maybe one of the artists will pick it up. We'll see. I know Sally's busy, so she's not going to do it. Don't do it, Sally. Don't do it. Imagine a staircase, okay? And at the top of the staircase is somebody like, we'll just use Paul Vanderklay, because that's how I did it. So Paul Vanderklay is a Christian, right? He's a pastor in a Protestant church, and maybe Protestants are the problem, but whatever. So we'll just say he's up there at the top of the staircase, right? And he's looking down the staircase, and he's looking at somebody like John Vervaeke. And John Vervaeke's stuck in the meaning crisis, okay? And then he thinks John Vervaeke is 2 steps away from the top of the staircase with him. And so he's reaching out his arm and going to pull him up, okay? The problem is that John Vervaeke's down at the bottom of the staircase, and Vanderklay is just not seeing that. Now imagine that those stairs are actually labeled on the front side. The bottom stair is called Being is Good. And the next stair up is called Creation.
Cool.
And the next stair up is called, something like shoot, I had this.
Learn how to dance. Learn how to enjoy dancing. You got to enjoy life too. It's all the seriousness.
It's so true. It's actually really true. Like, learn how to dance. I think like John Vervaeke. Can you imagine him rocking?
Yeah, he needs to dance. He'll figure some shit out for sure.
Answer to the meaning crisis.
He says he knows how to dance. He thinks Tai Chi is like
a dance. He doesn't. He's so frozen. Tai
Chi is not like a dance, John. Especially
if you're not laughing and other people are laughing and have a good time with you, you're not dancing.
And it's dancing with someone else. So the reason why John's project leads to Gnosticism is because it's individualistic. It's not about, and when it's not individualistic, it's a circle. It's a circle, and everyone's equal. And I'm like, no, because the thing you need to learn about reality is that reality consists of hierarchy. It has to, otherwise it's not real. Anything you see in the world without a hierarchy is not reflecting reality. It's not reflecting reality. It is an illusion. It is.
What do you mean by hierarchy? Are you talking about fractal? Fractal? Is that what you're talking about?
No, just everything does have a hierarchy. So let's talk about the hierarchy of fun.
Oh, I wanted to
Okay.
talk. Yeah, let's talk about that
So-
because I'm with you, man. It's all
Well,
about
I think
fun.
that this is a big factor in all of this. Okay,
I
so
do too.
who draws the most attention? It's the people that are fun, but the most fun people aren't the most intelligent. Okay, and the most intelligent
right.
people, all right, vice versa, all that stuff.
That's right.
So
That's right.
where's the sweet spot here? How do you get people to? I think Richard Feynman had it figured out. That's why he's a big personal hero of mine.
Why do we need to integrate? See, this is integration is part of the problem because
we're neighbors.
Integrate it. No,
we don't need them to integrate, but we need to kind of be understanding what is happening.
Well, no, I disagree, Niram. I think all we need to do is accept that different people have different skills. Okay?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Well, but that's the problem. See, these individualists want to say, all right, what's the integration point? How can I integrate this? Why? Because to them, they're using integration two different ways at the same time. They're saying integrate concept A and concept B and put them into balance and integrate it into me because they want to have that. And I say, I'm not going to be the funniest person in the room for most people most of the time. Okay?
You're very funny. Look at you. I was just thinking, how funny
I can be funny sometimes. I do try, right? But you know,
integration and coherence. You know, are they two different things?
No. Because integration. I think integration is just reduction. That's all they're talking about. They're saying I can have thing A and thing B, no matter what those two things are. It doesn't matter what they are, and I can have them both in equal measure. They're balanced in me. That's the problem with integration. The minute you say integration, you're talking about a reduction, and I don't like that.
Where I'm kind of coming at it from is
integration is reduction. Don't forget that.
Right. Really I agree. So let me rephrase this. Okay, to get what I'm really saying. I feel like Christianity as a whole has been weakened. It's diluted. And I'm seeking, I guess, a concentrate, a sort of cohesiveness, a something that makes sense. And there, so
why?
I don't see any other religion that is so exploded and fighting about shit.
I know. Good point.
Why do you think that people are not in the religion anymore? Like, what do you think that is? Because I have an image for you.
It's not fun.
Insufferable narcissism. Insufferable narcissism.
You go to church now, it's like hell in a church.
What's another way to talk about narcissism? Right? Another way to talk about narcissism is individualism. So let's suppose that Christianity has holes in it that are bigger than a person. Because Christianity is meant to hold communities and not individual persons as such.
Yeah.
So
that's exactly right.
When you try to reduce yourself to an individual, which, and let me state this clearly, I've stated it before, but I feel like you can't state this enough. You are not now, will not ever be, have never been an individual. It is not a possible configuration for you. Okay. If you want to make the case that you're an individual, or anybody else, in my opinion, what you have to do is go live completely alone in a cave. Okay. Now, this solves two problems. You'll be an actual individual, and I won't have to listen to your stupidity. Okay. And I just want to solve those two problems, and everybody will be happy. But let me finish. So if you try to become an individual, you make yourself smaller. Because you're losing connections to other people. You're losing intimacy, the quality connections between people, quality relationship between people. And all of a sudden, you fall through the net. And now you're not in the Christianity net anymore.
Yeah,
what do you think of that?
I see what you're saying.
But there's a distinction too, because, and Bishop, what's his face? Maximus made the point that Christ actually makes us into individuals. We can't make ourselves into individual, but as we know, people who are always focused on the goodness of God, they become these incredible individuals, right?
Yeah, souls, right. So are we unique souls? And is that that same thing as an individual? Like, what are you saying exactly?
No, we are unique souls. I think that's fine. And I think too.
So when you say individual, I'm thinking you're thinking cut out around everything and separate, divided.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
I'm down with that. I agree with you. Yeah,
oh
I
my
agree.
God, that's so good. What, because that's in my medieval fresco that I tell Ethan about, because underneath beside the tyrant, there's a tyrant, right? And he's got these eyeballs. It's so cool. It's from 1338. And his eyes are looking inward, right, Mark? Narcissism, right? But beside him is division, man. It's division. To your point, Boom Shroom. There you go. Division.
I was just translating what Mark was saying. I was trying to.
That is so important. Like, I think that is it's important to define what we're talking about. Like when Mark says individual, what are you talking about? Because there's a, because
I'm down with what you're saying, bro. Because I agree with it. I don't want to be separate from people. I want to be a part. I want to help. I want to be in the thing. I want to dance and party with everybody too.
Yeah, but that's the paradox of Christianity, because the more that you're with other people, the more you conform to, which is love, right? The more you form to other people, because who wouldn't want to? Because people are amazing. But the more you conform to other people, actually, the more distinct you become at the same time. It's the beautiful paradox of Christianity. You actually become the most shining individual, just like Christ. Christ is the example, right? I was reading them today, but to your point about civil disobedience, because I'm really into the Gospels. Like, I'm turning totally Catholic.
Yeah.
But I'm really into the Gospels, and Christ is just, I have this Bible my father gave me like 50 years ago, and it's got all of Christ's words in red, which is super cool.
Yes.
I just love it. And when he gave it to me 50 years ago, I thought, Father, okay, what is this? But anyway, here we are. And the thing that's cool about Christ, like, there he is, right? And he goes into the temple, and his anger, like, it's really striking, man. He makes us look like milk, like we're really lukewarms, all of us, even Peterson. Like, he goes into that temple, and he just lashes through it. Like, it's like,
I mean, they deserve it.
Well, we need to, but where are we? Come on.
Well, that's the question.
Now?
You know, we're debating about ridiculous shit, and we can't come together on anything. That's why I was saying
the world is falling apart, and they're killing. They're killing everybody.
Except in certain places, certain places where they don't have that problem with their religion. It might be a different place, but they're not falling apart.
Well, let's quickly sort of step back if you want to go to why this is happening. So let's just look at an incident that happened recently. So an incident happened on the Awakening from the Meaning Crisis server where Manuel and I lost our organizer privileges. Now, honestly, this is not a big deal, right? It's not a big deal. It's like, fine. If you don't want us to run John Vervaeke's meditation, then we won't run John Vervaeke's meditation.
Oh, I'm not familiar with that place. Okay.
If you don't want us to run the listening parties, then we won't run the listening. Like, all you had to do was ask and say, you know what? The community is upset for whatever reason. I don't even need a reason. Like, the community's upset.
It's the monocle, Mark.
Yeah, the Discord server can do everything. Now, the interesting thing here is, well, what actually happened? Well, a new user who knows almost nothing about John's work, to be quite honest, because I actually kind of am an expert on John Vervaeke's work, came into the server, heard something he didn't like. And look, I'm not saying that what he heard wasn't true. I'm not saying that it didn't, quote, sound bad or whatever. I don't care. It's not germane to the issue. He judged us unfit to be part of the server. Now, his judgment was given to the admins, okay, of the server, at least one of them, but probably more than one of them. And instead of doing anything reasonable with that feedback from a brand new user who doesn't know John Vervaeke's work, they did an announcement saying that we were the ones who weren't following John's work.
Wow.
So for almost 3 years, we've been doing John Vervaeke's meditation with clips of John in the video. Okay, I couldn't get more John. We haven't changed anything that we've done. We've done book clubs on the books that John recommended, right? We've done listening parties. Some of them have John in them. Some of them have other, whatever. It's a community-based event, right? And so that person actually contacted me after causing this big kerfuffle and 7 different threads on the server that were not about John's work. And I kept pointing out, you guys say you're about John's work, and then you started all these new threads that have nothing to do with his work, with a bunch of people who aren't even using his language. And of course, because I'm using his language to describe what's going on, just to, I'm A, I'm a troll. B, I stuck to John's work. And C, screw you. You think I don't know John's work? Is that what you think? I think you don't
Yeah,
know
dude.
John's
Fuck those people. They sound like a bunch of assholes.
and that's well, and look, it's fine. Like I'm not
That's
even.
so important what Boomstrom just said, though. Like exclusion, man. That's what Christ did. He said, "Dust off your feet, man."
But this guy contacts me. He contacts me and he says, "I'm the one that made the anonymous complaint." And
Disgusting.
I knew it was you
Disgusting.
because I knew it was you because I know who I talk to and what I say. So I already knew it. Like, keeping the complaint anonymous was already a mystical, weird dream fantasy, right? And then he started to tell me about why his actions were justified. Now he's ruined the community completely. That server is pretty much going to be dead now, and it's been dead all week because Manuel and I aren't there, and among other reasons, right? And there's a lot of fighting, and people are angry, and they're sniping and making accusations against each other. And now everybody wants like an open democracy. They want to know everybody who's being banned from the server and all kinds of crazy things, right? All unreasonable requests, all because one individual who was trying to be an individual acted in judgment of something that was there a long time before he was, without getting any of the relevant information of what was going on. So he was able to single-handedly destroy the community because it had weak leadership.
Dude, I've never heard the word individual used as an insult until just now. That's funny. And it's funny because I know exactly what you're talking about. It's somebody that's cut away from the group on purpose, and they're trying to cut all the other groups away to make them individuals divided from everything to where everybody's unhappy and a nihilist like them, to do it some more like a virus. I'm seeing what you're saying now.
It is a virus.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's the thing, because it's easier to destroy than create. And so you're
going to have a hard time with that terminology to sell that, because it took me a minute to figure out what the fuck you were saying. But I get what you're saying now, and I agree with what you're saying. But yeah,
but
people are going to have a hard time with that syntax, bro. They're not. Yeah,
well, but they need to know that they're not now, nor have they ever been, nor they will be individuals. It's not an option that's available to you.
Better yet, it should not be an aspiration. I think you could sell it that way. Should not be an
aspiration. That's also true. Right. Because what's going to happen is you're going to try to judge things that are way bigger than you. They've been around way longer than you can even imagine. Like I can't imagine 2,000 years of history of a religion or a culture or a people, or like I can't imagine 100 years of a people. I can't imagine a people. I have an abstract concept that mostly kind of sort of works sometimes for a lot of things, but not everything. That means I don't understand it.
Well, this was an experiment.
I'm understanding, but it's not complete enough. Like, what am I going to do? Judge Ireland because I'm a quarter part Irish? Yeah, I'm going to judge the Irish. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to judge the Irish right now. You ready, guys? Because I'm smart enough to judge the. I've never been to Ireland. I'm very upset.
Yeah, but you're so Irish, Mark. So that's that.
I can be occasionally. It's sure that's not the wild French Canadians that moved away from France because they saw that the place was falling apart.
Wow, that's cool.
It could be the frog. I'm 50% frog, so.
Well, okay, so I'm very curious about what your opinions are about this, because this has been a recent debate on the internet, and it's a very interesting point of contention that I'm exploring. And I said it earlier about, when Jesus is in the garden praying to God, is he praying to himself? Like, what is going? Or is it this witnessing thing that people say, like or a fulfillment to show people? But was anybody out in the garden to see it? You know what I mean? Like, I thought he was alone, like he was having a serious moment. Like, what do I do?
Right.
So was he talking to himself? And then was he talking to himself or talking to God, his dad? So this became a huge thing, and everybody got very angry about it and very upset. And I thought, that's a pretty good question. Like, let's explore that a little bit. What's going on exactly there?
So Nero. So here's what happened today. Oddly enough, this is so funny. So I forget who it was. It was Adam, I think, and Manuel were talking about the Bible. Now, I haven't actually read the whole Bible. I might have read some pieces, but I kind of doubt that too. So they were talking about the Bible, and they were talking about, the story of Samson is 3 chapters, short chapters, right? And only one of them pertains to the, to Samson. And I was like, wait a minute, that's not possible. And then I said, are you guys telling me that it's quite possible that we have narrativized or storyized, is probably the better way to put into a story things that are the equivalent of metaphors and parables that actually don't have all that story structure in them? And they were like, well, yeah, that kind of sounds right. So I'm like, all right, so people are reading the Bible like a book of stories, but it's not a book of stories. It's like the difference between like a fairy tale and a documentary, right? It's the same sort, right? And this is where the question of fiction comes in.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, so I recently came up with this, and I put it on a response to Paul Vanderklay on Twitter, because Paul, and I love Pastor Paul, he's a wonderful person.
Oh yeah,
I met him in person, and he's just great. And he looks shorter in person because his big head on YouTube is just way big. It makes him look 7 feet tall. He's only 6'4". So when you're talking about fiction, what you're saying is, this is a tale, a story about events I did not observe. It's not talking about the trueness of the statements that you make, because I can say this with certainty, because a good story that is well told, true or untrue, in terms of witnessing, is a good story. But a bad story is one you can't relate to. That doesn't speak to how true it is, to whether or not it's a thing that happened in the way that you say in the world. Those
can't connect to it.
Do with one another. So that fiction isn't an untrue story, because a good fiction is true.
Right.
A bad fiction is untrue, and a bad accounting for what actually happened in the moment is equally untrue, no matter how historically accurate or precise it is. And I think that's part of where we get confused.
Keep going, Mark. Keep going, because that's really interesting, because a bad accounting about what actually happened isn't true. So what are you seeing? There's something that you're seeing there. There's some other piece there.
Right. So what is so no, you're right. What is truth? Well, truth is not an axiomatic condition of the world. That's why we have the word axioms.
It's a good Johnny Cash song.
Being is good is true, but it's an axiom. It's not really true. It's an axiom. It's a starting point to base your reality on, or your claims about reality on.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So what true means is that you fired the arrow true. It's about a path. It's an action. It's a conformance. It's not a thing. It's not an object. It's not a material. Nothing in the material world is true, because you can't conform to it. Your relationship to it might be true, but then the things involved in the relationship don't matter, but the relationship matters. So in other words, if I tell you a story that you cannot participate in, or find a mode of participation that applies to you, then that story is not true. Is it a lie? No. And this is where people get confused. Everything that is not true is not a lie, right? Everything that is not true just may be unhelpful to you. So if I tell you I went to the store and I bought a Twinkie, and when I went to pay for it, I didn't have the cash in my pocket, so I used a credit card. There's nothing inaccurate or imprecise in that story, okay? However, it's not true in that
it's not relevant
information that you can participate in the world. So
relevant. Yeah,
to participate.
But
so is that what you're saying Gnosticism is?
Yeah, keep going with this, Rev. But what you said about it's not relevant, that's important. This is so important. Keep going, guys.
Right. So I think that is what Gnosticism is, right? It's the observation that there are things in the world, and then they're drawing relationships and connections to those things. And so you can imagine, right? Because, and this is, look, I'm going to be a little sneaky and postmodern here for sure, but I'm going to call it out right up front. And it's not invalid. I'm not, I'm not going to condemn my own, project, right? You could describe John Vervaeke's practices, all of them, as a bunch of different people getting in a circle, saying certain words in a certain order, and looking for an emergence. Okay? What I just described is a seance. That's what it is. A seance has the same physical description. Now, and to be completely fair, or as fair as I can be to John, like, I don't believe that John believes that what he's doing is like a seance. He's actually, this has come up before, by the way, on a video. So don't come jumping down my throat about John and seances, because he's used the word and he has denied that his philosophical fellowship practice, which he has 2 videos on that I know of, was like a seance, even though 2 of the people there, and to some extent John, agreed that it was like a seance. And he describes it like a seance. He describes it like a resurrection. He talks about internalizing the sage, right? Well, if to internalize the sage, you got to bring him back to life for you. So what you do is you read the book and or engage with, right? And then as you engage in the circle with people, right, the spirit of the, and this is the way he talks about it, the spirit of the person, of the author, comes into being. That's how they talk about it.
That's scary. This is scary stuff, man.
That is Gnosticism.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a slippery slope, Mark. That's why I said last time when I was at the Abbey, it's a bloody slippery slope. You start, before you know it, you're internalizing somebody, right? And it's easy to do. So good point. But okay, keep going with your idea of fiction and whatnot, because I find it's really, I think this is fundamental, the idea of what is fiction, what is narrative, what is story, and back to Boomshroom's point about what was going on in the garden there with Christ, and so
and that's the thing. I mean, let's just for a second take seriously the idea that there's a there, right? That we can point to something and say that we'll say that something happened that no one could possibly have reported accurately because there were no witnesses at the time. And so what I mean by that is that if it were me somewhere in the desert alone by myself, and I had an interaction and I came back and described it to you, you are still not a witness to that interaction because it was just me in the desert. Okay.
Right.
So there were no witnesses to this event. So there's no outside intersubjective observer to validate or invalidate any of this. Okay, so that didn't happen in that case. Now, if I hear the story in the Bible, and I'm only somewhat familiar with it, don't think I've read that one for sure, right? What does that mean in terms of hearing that story? So let's suppose that Christ never went to a desert, or never went to a desert alone, and never had that, like, it just didn't happen. We'll just say it didn't happen. Okay, through some arbitrary, I'm going to make an arbitrary standard because there's no standard you could say it didn't happen. But
it was relatable to in the garden. It was
like when I
hear that. Wait, stop. Are we talking about him going to the desert and being tempted 3 times? Or are we talking about the garden?
I'm talking about the garden at Gethsemane. When he knows he's gonna die, and he's like, "Spare me! I don't want to do it, Dad. I changed my mind." Yeah, he had doubt.
Why have you forsaken me? The relationship needs to be gone.
Right, but I'm giving a slightly different scenario, which is just the scenario of the story, right?
Okay.
So if there's no witnesses, there's no intersubjective, there's no observer, right? But I make that claim, and somebody reads that story and says, "Oh, this person went somewhere and talked to something somehow outside or inside of themselves." It really doesn't matter at that point. And then came out of that experience with valuable transformation or a valuable piece of knowledge, right? And then I read that, and then I can use that, then it's true, irrespective of whether or not it happened. It doesn't matter if it happened, because again, there's no standard. Like this is, people ever think there's standards. There's no, look up gauge theory someday.
Hey, wait, Mark, stop. No. We're talking about patterns, though. Like you're jumping levels here. We're talking about patterns. So the point is, happened is a funny word to be using. I don't even know if it's relevant, to be quite honest. The point is that it draws our attention, or Boomshroom wouldn't have asked us about it. So the point is it's drawing attention. So back to your definitions, Mark, it's true, man. Because look, we're talking about it in 2023, man. And I want to know what you guys think. So
it's true because you can relate to it. That's the whole point.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't
okay, so
keep going. It's a fractal thing, though. So it doesn't. When you say that's a postmodern claim, this happened stuff or didn't happen is all this postmodern crap.
Right. Yeah. So it has meaning. It has impact because it's relatable. So this is why this is so interesting to me. This new debate, that's huge point of contention between Catholics, Orthodox people, Protestants. When Jesus is praying in the garden, is he praying to himself, or is he praying to somebody else that's God? Or is Jesus and God the same thing? If that's true, is it as impactful and meaningful when he's praying in the garden?
What's the point?
Question. I'm not sure. It's like blowing my mind. I'm like, what is the Trinity? What's the Holy Ghost then? How does this work? What is going on exactly? If we want to be coherent and not like say 12-syllable words and try to make people feel stupid and belittle them, like what is actually going on? How do we come together on some of that stuff? Well, it was very interesting to see them fight so hard about it.
Wow.
We have to realize that. We have to realize the difference between fiction, nonfiction, and truth. Those are three different things. We have to realize the difference between a lie and something that is technically accurate, but also not true.
Okay.
We need those differentiations. We can't live in this binary world with this binary thinking. We need to be able to re-enchant the world. If you're stuck in binary thinking, you're in trouble.
Right.
Because in a binary world, you're on a flat plane fighting for power.
That's why there's a Trinity. That's why there's a Trinity, man, because right away you're gone. You're gone from binary. It's a whole different thing, right?
Well, why wouldn't it be like 4? I had a debate on the Bridges of Meaning about that once, about the quaternity. And oh man, that pissed everybody off. And I was just interested, like, why 3? Why not 4? Why not 2? Why doesn't God have a wife? Is he a man? If he's a man, what's the point of being a man if you don't have a wife? And then what do you say? Well, Zeus had a wife, and Thor, and Odin. So God doesn't need a woman. And so these are just simple questions that I have, and it creates these huge shitstorms. And I'm like, but why? I think it's a good question. Like
I think so too.
Well,
I think
I don't know.
It is a good question. Yeah, I think it is, and the fact that people don't want to talk about it is to your point. They're stuck in the damn left brain, like logical sequential. We are not in that world, man. Logical sequential is just fine if you want to figure out how to, paint your house or something. But no, when you want to talk about reality, you're right in the right hemisphere. It's imagination, intuition, and anything's up for grabs, in my opinion. Like, that's it. Like, possibility, right? Because it says over and over again in the Gospels, nothing is impossible. Nothing is impossible.
Right.
So I agree with you. We need to open our imagination and understand like all the weird and wonderful strangeness that can be true.
Try, maybe we can. But I think
rationality. That's really, you're trying again. Rationality can't explain the world we live in. It's not possible. Right. The only being able to understand the world we live in is the being that created the thing that we were born into, because we were born into it. We were born into it at a certain time and in a certain place. And that constricts us or restricts us or constrains us. That already happened.
Yeah,
that
but
happens
there's
to you already. You have no choice about that.
yeah, but there's something to no, because we're back to the same thing we were talking about, like this theological kind of paradigms, blah blah blah, and then the enchanted world, which is really the world in which we find ourselves all the time.
Yeah.
So it's fair and good to be talking about the Trinity and to be reimagining it, maybe, to
Yes,
your
talking
point,
about
right?
it,
Like
talking about
that's
it, yeah.
important.
Well, talking about it, yes, in the positive, yes, and relaying your experience with it as it relates to your life, not talking about it in the abstract, because it's not
Right.
an abstract concept.
Right,
Like
but that's
everything cannot be abstracted. That's nonsense. I can't
right.
abstract my food. I still have to eat. Like you can't. You can talk about food in
You
the
got to break
abstract.
it down and digest it.
You
Well,
do. It's all about
Yeah.
sex and digestion. Like, I don't
Yeah.
know why people don't talk about sexual metaphors in this little corner or anywhere else for this matter. It's so obvious when
no,
you think
because
when you think of
because they
sexual
need-
metaphors. It solves almost every problem. We don't
because
need.
Well, we
they
don't
need-
know what gender is anymore. That's probably why.
Well,
We
that's
don't
a
have a clue.
problem, isn't it?
No, in this little corner, we don't have that problem. The problem that we have in this little corner is they are afraid of things that might be politically dangerous, and they are afraid of things that might be socially dangerous, and they are afraid of things that imply structure, because that's constrained.
It's backbone. It's a lack of backbone. Let's just say it, you know.
Yeah,
And
let's
and
just say
okay, so this comes
You're
to my
right.
full
You're
circle,
right.
my point of the question of who's Jesus praying to in the garden. Okay, if you are going to try to break a man's back for asking that question and get on his hands and knees to just believe it, with just like beating people over the head with
Yeah.
this church father, that church father, this thing, this scripture, blah blah blah. I think that is terrible to all of humanity. It's like you're given a backbone, you're given a mind, you're given this ability to ask questions, and if you're just asking a simple question, please can you just make this a little more coherent for me, because I'm almost there. I see where this is going, but this thing doesn't make sense, and it leads to a lot of other stuff. I'm not sure, and then you're just browbeated. I think it pushes people out into these other pastures
For sure.
where they don't know where the fuck to go.
For sure, because where the hell are you going to go but Gnosticism with
They're
some
like,
new age
I'll
stuff?
keep my backbone. They think the Gnosticism or what they can keep the back, they can stand up still. And I think that needs to be talked about.
Right,
You can't fault them for wanting to still stand and figure it out on their own terms.
Right.
I think that's very human.
Yeah, but to your point, like that's exactly John Vervaeke's situation, right? He's going to have freaking backbone because he was so traumatized by some god awful church as a child. So he's just like backbone, man. And that's and people don't understand that. Like he is on a journey, man. He's chiseling out being able to breathe, frankly. Right.
Yeah.
He's just back. That's what it's all about. Gnosticism. That's a brilliant correlation, actually. Like Gnosticism is backbone, and I think that's very valid. And because if
you're being empowered with something you don't have power over. Like Gnostics think that they can do things like summon spirit. Like literally.
But I think that's why what's going on. If I could put my finger on it.
Yeah, it's the only space for them. Like, what are you going to do if you're stuck in a paradigm that's so bloody tight that you can't even bring in any other idea? Where
so
are you
how do we
go
that?
Then? Where are you going to go?
Well,
how do we now that that's kind of a target that how do you label it further and how do you attack it?
It's look. I'm going to go back to what Peugeot said.
Okay.
So Peugeot in episode 8 of Exodus, which I had the pleasure to view on somebody else's account because they're a wonderful human being. He said in there that Os Guinness had attacked him and said, Jordan, you're wrong. You're wrong, Jordan. It's God emanates from above down upon, and then Peugeot jumps in. And he says, hold on, Oz, I want to defend Jordan here for a second, right? And I'm going to have to paraphrase from here on out. But Jordan has a way of talking to secularists, because if you start talking to them, God, their eyes glaze over and they can't hear you anymore. But you have to be careful with these people and take them step by step. That's my staircase. That's where I got that from.
But how to do that is the question. But by the way, Mark, wait, time out, guys. the point, it's important to note, though, what Peugeot did there. What he did, which I thought was unbelievably brilliant. First of all, he said to Dr. Peterson, he said, I think you need to let Os Guinness speak here. So he actually directed Peterson back to what Os Guinness was saying, because Jonathan also realizes you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? Like you need your gestalt. You can't be, you don't want to go to Gnosticism to your point.
Not.
And so then he said, but then he explained to Os Guinness what Peterson was doing. But I don't even think Peterson can figure this out, what you're saying.
Look, let's go ahead, and I don't like criticizing successful people at doing something that nobody else seems to be able to copy because they won't listen to me. They don't understand what's going on. But Peterson is still a materialist. Okay, so the Gnosticism is still a possibility because Peterson is not at being is good. He's still at emergence is good because that's all he talks about as a scientist. And so
he's not dancing enough. You're right.
Emanation. He doesn't understand emanation. He'll say it just like Vervaeke says it. He says emanation. Now let me tell you about emergence. Here's how emergence. Every single time Vervaeke does that. He's never not done that. Neither of these guys have ever said, oh, I agree with you. Emanation is important. And let's talk about emanation. They never want to talk about emanation.
Why, ever. Mark? Okay, you answer that question for me. Why? Why doesn't he not
why is the missing starting axiom? So this is where I was going before. The staircase metaphor that I gave you earlier came from this. Okay. I realized when and I listened to I have it clipped out somewhere on my computer, in fact, right? I have the clip of Peugeot defending Peterson. And the reason why it was so important is because he said step by step. And I was like, oh, okay, so there's a staircase of axioms. And that
stairway to heaven
has to lead up. And if you have other axioms, they don't lead up. They may lead up a little, but then they lead back down. Or they may lead down. Or they may lead all over the place, right? Because a lot of this problem is just not understanding that in the scheme of things, the world is a triangle. The universe, the existence is a triangle. And what that means is there's a lot of not good that is actually evil. There's a lot of not good that is just neutral, right? Just like liturgy, you got to go through it. You got to get up every day. You got to brush your teeth every day. You got to, there's a lot of things like that. You got to get dressed every day, right? Maybe not every day because one slip here or there won't kill you, but 2 slips, 3 slips, and the next thing you know, you fall into the evil, right? Because that's what happens to us. Right. And so we're always at least treading water against entropy. But if you want to be good, if you want to do good, there is very little good. It is up here at the top of the triangle, and you have to aim for it. And because there's very little of it, you have to struggle to get there.
Yeah, but Mark, Peterson is doing what Boom Shroom is talking about right here and trying to figure out about what Christ said there. Boomshroom is trying to get these levels. Like, how do we? Yeah, but this is important because I'm wondering the same thing. Like, how do we scaffold? It's almost like scaffolding.
Well, you have to. You need the first step.
Okay. I see it as like the leap of faith that Christianity asks. The Gnostics are like, I'm going to build my own scaffolding and I'll go over there and maybe check it out.
That's right.
They don't trust the scaffolding the Christians made. They don't trust getting on your knees and just taking their word for it. Like, who are you? Maybe you're going to try to fuck me. What if I bend over? I don't trust you, man. So they're individuals.
They've been told to build it themselves. Why wouldn't they? If I were told that, I might believe that's what they're not stupid enough to believe.
I think on the extreme, they think they can build it themselves, but I really do think they're trying to understand what the fuck is going on. For the most part.
Not right. You're not right about this leap of faith. That's what Gnosticism is. Gnosticism is the leap of faith. Gnosticism
is it? Okay.
No, because Gnosticism is starting from some point and then building it up rationally from there. But it's wrong because you actually have to make a leap of faith because your basic axioms are wrong. Christianity, to your point, Christianity, this is what I totally disagree with the leap of faith idea. Peterson talks about it sometimes. It's not a leap of faith. It's based on your experience, for heaven's sakes. It's based on experience. It's based on community. It's based on distributive cognition. All of these things. That ain't no leap. When you go
I see what you're saying with that.
Those people don't. It's a dangerous concept. That's Gnosticism, and people need to get their head around it, because it's dangerous to think that you're making some kind of leap. That's Gnosticism, man. That is not Christianity. And I'll go to my death on that one.
I feel what you're saying, because when I started to understand these concepts of God, I felt an energy that I didn't quite feel before. That I didn't even have to. Yeah, it did come very naturally. I didn't have to like logic it all out. I'm like, oh, that really just makes a lot of sense. But however, when I hear other things such as who is Jesus praying to in the garden, I'm like, that's a good question. It doesn't make me think, oh, heresy, shut up. I'm like, what is that about?
But look, I think the problem is that it's all a leap of faith. And we actually it's so funny. We had this discussion earlier today. No, any decision is faith. You make all your decisions on faith.
Yeah, but that ain't no leap. That's not a leap, man. Don't give me this freaking leap bit. It's not a leap. Faith
if you're a rationalist, all faith is a leap. If you're a rationalist,
no, it is not. Oh yeah, if you're a rationalist.
If you're well, look, we're talking about them. You can't use your perspective.
No, you guys are talking. Boomshroom said he was talking about himself as he put that in the context of Christianity.
Maybe he's not a rationalist.
No leap of faith in Christianity.
We're trying to get to the point to fix the rationalists. This was Niram's project.
I know, but this is important, because a leap of faith is part of this problem that Boomshroom.
Let me take his problem seriously then.
Okay.
Any decision is a leap of faith, because you do not know what's going to happen in the future. Period. Potential is dangerous. Potential could go your way. It could go way better than you think, or it could go much worse.
Yeah, but you're acting
what are
on
statistics?
Evidence. You're acting on
statistics.
Evidence.
No, you're not interacting on evidence.
You're acting on evidence. Yes, you are. For sure you are.
No, I'm not at all, ever, because I don't believe evidence is useful. Like I used to think
I would say we run off of statistical heuristics.
But you're not. You don't do statistics in your head. No humans do statistics.
It's a feeling. Like I have a pretty good probability that if I do this.
That's the myth of game theory. John Nash, who was considered the father of game theory, actually disproved that we are doing anything like game theory in our heads, because to go buy a loaf of bread at the store requires that you do calculus according to game theory. That's actually what game theory says. Okay?
I think we do. Why would you? How do we get anywhere? How do we navigate any patterns? Like what? How do we move?
We notice patterns, right?
Okay.
How do we notice patterns, Mark? Go. Come on.
That's observation. Noticing patterns is just observation.
How do we notice them, Mark?
It's observation. It's observation.
No, it's your freaking body.
Well, how do we know what to do?
It's not observation. It's your body. Your body.
Wait. We notice the patterns. That's what observation is. Okay. And then we participate with the patterns. And if that does so, for example, if you're 3 years old and you start fake crying at your mother, because crying works, and your mother senses that you're fake crying, because maybe she doesn't, because some parents don't, right?
Okay.
You may not get what you want. So you participated with the pattern of crying gives me something, right? Usually what I want. And then that fails. And you go, oh, okay, participating with the observed pattern doesn't work under these circumstances. And then eventually you intuit. You don't calculate. You don't look at statistics. You intuit that if I'm being dishonest while I'm crying, if I'm crying just to get what I want, my mother doesn't give it to me. That's not true for all mothers. This is where it's a problem. Everybody wants one universal solution. I got news for you.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
That is sort of a statistical thing too. Your body.
Yeah, there's a chance she will. It's like a dice roll.
No, it's not statistical. You're participating in it.
Yeah, but you're statistical. But you're kind of looking at your participation.
We don't do statistics. We don't do statistics in our head.
Well, not like, it depends what we mean by statistics, but we're definitely measuring things out. So based on our experience and our body's reaction.
We're not measuring anything.
I think
okay, what do you think generals are doing on a battlefield? Let's use that. Let's use a war scenario. What is a general doing on a battlefield?
Let me finish the analogy.
That's
so what we're doing is we're participating with patterns and finding out when those patterns apply and when they don't through repeated observation and participation. It's not, I'm observing the world.
What are you doing when you're facing something unknown, though?
Well, this is what I'm saying. It's all, everything you've ever done was unknown. Everything, every action you ever took was unknown at some point because you didn't know anything when you were a baby. Duh. And so you
you're getting postmodern. No, that's not true.
No, it's not postmodern. You learn those things through participation. So when you participate, you act on faith, and that's how you learn what proper pattern participation is over time. You don't calculate it and you don't measure it. It all happens as the result of the interaction that you have in the moment.
Yeah, I think you're a bit off on this, Mark. I think it's left hemisphere and right hemisphere. McGilchrist says the same thing. You can't just go we can't just be total participation and experience.
No, I'm not saying it's not both. Look, McGilchrist is wrong about a few things. And one of them is...
but he's right about both hemispheres.
We are primarily beings of action. We are not primarily beings of thought. That's why we're not primarily rational. We are primarily reactive. We react to our emotions. And that determines our actions way more than rationality because that side of our brain gets all the data late. It's very slow.
No, because we're not, our bodies tell us, our bodies regulate when things are working properly. It's our bodies that tell us. And so it's based on our
bodies tell us a lot of things.
Not being reactionary.
They're not all correct. What our bodies tells a lot of, but it's not just our bodies.
Oh yeah, man, my body tells me almost everything. I'd say 99.9% of the time.
Well, that's okay, but also your brain affects your body. So if you have stress, you can make yourself sick. So it's not a one-way communication thing with the body being correct about everything.
Yeah, but you have to be a little bit careful. You don't throw out thought. Like back to Boomstroom's idea of what's going on with Christ at Gethsemane. Like what is that? What is that all about? And because there is thought, and thought is part of the right hemisphere. It's language that's left, right? So thought is not apart from intuition and imagination. They're all together. So we got to be a little bit careful that we don't throw out thought too much.
This is the deep confusion with everybody.
How close does Christ have to be to humanity to make the maximal impact? I think is how I would distill that. How close does Christ or God have to be to humanity to make the maximal impact?
He has to live with us, and he does.
So,
and that's why it works. That's the personification.
Right. Or does God need to have a son rather than a robot body made out of meat to inhabit and walk around? Or does he need to have a son and watch his son and lose his son to relate to us more? Which is...
No, you're right. He has to walk among us as one of us, birthing, living, suffering, and dying the way we do. That's the only way he can relate. And this is
is it him or is it his son? Is the question.
It has to be both.
Yeah, that's what's confusing. Like what? How? Like what?
I think it's obvious.
And better yet, how can we relate to that? Or should we relate to it? What is the point of the thing then if we can't relate?
Mark's point. It's the individual problem all over again, right?
Right.
It's not what we think it is. There's no such thing as individual. It's all relationship. It's all the betweenness. That's what McGilchrist talks about constantly. It's the betweenness. So it's the, and I don't even know how to put that into words. It's
the infinite in between the 1 and the 2 on the ruler. It's all infinite points.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there you go. Okay. Well, that's good, actually.
And that's the core issue, right? The core issue is because the postmoderns believe, and John says this, he's like, I don't want it personified. At one point, John said to Vanderklay, he said, why the personification? Why can't we just use the Bible and ditch the Jesus? And I was like, and Van Wycliffe tried to explain it to him. It has to be personified so that we can relate to it.
We have
and
to
you can
relate.
make an argument in reverse too, which Niram did beautifully. I think it goes both ways for sure, right? Like God's relating to us as humans in the human struggle by creating himself or a version of himself or whatever, a lesser version of himself.
And you know, that's even an argument is Jesus is not a creation, it's a eternal. So, see, it gets so into the weeds and confusing and argument bound.
It can, but that's because you can always add detail. And this is the problem that we get. We always add detail. And you can add an infinite amount of, this is what the physicists learned years ago, by the way, decades ago. You can always add detail, right? There's always another fundamental particle to find, always. And that's the problem. It's just like, oh, okay, so the further down we go, the more stuff there is. Yeah, you can dig to China, except there's no China. You're just going to keep digging forever. Or you can say, you know what? I'm satisfied with this. This is enough for me to interface with. And now I'm going to I'm going to take a leap of faith that the rest of the details are correct and I don't need to know them. And I'm just going to act on the information that I have, because this is all about the idea that information is somehow the highest value and that the more we have, the better decisions we'll make. That's not true. The more information you have, the less likely you are to act. And it doesn't improve your decision.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, Boom Shroom. It's all about feeling. It's totally about feeling. That whole thing in the garden is about feeling. Christ is showing us that our bodily reaction, our emotional reaction to whatever is happening is painting a picture. It's painting a picture of how we are, basically. And so that's what gives us eyes to see where we need to go.
Right.
It gives us community.
This is excellent. So how do I put this? Oh, this is a hard thought to keep together. All right. How can you relate to that story of him praying in the garden if he's talking to himself? But if he's talking to God, as in an other, something like somebody that can hear him instead of I had this thought. I already know what I'm saying. I just had a prayer. It's automatic. He put his hands together and had the prayer, like sending a transmission out, right? Wanting something, and it's moving because it's like, oh, I've been there. I've been scared like that. You know, I can relate to that. We've both talked to God and revealed ourselves, you know, been naked in that way, spiritual.
Well, and that's why it's important that the story is that. And that's
relatable.
What makes it a true story, because it's relatable by us.
Because and that's how we know anything.
So does the Trinity make Christianity less relatable, and that is why you can't retain
it makes it more relatable.
What?
No, it makes it more relatable. The Trinity.
Tell me more about why that is.
Oh, for
because
sure.
Elizabeth went into this earlier, right? She actually stumbled across this earlier.
Okay.
If you live in a binary world, and I put a link to the binary thinking video that I did on navigating patterns, which everybody should watch. It's awesome, right? You are fighting over the same space all the time. It is power.
A duality, right? Is that what we're talking about?
It's a duality. It's power. It's who has more, right?
But isn't three company? You know,
wait, hold on. Because you have two perspectives, your perspective and the other perspective. Okay. So if you think of God as just God and man, it's a struggle for power from below versus power from above. That's what it is. It becomes a struggle, right? Or a struggle for heaven and hell. Those are roughly the same thing, right?
I'm picking up. I agree, but I think the problem people have is, why is it the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, and not the Father, Mother, and the child?
Well, let me show you why. Okay. Because, and this is valid. Like, there is a struggle between the Father and the Son, right? Because eventually the Son needs to.
But who's the ghost? Where's the mom? You know what I mean?
Let me.
Did they kill the mom, and that's why it's a ghost?
No. But let me.
Okay.
Calm down. Calm down.
All right. Okay.
There is a struggle between the father and the son that exists because the son has to take over the father's empire eventually, and that means he has to step down or be killed. Like
I can see that.
Right. But there's a way in which you can accept by transcending that sacrifice and both sacrificing a little so that you're not fighting for power anymore. You're lifted up. There's the triangle. You need that third thing. And the Holy Ghost represents the space to move up. It says you are not stuck on a flat plane of power and in a struggle with other people. There is a plane above that you can rise to. And the way you rise to that plane is by making a small sacrifice on that plane by both parties. And then they rise up, and now both parties can be lifted up together and benefit. It's not a loss for one and a gain for the other. It's a small loss for both.
That sounds like God.
Gain for both.
That sounds like God to me. So who's the father then? If that's God, the ghost.
No, the ghost isn't God. The ghost is that represents the space that you.
Well, you said the lifting up, the levity. You're going towards the top of the pyramid. That sounds like what God is, like the promotion of growth.
It's the pointer to the fact that there is a space above you. It's just the simple statement to pull your attention to the fact that you're not stuck on a plane fighting with the other people in the same plane at the same time. You're not. You are able to go up. That is the statement.
Yes.
You're able to rise above the conflict that you're trapped in and make small sacrifices on both sides for gains that are larger than your sacrifices. And that's what people don't understand. That's actually the core message that people don't get. If you give up a little of your speaking time or a little of your patience, in my case both, then you can hear the wisdom of Elizabeth and Nero. Otherwise, I can't, because I'll just keep talking and I'll just keep trying to make my point. But I give up a little, and you guys also give up a little so I can finish my damn points, right? And then in that way, you see distributed cognition. You see the cognition coming from me to you guys and back and between each other, right? And then we all get smarter in that process, because I'm not, look, this is navigating live patterns, okay? I'm not coming in here with much of an agenda. I just scaffold a little bit of stuff, and then I scaffold the stuff, and then we go for the emergence. And then I trust that emergence is good, because I trust that you guys are in good faith. In fact, I know in this case, everybody here is in good faith. And when Jesse jumps in, he'll be in good faith, right? And that's not always the case, because we've had conversations in the past where not everybody's been in good faith. And I'm not blaming them. That happens, right? It's not a big deal. But I can trust the emergence from our conversation to be, we'll say, more Christian than Gnostic. And that, I think, is a good thing. I'll just state that right out. Gnosticism, bad. I've been down that path. You want to talk about occultism? We'll go into it. I love occultism. It's one of my favorite subjects. I know way too much about it. You'd be absolutely terrified at what I know. And what I could tell you about it, because it's scary. But that's why Gnosticism is dangerous. I know Gnosticism is a dangerous, bad thing. It is really bad. You have got no idea how deep that hole is.
It's absolutely true, man. Absolutely.
But you know what, though? There's something else going on here. Bishop Maximus, if you listen to the conversation that he had with John Vervaeke, is absolutely brilliant. And what he said at the end, he was talking about the Holy Spirit, right? And I really found this helpful, because from the Orthodox, and I'm not Orthodox, and I have my problems with it too, but what he was saying is the Holy Spirit is that which, Christ says that the Holy Spirit will come upon all of us. And it's like I don't even know what to call it. I think they call it energies in Orthodoxy. It's like this being that allows us, I don't even know how to articulate any of this, help me, but it allows us to become the Christ that we're looking towards somehow. So it's almost, to me, this could be totally wrong imagery.
I call that good vibes, but
God, and then it's like they become more and more imminent, right? They become it's God, and then Christ, and then the Spirit. It's almost like it moves closer and closer to our inner being somehow. So I think there's that piece as well. And I think we have such a crazy idea of the feminine. This is, don't get me started. But this we don't understand the feminine. Pajot talks about this a lot because we're so our society, like we're so used to the way everything's seen here in this world and this flat plane on which we find ourselves, and the feminine and the masculine are much more like Christ is so feminine in many ways, right? He's very feminine. He's talk about a compassion.
Let's talk about Mary. You know,
I love Mary. Oh my God! Don't get me started. Where's my icon?
Right. So, you know, maybe this is a really bad thing I'm about to say, but I'm just curious and I'm a fool. Whatever. People call me whatever you want. But, you know, what the whole thing about Mary and free will, right? Like, you know, where was the ask? You know, where was the, hey, would you be cool with maybe carrying God around or something? I don't know. It's kind of been a thing.
She was ready. She was absolutely ready. This woman was already in her space, in the space, or whatever you want to call it.
Was there a point where it was like, you know, discussed, or they just were like, this is happening? She was like, oh, I already know.
No, she had to accept.
She had to accept. Okay, see, that's how foolish I am and ignorant about it. So it was like a whole conversation of like, hey, you know, this is going to happen. Are you cool with this whole thing? This is what's going to happen after that. And then we're off to the races with the whole next chapter of the Bible.
I'll get my icon. It'll
okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that is what it is. Like you have to kind of engage with the whole story, right? Which is, yeah, she was asked and she agreed.
Yeah.
And then because that plays into the whole idea of mothers watch their children suffer and die. Like that's their task in life.
Yeah.
Oh, can we see Mary? Like, look at her.
Yeah.
Look at her.
Yeah.
This is Mary. This is Jonathan Pajot's Mary, right?
Oh, really?
It's such a strange concept to me that that's the idea of perfection. Like a virgin
look at her.
birth.
She's ready. Like she's ready. She's hot. She's not like we are, like she's not like the modern crazy female, if you like. She understands that as she's almost integrating into herself. Look at her, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she's got her hands. Like, I want to see her hands. Look at her hands. Like she's open. She's open to truth. She's open to goodness. And she doesn't have any Gnostic ideas. That's what this is all about. There's no Gnostic ideas in that lady's head. Look at her. Like she is totally, yeah, I can. And she's very,
like childlike.
No, she's complex. No. She understands reality. She understands how reality works totally. And that's why her hands are so open to.
She's in touch.
It's a concept I've really never. I can't relate to it. It's just I don't understand it at all.
Well, that's Mary, and she's everywhere. You need to go to Italy. Boom Shroom, you can come and visit me. I'm going in April. So,
excellent.
Yeah, I go to Italy all the time because I was telling Ethan on many of the street corners, wherever you go, there's depictions of Mary and the Christ child. And when you see her over and over again, like it changes you to see Mary over and over again with this child that she contains, and the whole idea of the feminine is as the container, and it's like it's the most sacred space. She wouldn't have thought, oh my God, like why me? She would have been overwhelmed that she was the chosen one. That's how I see it. She would have been overwhelmed that she was the chosen one. That's what I think.
Oh yeah, but also women create the space.
I mean, Herod didn't feel that way about Hercules, though.
You need to look at this icon a bit. Boom.
I know. Well, I'm looking at it from the context of just all the ancient religions, and then maybe that's not fair of me, or whatever. But I'm just kind of looking at it like, gods before had no problem coming down and bedding down our women. Like it was a very common thing. They did not mince words when they spoke about it. But now here comes Christianity. We're mincing our words. You know, it's like it was a laser beam in her belly, or it just, they asked, they were very polite. It's not like Zeus came down and danced with her and then they took her off somewhere.
You're missing something in the story. Okay, you ready? There's these pictures everywhere you go to in Italy. Guess what you see constantly? Elizabeth and Mary, because they get together when they're both pregnant, right? It's in the gospel if you read it. They get together. I think Mary goes and stays with Elizabeth. It's about relationship again. They're both in the same boat, so to speak, and they're together. And so it's like, that's just a perfect depiction of how everything works in life, right? It's about the relationship again. They're both chosen women, and they come together. I think they're cousins. It's an amazing story of relationship and how. So it's not, once again, I think it's a bit individualistic to wonder what she was thinking when it happened. I think she was already aligned in Mark's navigating pattern. She was aligned.
Sure. I mean, I'll be the first to admit I've got individuations. I mean, I don't know what to do about it. It might be terminal. I'm not sure yet.
Me too. Like it's disaster.
I'm trying.
You just have to hope that, like, you just have to kill it all and hope that, you know, it's reborn in you somehow, because it does get reborn for sure, right? I do think it's a fine line, Boomshroom, between being an individual and also being made in the image of God. Like, there's a freaking fine line. I think we all struggle with.
Yeah, there's a fine line between being that and, you know, Lucifer and wanting to make your own deal. Your own kingdom. Like, man, you know, is it Luciferian to have a skyscraper or to have a boat? I'm meant to swim. You know, that's the whole Amish Elon Musk argument.
That's because that's what Satan does, right? He concentrates us in the material, in the physical, and it takes our eyes down away from what's higher. And to me, it's like, well, Gnosticism isn't Satan worship. It's like, no. If you're not worshiping God, it's Satan worship. It's like, that's the problem, is that you're still serving,
do you
think not serving God, you're advancing Satan's cause.
Yeah, and you're with the spirits, man. You're with the spirits. If you've ever been there, my God, it's scary. I've been there.
No, it is scary. But I think it's coming from all this, like the same, like, let's do factory farming. Let's have automobiles. Let's have rocket ship. That's driven by this Gnostic bullshit that we're talking about too. You know, it's those people that manufacture these things because they want to create something outside of God and nature. And I know Joe Rogan has this argument that, you know, computers are natural because humans made them. I don't know, dude. Like, when we're talking about this, we can say that a tree and a cell phone are like two different things. Okay, I don't know if it's natural for humans to do what we're doing. We could do anything. So then you're saying it's natural to do anything that we do.
No, that's the denial of creation.
Okay.
Yeah, but at the same time, if a tree is an extension of God's mind, so is a computer is an extension of a human's mind. Like
but that's the line. The line is, at what point is it more human than God?
Right.
That's the line, right? Because look, there's nothing wrong with factory farming, except when you do a bunch of factory farming, you make a bunch of people no longer have work that they can handle, because some people can only handle picking things in the field. Sorry. Like, you know, sometimes I'm that person. Sometimes I'm so burnt out that I need a simple task to keep my anxiety in order. And I just don't have the mental energy to do something sophisticated like program a computer or even set up a VCR or set the time on my microwave, or, you know, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. We all get there. And sometimes in time, right? Like, sometimes we're fine until we're not, right? And we old age, or we get an illness like I had, right? Whatever. And then all of a sudden we can't do what we used to be able to do. But if those lower end jobs aren't available, then we lose something. Like, sometimes I need to be out just cutting down tree branches and piling up sticks. Otherwise, I don't have time to think about these complicated things. And I get lost in my own thoughts instead of reconnecting with nature. Because when you're just having your thoughts, eventually you're building upon yourself. That's the Tower of Babel. if I have these thoughts and I go for a walk and I'm interacting with trees and I'm dodging the branches, or I'm staring at my pond and listening to the water trickle through the pond or whatever, because that all happens, right? And I'm hearing the birds and I'm having these thoughts, it's a whole different thing. It's literally a different
something out of control compared to an environment you are in control of. So that environment you're not in control of in nature elicits all of these challenges. And then when you're in this environment that is controlled, the challenges are gone and you're weakened.
I know, but your question, Boomshroom, wasn't your question, how do we move people from Gnosticism to Christianity?
Yeah.
And I think it's the fun. I mean, I think that's the whole project.
Or make it more attractive, you know, like you just through conversation. I just see so much, you know, I'm up on top of the hill, I'm going to throw a boulder down at you and make you look stupid and everybody likes me more now type of thing that I see going on a lot, instead of, you know, what we have here, I just want to say, is a very rare thing on the internet where we can get through something without yelling. Like my stupid question about Mary, you know, I would have been like fucking destroyed by, you know, another group of people. So I appreciate that I could be foolish and kind of talk and figure things out, and everybody can have a nice time.
Yeah,
I think it needs more of that. You know?
For sure. Then I got to show you my icon from Jonathan Pajot.
Yeah, and I love it. It's beautiful. Yes, the wood carving stuff is amazing. I really like that whole art form.
So let's get back to that question, because I mean, that is the project. It's always been my project. First, you need to understand a few things. Okay, the first thing you need to understand is that Jordan Peterson is obviously able to kind of do something like this. I don't think that's controversial. I think if you disagree with me, you're just observably wrong, and you're welcome to be wrong, and I really don't care, and I'm not interested in your criticism of that statement.
Right. So how do more of us do that effectively?
I think it's evident, right? So the question is, how do more of us do that effectively, right? So my thesis on all of this, and I talked to Van der Clay probably 1.5 years or 2 years ago now, and in my first talk with him, I said flat out, it's my name next to Jordan Peterson's name on the internet, by the way, in the same title for a video. So if you want to find that video on Paul's channel, just put in Peterson and Lefevre. You'll find it right away.
Oh my gosh.
Paul was very kind. Paul is a wonderful. Paul does things and people don't understand. Sometimes I catch him and I'm like, oh, I see what you're doing, Paul. So I said in there, the way you understand Jordan Peterson's work is you engage with John Vervaeke's work. Why? Because Jordan Peterson is a pragmatist, and I love pragmatism. I'm a pragmatist. I love pragmatism. Pragmatism first, pragmatism second, and pragmatism third, and screw everything else. The philosophy can get burned for all I care. Burn all the books. Doesn't matter. Let's just get things done, right? But Vervaeke builds a science of meaning. And with a science of meaning, which is a framework and a vocabulary, some of the words I agree with, some I disagree with, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that I disagree with some of John's ridiculous words. It makes no difference, because now they're common to a bunch of people. So now I can get with other people, and there's a filter. Awakening from the Meaning Crisis, which should be called Awakening to the Meaning Crisis, by the way, it's just misnamed, is a wonderful series. The number of people that can engage at that level with that material is tiny. 8 billion people on the planet, maybe a couple thousand are ever going to be able to understand awakening. It's really hard. Even if you're interested in it, the ability to engage is next to zero, because it is, I guarantee you, harder than a college course. And I don't mean an average college course. I mean that lecture series is harder than any college course in any subject at any time. There is so much going on. It's philosophy, it's history, it's religion, it's psychology, it's neuroscience. It's got all of that packed into a very coherent argument. And look, I've got my disagreements, especially with the axioms that John puts out. We can't go back. We can't live in a two worlds mythology. These are axioms. I think they're wrong. It doesn't matter, because with that series, I can now talk to Manuel about things that I had no language and framework. It's not that I didn't understand them. I said this in the talk. I said, Paul, the reason why I'm here is because Vervaeke talks about a meaning crisis, and Peterson also talks about the meaning crisis. He doesn't use that term directly, but it's called maps of meaning, guys. It's not a stretch, right?
Right.
And I said, Meaning crisis? Well, I solved that for myself years ago. How could everybody be trapped in a meaning crisis? This is an easy problem to solve, right? And this is the point at which you realize you know something that you can't communicate either to yourself in some cases or to others.
Exactly.
Then John Vervaeke comes along with a gift from above.
Yep.
As far as I'm concerned, John can deny that all he wants, and I don't think he would, to be fair to John, but a gift from above, which is a science of meaning. Well, now it does two things. It filters out all the people who are unserious, like the Jordan Halls and the Forrest Landrys and these other Gnostic clowns who just don't have the intellectual horsepower, right? It filters them out. So I get the serious people to talk to, and it gives us a common framework so that I can talk to them, and that when I'm making statements, they understand those statements. And so now we can work on breaking down, what did Jordan Peterson do? And I posted I have like 3, what did Peterson do videos. So I posted the latest one because that one's actually doing really well, and I'd like to get it over 1,000 views, guys. So I posted that because in there, I go over one of his tricks, like a very clear thing that he does that nobody else has ever done that isn't Christian. There's no Christianness about it. He
Right.
you into
What
the
do
Bible,
you think?
but he shoves you into the Bible using a trick of history. That's what he does, right? And I go over it in detail in the video. But he's basically
What do you mean a trick in history? Like people like
Here's-
history, you're gonna like this? What are you talking about?
No, I'll give you the quick outline. Okay, so he starts out talking about, look, in modern times, there's things like Pinocchio, and he says, why do you like Pinocchio? And then he says, well, forget about why do you like Pinocchio. Why does Pinocchio make any sense? And he goes through the factual account for why Pinocchio cannot make any sense to you rationally. It's not possible to watch a cartoon about a wooden boy and a talking cricket with a fairy in it and relate that to your life. It's not possible. So what the hell's going on? And he takes some psychology, right? And he mixes that in. And then he takes you to the Lion King, right? He takes you back through. He talks about Jung and he talks about Nietzsche. He doesn't talk about psychology with Jung so much. And he doesn't talk about, as near as I can remember, any of Nietzsche's philosophy. 0 philosophy points from Nietzsche. Well, he's using his prophecy. In both cases, he's appealing to their prophecy. What did he predict in this book? Oh, he predicted this, and I think that's right. I think that happened. So he turns them from psychologist and philosopher into 2 prophets. Okay? And then he leads you back further through history. And the whole time, he's making these connections between these stories and these symbols to what you do psychologically. Right. So he's strictly on the science realm. He's saying, look, there's these myths. And he takes you all the way back to the Sumerian myths, right? All the way back to the Sumerian myths, which is great. So you're in the Sumerian mythos, and then he runs you forward from Sumeria into Egypt. What's so special about Egypt? Egypt is the historical nexus of the Bible. That's the historical nexus to get into the Bible. If you want to use science to get into the Bible, you can't start at Genesis. You can't, because evolution goes all the way back to nothing. And doesn't have an explanation or a starting point. So you need a starting point to get somebody into the Bible. So the starting point is Egypt. That's where history and the Bible meet. And that's the trick that he does. And I go into a much longer thesis.
Well, that's kind of what I was saying. You know, the people that are in the history and can make those connections, they're like, hey, this is it. Here we go into the Bible now. And he got all these people on board. And, you know, you were talking about how do you pull people away from Gnosticism to Christianity. That's exactly what he did. You know, it's exactly what's going on there in that whole ordeal.
So he uses history. This is really interesting. Okay,
it's very interesting.
He uses the history, and he also states, Peterson states over and over again, hierarchy is real and hierarchy is older than trees, and what the hell are you going to do about it? So Peterson the whole time is peppering you with constraints and saying, these are constraints. He says the Pareto distribution. What are you going to do about that? The Pareto distribution actually determines the distribution of stars in the universe. Okay, you're not a are in the universe. What are you going to do about the Pareto distribution? I'll tell you what you're going to do about the Pareto distribution. You ready? Nothing. You're going to do nothing about it. You're a little tiny speck of a nothing in the world, and there's nothing you can do about the stuff that was here first and that is bigger than you.
So, Mark, is Jordan and John and several others marrying old world psychology to new world psychology and tying in? No.
Okay. I
I
think look, let's suppose you're Jordan Peterson, okay?
Okay.
And let's suppose that you're like a psychology expert and that you're in the top 1% of all psychologists in the field, which he was before he got big. Before he got big, he was in the top 1% of cited people, right? Yeah. So he's big. He's big. When in his Maps of Meaning series or any of his lectures, does he actually pull out the gun and say, I have a PhD in psychology and I'm one of the top psychologists and I'm telling you this is true?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, did we see old world psychology? Like,
no, but he doesn't do that. He could, but he doesn't. Instead, he uses the trick. He says, you know this for yourself. Why? Because it appeals to your phenomenological experience in the world. In other words, rather than making a propositional point and saying, I, psychologist Maximus, do declare that you do this in your head. He says, you know you do this in your head. Think about it. Yeah. He puts your attention back to you, between you and the world, and focuses you on that relationship, which is a re-enchantment. Because you're not in your head and you're not outside your head. Because the problem with the Gnostics is that they try to resolve everything as either outside of them.
Did we see the prophets doing the same thing in the Old Testament, in that they would take? Did we see that? Like they would take a current problem and marry it to a point and anchor it to a point in your life where you could actually act. Like, didn't we see that? Didn't we see that in the Old Testament? So that's what I'm saying. Like,
true. It has to be true all the way through. Like we are who we are. Human beings are who we are. So psychological truth is psychological truth from the beginning.
Right. That's all I'm getting at.
With you. Like, I'm reading Dante, man, 1300. He is just, we could all read it together and you go, oh, I get this. Like, that's 700 freaking years ago, and I'm reading Dante and he's my best friend, right? Like, to your point, the psychology but John, what's cool is that they're bringing the scientific research from psychology, from cognitive science, and they're using that as scientific backup for what we've always known to be true.
Well, and it's giving us a language, it's giving us a science, it's giving us something slightly harder than mud that we can stand on to actually take confidence in these ancient teachings.
No, he doesn't not giving us science. He never gives us
science. What do you mean? You don't think psychology is science?
You can read books. You can read the whole Maps of Meaning. I've tried. It's hard.
There's no science.
It's even harder, actually. But he's never appealing to empiricism. And that's what you mean by science there.
Right. He doesn't do
it. I could see that. I could see that he doesn't appeal to empiricism. I see what you're saying. However, I cannot fight the inkling that what we're seeing with Jordan and John is that we reached a point, like in the Tower of Babel or something, like the myth of the Tower of Babel or something, where we couldn't actually talk about certain things because we didn't have the language for it. Like, it literally was not available. Okay, hey, Mark.
We use stories instead. I see what you're saying. Yeah, we use stories to try to get at it, but now we have these jargon words. We got all this stuff now.
But this is the bigger problem. This is the problem that, quite honestly, no Christians seem to understand, right? Because if you're a Christian, you have Christian language, and you have Christian framework, and you have Christian axioms, and you don't see any of that. Okay, you don't because you grew up with it.
It's a part of the system. You're in the system, so you can't see the system.
It wasn't handed to you in a book that you read. It was,
Right.
it was known to you the correct way of knowledge, which is by participation. You participated in it, whether it was through your parents or even after your parents. You got into
Mostly
church.
familiar. Mostly familiar.
You played it out, right? You did the Piagetian
Yep.
thing. Now I'm going to invoke Peterson. You did the Piagetian thing. You embodied the knowledge. Nobody
Yep.
told you being is good. Nobody ever freaking told you that. What are you, a lunatic? Nobody talks like that. You're insane for talking like
Agreed.
that. Except
Yeah, agreed.
we have
That's
lost.
not true. My father talk like that every morning. Every single
Well,
morning.
you're a crazy person. Just like this explains you, Elizabeth. This is why you're a crazy person. So
My
that's
father,
the problem. But that's the problem is that you don't have to talk about it. You can just live it and act it out.
No, you
and
do have to talk about
you
it.
don't need the, no, you don't need the language at all.
Yeah, you
This
do.
is
You're
where
wrong.
no,
You're
because
you're wrong.
no, you're confusing language and thought. This is a common. McGilchrist does this all throughout his book too.
No,
So
he
does
does
Noam
not.
Chomsky.
Oh my
Well,
goodness.
you know, your dad's got to say stuff to you to teach you the thing for you to know how to act.
Agreed
No.
with that.
You
No,
know,
no,
and you see him saying it, you see him doing it. That's why we have the saying: if you can walk the walk, if you talk the talk, you walk the walk. Yeah, that's the fucking saying.
Well,
It's
and
So speech
human,
and action. You know?
yeah, and a
You
human.
can't throw out thought, and you can't throw out thought and words, language actually, because
Well,
I
no,
think
you
well,
can throw out language. You
I'm
can't
sure-
throw
And
out
what
thought, you can throw out language.
no, you
I-
can't.
And they do.
I-
People do.
That's
They
your
do.
point.
If you like the medieval times, in medieval times, they would often go, not every guild, they would often go to a master to learn something as an apprentice.
Yep.
The master wouldn't talk to them. They still do that in Japan. They do it now.
Yeah.
It's happening now.
Yeah, but I
And they watch.
agree.
They're not
Agreed.
allowed to talk. They're
Yeah, that's-
actually
yeah, but you're
not
throwing the big
allowed
word
to
around,
speak
Mark. I love it.
because
But
they keep you out of the propositional tyranny. That's the point.
Yeah,
But
we
his
need-
lack of speaking is speaking. When you're as an apprentice, when you go to a master and he will not speak to you until you start grasping his ways, that his meaning, but he is speaking without speaking. So it is
Body
still,
language, yeah.
body language is still a language, and a very, I would say honestly, like I would say it's probably even more of a communicative language than actual language.
Yeah.
And I see what you're saying,
Because
but
animals get it.
Yeah,
that's what
exactly.
That's what Piaget said. This is what
Okay.
Peterson says. He says your knowledge is embodied first and foremost.
Okay.
And it just turns out that you don't need to turn that into propositions. I can't tell you how I code. I can tell you the results of my coding, but I can't tell you how I write software. In fact, I know for a fact that I don't write software the way anybody else does that I've ever met. There's a few people that I think are close, but I can't tell you about that. It's impossible. It's absurd.
Is it an art form?
That.
Is it an art? At that point, is it an art form though?
Sorry.
Yeah.
At the point where you've reached a thing that others do, but however you do it in such a way that others would not necessarily be able to copy readily unless they saw your work and then would be able to copy it. Is it an art form at that point?
No, it's all art.
Well, that means if it's art, then it's an expression of you. It is not and until you've subjugated it to a higher power, it's an expression of you. No?
No, it's all art. It's all art. That's the whole thing.
But what I'm saying is all art, depending on what type of art. Jonathan's art is a little bit unique.
No. The act of participating with the world in any way, shape, or form is art.
Yeah, for sure.
Like craftsmen, we're all artists. There are no craftsmen that are not artists. That doesn't exist. It's just that we've put art in the stupid propositional box. This is making about propositional tyranny. This is what he means. Oh, well, art has to be painting or drawing or photography or no, it doesn't. Art is making a table. That doesn't mean that everybody that makes table is a good artist, but it means they're all trying to art. That's what they're trying
There was
to
a
do.
Little House on the Prairie episode about this. where
Yeah.
Mr. Ingalls started making these tables in Sleepy Eye. And then this other guy in the next town, like Winchester or something, was like, I want you to come over here and make some tables and some furniture. He starts making it. They hire like 8 more dudes. They make the best fucking tables. They're super strong. There's this rich dude that comes into town. Says, Charles Ingalls, I like your tables. How would you like it if I bought them from you? He's like, yeah, each of them are $40, sir. He's like, no, I want to buy the idea from you. I'm going to make these tables. He's like, you can't make these tables. He says, it's hard to do. I don't know how I could teach you to make the tables. He said, don't worry about it. I have an engineer. He's going to take one of your tables apart, and we're going to figure it out. And he's like, what do you mean? And the millionaire's like, we're going to use machines, sir. Machines. We're going to make tables for everybody. And Charles Ingalls was just like immediately disgusted by this. He was like, no, they're not going to be as good. It's not going to be, what are you giving these people? He's like, they're going to get it for $10 cheaper. And he wouldn't sell it to them, blah, blah, blah. And anyway, the guy starts making the tables without permission. He changes one little thing, and it's like technically legal. So, what's the rational thing to do here? What are you supposed to do? What's the thing? Charles isn't selling any more tables. He had to fire all the workers that he hired. It just ruined a lot of people's lives. So Charles Ingalls goes over to the wood factory.
But that's the
he
way
punches the guy in the face is the end of the story. He punches him in the face.
Well, that's not a bad end of the story. That's not a bad end of the story, but however, that's the way of humans is that we always build upon, like when you reach into your imagination, you're not actually reaching into anything that you have. You're reaching into off-guarded memories. You're reaching into anything that
it's a space of possibility. Your imagination
is a space of possibilities, and every one of those possibilities is tied to a certainty that you saw in a previous time.
No, it's actually not. In fact, your imagination is
So
where you go to get away from things.
This is something I've had a question about. Do you, Mark, think that you can come up with an actual original idea? Something you have not seen, something that has not been revealed to you by another human or anything like that?
It happens all the time. Of course, people do that all the time.
Now, when we tap into that, okay, now we're getting into the realm of...
No, we're not tapping into anything.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Because that's materialistic, dude. You're being a materialist. No materialist on my channel.
I'm not trying to be a materialist. I'm trying to be a spiritualist and realize that
let me tell you how I know, because these tells are really important. Because it's and I'm going to do a video on this. It's going to take a long time, but I'm working on the notes for this video. You said tap into, okay?
Yeah.
Tap into implies there is something physical that you are drawing something out of or from. That is a materialist way of thinking about the world, okay?
Yep.
Another way to think about that is that when I go into my imaginary space, while I may have a starting point, because everything has to have a starting point, okay? There's no, what do you call it? There's no view from nowhere. There's no pure consciousness event. These are nonsense ideas that can't possibly have any utility in the world. Catherine talks about that with me in the Intimacy Crisis video on Navigating Patterns, by the way. If you haven't seen it, it's wonderful, right? So what that means is there's always a starting point. Okay, fair enough. There's always a starting point. But instead of using things I know about, I can launch from that starting point in pure exploration, which I think is closer to what these people are describing. And in that pure exploration, I can find something or build something, maybe from things I've never seen before or thought about before, and make them manifest. And the reason why I'm sure this happens is because if you look at the course of science in the modern era, we'll say from the late 1800s onwards, what you see is that science is doing what science fiction writers imagined. Science isn't...
I agree with that.
Right, but they're not...
Star Trek and the cell phone. Star Trek invented the cell phone.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
They're not tapping into something they already knew. They're tapping into pure imagination that was expressed as written form by an artist. That's literally what's happening. There's no question about it, right? That's actually what's happening.
But it's still a string of thoughts. So it like with Boom Shoom's or notion about the Star Trek and the cell phone, that he said, you know, that we saw that in science fiction and then we brought it into reality. The same thing's going on with Terminator and AI. The same thing's going on with several other things.
Where did
But we haven't done that yet. It's only the good things that we've made happen. Like the medicines, the cell phone.
There's some other nasty things that are at work that there's some nasty things at work in the science realm that take the COVID vaccine, whether you think it originated in China or not.
Right.
There
it was all consensual though. That's what we were talking about earlier. It was all consensual. It could have been that Outbreak movie with Dustin Hoffman where they burn everybody alive.
100%. That easily could have been the impetus. And somebody wouldn't have recognized that. They wouldn't have recognized it.
But again, you have to go back. You can't start it. The scientists read the writing. Where did the writing come from? Where did it come from?
Agreed. It started, but it's like layered wood. Everything is built upon the thing before it. Is it not?
Yeah, but that's not. But Josh, that's not the case you made. No one's denying that people build upon other things that people do. That's the relational aspect of the world. That's the Holy Spirit. Like that's what it is. It's the ability to build on other things that other people do, and language facilitates that. I'm obviously. I don't know why I'd have to say this, but apparently I do, based on all these crazy comments. I'm not anti-language. Hello, I'm using it all the time. I'm on YouTube. I'm fixing the cultural cognitive grammar. But hold on, Josh. Look, the fact that you build on things means there's a world outside yourself that allows you to interact with other people. And that's what it means. That's the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit also covers the imagination. What is the space from which you generate new ideas? Whether they're based on old ideas or not, I don't think has any relevance in the world. There are some new ideas.
It has relevance because we need to know it doesn't come from us. We need to know that we have
I think it does. Tradition's important, man. Tradition's everything.
There is no actual originality. There is no actual individual. Everything is built off. I mean, for me personally, and I could be wrong, and you guys are welcome to rip this idea apart. As far as I can tell, humans are highly programmable. We get programmed from birth, and everything in our imagination is built off of somebody else's idea that came before us. Just like wood in a tree is built off of the wood before.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Originality comes from the word origin, back to the origin. That's what originality is, in fact, etymologically.
So in every original thing that we think that we're coming up with, like you with your coding, you say that I code in a different way than anybody else really does. There's a reason, and I do not know what it is. I haven't lived your life or anything like that, but I think if we were to dig far enough back through the archives of your psychology, we may find something that allows you to code.
Look, it's not psychology, right? That's
the
psychology.
Sure? Are you sure?
No, it's the movement of the spirit, right? And that's why it's the Holy Spirit, because it's the movement of the spirit, right? It's all spirit. What
is spirit separated from? And this is where I have a hard time. What is the definition of spirit in the absence of psychology, and what is the definition of psychology in the absence of spirit?
Psychology is a categorization through, psychology is a branch of ancient Greek philosophy, right? So it's a categorization. It's an ontology, small o ontology. It's a categorization of a certain way of thinking about how you think. Okay, that's what psychology.
When we inherit a spirit,
in too many equivocations. You're doing too many You're sending out too many signals at once. You're asking layers of questions that don't relate to each other, so you won't get a solid conclusion.
Okay.
So if you want another language, another way to understand psychology, think of it as discernment of spirits.
Yes. It's one categorization of spirit. Thank you, Jesse. I was trying to get there, right? It's one categorization it's one way to categorize spirits. So you could
excellent.
You could say that somebody is schizophrenic, okay? And then what a priest would say is that somebody is possessed by a demon. okay, then you get to decide which framework is better for fixing the problem. Now, I'm not going to make a claim that one framework is better than another because I don't know. And it could well be that the psychological framework is useful in some circumstances for some people.
What's Christ's
more often
personality
than the
type?
spiritual framework.
Anybody
But
figured that out?
they're both pointing at the same thing, right? They're both actually pointing at spirit.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was trying to come to is that when we're talking about, like, it's very as a newcomer to this sphere, when we're talking about this category and this category, often the two are equatable. Like, and so when we're talking about spirit and we're talking about psychology, often we're talking about the same thing, but we need Vervaeke words. We need some sort of words so that we know when we're talking about.
We already got the words, I think, is Mark's argument. We already got the words. And Mark, I think I figured out what you're doing here, man. You're talking about spells. You're trying to dispel a lot of things people say, and they have this idea, but you look in the dictionary, and it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, and you're out with the dictionary.
And that's the issue. But I want to hear from David here because he's been trying to jump in.
Sorry, David. I didn't. Go ahead,
sorry,
dude.
David.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I want to ask the question: can you demonstrate that the spirit exists? Can you demonstrate that the spirit is a thing that exists?
It's not a thing that exists. It's a way in which you act. It's easy to demonstrate the spirit. Just go without food for 3 days. Tell me what you feel.
Or you can watch me dance around the room. You know, you can see the result of a spirit.
I agree with that.
I'm thirsty. There's the spirit of thirst.
That's not a spirit. That's just your biological reactions
to the impetus to want to drink is a spirit. You can have a spirit of anger. You can have a spirit of lust. You can have a spirit of all these needs that your body.
You're using spirit in a different way than I would.
Well, it's a spirit because it's a signal. It's a thing. It's the impetus. Your spirit can be an impetus to do a thing. Like when, I'll use a crass
good
term.
Vibes or bad vibes. That's what what people say now. That's what I say. I'm like, that guy's got good vibes. I need to hang out with him.
When you fall in love or any of that, the fact that those things can correlate in some people in some measurable way does not mean that came first. Right? It doesn't mean that. There's no scientific way, and the scientists will admit to this if you just ask them. There's no scientific way to tell which came first, right? Something triggered that response. And I think, Niram was on this. Niram was on this earlier, right? Yeah, what am I doing? My channel is about cultural cognitive grammar. I'm trying to fix the way people think about the words they're using so that they have a framework to understand reality. Because if you start using words like racism to mean you disagreed with something that I find sacred, then all of a sudden the language ceases to work. That's why we keep relying on language for cooperation, because it's not going to work if we keep redefining words every other day. Somebody actually accused me on the Awakening server. They said, here's a clip, Mark, of you talking to somebody in a voice chat using the word retarded. And retarded is a medical term. And I'm like, retarded was
Some things are retarded, man.
Some things are retarded. Some things are retarded.
No. He had no idea where the word retarded came from. It means slow. That's what it means.
Yeah.
Or, turn down is how I think. Like you turn it down, you retard the volume on your stereo.
You would use it in a car with a distributor. You would retard the timing. Why? Because you have to fix the car. It's not a medical word.
It's a French word. It's a French word. English is not a
Let Dave tell us what he thinks spirit is. I'm interested. I want to know what he thinks it is.
What spirit is something. See, I think when religious people use the term spirit, they mean something that is outside of the body. Like you have your mind, and I think that's where everything comes from. But spirit is something I just want someone to demonstrate that there is a spirit, and I don't think you can.
No, you
Yeah,
can.
you
You
can.
feel it
Oh,
all
you
the time.
What
you
do
want-
you mean
You
you
want one?
don't?
You want one that we all agree on?
You got a spirit. You got a
The
vibe. Like you're
mid-century
trying to
Ge-
figure
the
stuff out,
mid-century
man. And
Germans were
I
possessed
feel like
by
that's what
a
your spirit is. I don't know how to like show you a picture of it, but I can feel your vibe by you talking, and I can see you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
but that's,
I don't know. I
that's
feel
my
the
brain.
spirit of what you're trying to get at, and yeah, I
Yeah,
can,
but that's my brain doing the thinking that makes me
yeah.
say the words
Well,
that I
You don't
say.
have access to that.
The thing is I don't
What
actually
is
know
it?
what the hell is really going
What
on. I
is it?
just know that I can
Yeah.
feel and
What
I
is the
acknowledge
access?
that that's something, and I operate
And it's
off of that.
It's not
What's
an
the
easy
access
thing,
that
Dave.
people
I'm
have?
still, Dave. What do you? Are you saying, Dave, that you don't? That it's hard to even know that such a thing as spirit exists? Is that what you're thinking? Because
Yeah,
that's interesting.
So,
yeah. I don't think that the spirit exists.
So you have
It-
so in your paradigm, I'm really curious because this is interesting. So there's mind and there's body, right?
Yeah.
And
What's mind? How
And
does
then-
mind exist?
and what do you do with love, for example? Where's love?
What do you do with anger?
Love is in the brain. It's a series of chemical reactions in the brain. Love.
But the series of chemical reactions that you're having that might cause you to love and or be angered, that is the spirit that controls your body, is it not? If somebody cuts me off in traffic, I'm not thinking logically anymore. I'm thinking, you mother effer, why did you just do that? Like,
Well-
you know, and do you see that spirit of anger that came over me? The thing that is actually running my system at that point, the fuel.
I
No.
don't know. That's emotions. I don't know what you're talking
Yeah.
about, you guys.
But
Like,
I'm
this is like
saying that
even-
emotions and the spirit are tied. They're not dissimilar.
Emotions are the expression of spirits. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
correct.
I like
Oh,
that.
that's not true at
Oh.
all.
Oh, yes.
is it?
I don't know. I like that. I like that.
absolutely true. It's not all spirits are. Spirits are bigger than that, but emotions are a subclass of spirit. And that's the problem. Like, I don't have access to the chemical changes in someone's mind, but I
feel
can
like
still
this is
sense their spirit.
right.
What's that? Where is it?
I feel like this has been explored very well in Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. Like, are those spirits they're eating, the soma giblets, you know, those little things? Have you guys seen the TV show of Brave New World? They kind of changed it a little.
No.
Had different drugs, you know, that they could take
Good.
where they wanted. It was far more interesting, and it kind of revolves around separating the chemistry from the spirit, because they were eating the soma of like, I'm sad, I'm going to be happy. But some people, they started to realize it's not working anymore, because their spirit was shining through, you know, or whatever.
Yeah.
Not the chemicals. The chemicals didn't matter anymore. They're drugged
And the
up with all this
chemicals-
soma and shit, but still
But the
something
chemicals
beyond
wear
that
off.
was shining through.
So what's
Chemicals, they wear off over time. It doesn't matter what chemicals you take. They stop working over time with exposure. Well, what's causing you to stop work? Liquor is
Liquor's called a
how it
spirit.
can possess you, right? This is what Chris says. Hi,
Yeah,
Elizabeth.
Right.
Chris in the comments just said this. Liquor is called spirits because of how it controls your body.
Excellent.
And I agree with that.
Well, not only that, I think whiskey is a different drunk, gin is a different drunk, wine is a different drunk. They're different spirits.
Those are different spirits. That's why they're called spirits. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Even
tequila,
drugs.
wine,
You know,
beer,
you got
all of them
different
are
spirits
different.
of drugs.
what on earth are spirits? Because we were talking about the Holy Spirit before.
It's a loose term. I think
Oh my
spirits.
gosh, this is really complex. Like, what does it mean? Holy
Yeah.
Spirit.
He's saying, I like Mark. I like Mark because he said it's an expression of emotion, and I like that because the often. Okay, so take the liquor analogy. When I'm drunk on whiskey, a lot of times I might start feeling nostalgic. I might start feeling like, you know, emotional. I've even come up with like poetry and things like that when I've been pretty darn hammered. And, you know, and I was like, you know, actually that was pretty good. What spirit was I under when I came up with this? And it does control your mind. And so like, okay, so I fast every I fast quite a bit. I work through the day and then I eat in the evening. And I got to tell you, I'm not a violent person. I really try to avoid fights and everything like that. But I've almost gotten in a fight. Oh my gosh! I got out of my truck
I do
and
too, bro.
there was 2 people who walked in front of my truck, like not at a crosswalk, not at a stop sign. They just did it because they felt like they owned the road. I got out of my truck at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I was like, oh, what did I just do? Like, I was like, and I was hungry, and that spirit of anger was so much more ready. It was so much more ready.
That's
But
not Josh.
scientifically,
I know Josh. He's a nice guy. He's super sweet.
I don't.
Dave
Yeah,
wants
no.
to say something, guys. Dave wants to say
It was
something.
bad.
yeah, thank you. Yeah, but scientifically, we can demonstrate that the mind exists. We can demonstrate that the brain
No, we
exists. We can demonstrate that the body exists.
I agree. I agree with Mark. I agree with Mark.
Can we let him speak, please? Because I want to hear what Dave has to say. Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, we cannot demonstrate that the spirit exists.
We can't
What
demonstrate that the mind
measurements?
exists.
What measurements is there for the spirit? We can demonstrate that the mind exists, the brain exists, the body exists. We
There's
know
no scientific There's no scientific way
How
to
can we demonstrate that the spirit exists?
I can help out with this. I have an answer. Okay, it's spirit is like a program on your hard drive. You can see the hard drives there, but I don't know how or when we're going to be able to see the programs to show you. But that's what it's like. Like, it's a program.
But until you can demonstrate that the program exists, then you're not justified in believing that the program exists.
No,
Well, I mean, how am I like I'm talking to you? You know, there's something going on. Like I'm somehow able to speak to you, even though I can't prove how language is stored in my brain.
But that's not a spirit. That's just your brain working. Your
Right.
brain.
Well, right.
It's like this group, though. This group has a spirit right now, right? There's a
Yeah,
spirit
yeah.
here. There's something going on about the relationships between all of us. You even mentioned it, actually, and that's what spirit is. It's this. It's what you know to be true. You can sense it with your senses. You know, you can feel with this group of people that there's something more than just our bodies.
Measure something outside. You can't measure. How do you measure something non-material?
Right.
How do you measure a measuring stick?
It has a quality, though. There's a quality to it,
Yes,
right?
it's quality.
Different question.
That's the quality argument. There are qualities to the world, and qualities are definitionally not measurable. That doesn't mean they don't exist. Because that's materialism. Oh, if I can't measure it, it doesn't exist. I can give you a list of all kinds of things I can tell you exist that we can't measure. Science.
I'm not saying because
a tiny part of the world. Tiny part.
I'm not saying that because we can't measure it, it doesn't exist. But you're saying that it does exist. I want your justification for believing it does exist. It doesn't mean that it doesn't exist because we can't measure it. But you're saying that it definitely does exist.
You don't want to use the word
is the spirit possibly the measurement of? Because you're saying that your brain is okay. When I described my anger situation, you're saying yes, you were deprived of carbohydrates or protein, and therefore you lashed out at somebody. That's the process of events. However, the context for understanding that would be summated in a spirit. Does that make sense? And just like the whiskey is a grains and it is things, it's carbs, it's sugars, it's all these things. However, it's contained inside of another body that gets delivered to you, in which you take on that spirit. It's the context that you actually, so the behavior that you're displaying is going to need a context. Otherwise, it's just errant behavior. It has no cultural
how do you
relevance.
measure how angry you are? Like Josh, how do we measure how angry Josh was when he was angry? How do you measure that?
But it's worse than that, right? The problem with tying these things to measurement is that we can't measure consciousness at all. I mean, that's what the Thunder Bay Conference was about, consciousness and conscience. And the guy actually got up and said, yeah, we don't have a measurement for consciousness. But nobody thinks consciousness doesn't exist. That's insane.
Yep.
Oh, magnets, like Richard Feynman and magnets.
Well,
just because you can't quantify it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right?
Exactly. Well, and Vicky talks about this, right? I mean, he has a stupid example because he doesn't understand math, but he says E equals MC squared. Is that real? Can I hand it to you? Can I flip it around? If I hand it to you, do I still have it? Like, how many copies of E equals MC squared?
The way you hand it to somebody is with a nuclear bomb.
You don't need equals MC squared to create a nuclear weapon.
I know.
But that's the issue. Like, so there's all these things. How do you measure E equals MC squared? In fact, they don't know how to measure it. It hasn't even been confirmed. It's just a thesis that we're operating.
If it's in 12-point font, it's exactly 3 inches long.
But even take the device of the atomic weapon, and it doesn't actually have a spirit because it can be used for a nuclear reactor, in which it is fuel. It can be used for destruction. It hasn't actually become embodied in a way. It's only been unleashed. It doesn't have a spirit.
You're right. It is being embodied through the reactor, which is a good spirit, and the bomb, which is a bad spirit. It is embodied.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. Yeah,
I can see that.
Yeah, it's a constraint, and that's why constraint matters. That's why leadership matters. That's why authority matters. That's why the container matters, because the container constrains the spirit. And if you don't contain the spirit,
is the spirit the container, in your opinion, Mark?
Huh?
Yeah, a container can be a spirit. Like the xenomorph. Like the xenomorph has claws, but humans have fingernails, right? So we're embodying good, and whereas an alien that bursts out of your chest is embodying evil spirits.
Right. But the container constrains the spirit, right? This is why mob rules is a thing, right? Because if you get a mob together, what did you do? You have a bunch of agents in the world. That's what a mob is, right? And I make the argument that the only agents in the world are people, right? Because we have time, energy, and attention. And if you direct time, energy, and attention, direct it, that's power. If you don't direct it, you've just put energy into the world and time and attention. They're all there floating in potential. And then a spirit comes along and rises up, and the mob does something. Now, that thing could be good, but the odds of that thing being good, and that's an emergence, by the way, right? Now we're back to emergence and emanation. That could be good, but the odds of it being good are small because there's a lot more evil. It's a lot easier to do destruction than it is to do creation. So the fact that once or twice emergence happened and mob mentality did something good means nothing, right? Because you're at that point, you are playing the odds. Most of the time, it's not going to manifest in the good. However, if the leader of the group rises up, takes control, and sets the boundaries of the container, and they don't do that by themselves. Nobody does anything by themselves. That's absurd, right? They negotiate with the crowd to what are we going to do? We're not going to break anything, guys. And if anybody breaks anything, I want the rest of the people around them to grab them and stop them from breaking things. This happens. I've seen it. This happens. Tim Poole describes this too. If somebody does that, the spirit is now contained. That time, energy, and attention is now contained by a spirit. And the power gets manifest up through the head, the leader, right, towards the goal. And now you have something that can move the world. But if you don't submit to the leader, if you don't submit to leadership, to authority, if you don't submit to the head, the body can't hold. And then all of a sudden you have random emergences, and most likely they're going to be bad.
Jules Verne covered this in The Time Traveler with the Morlocks, I think. I see a lot of parallels with that. Yeah, the Morlocks, they change. So if people don't know Jules Verne's story, you know, the moon like cracks open from astronauts mining the moon, and it cracks open and fucks everything up, and all the humans go underground, and the rich people go underground, and with all the military, and the regular people are left up there to die, but some of them make it. So all the people underground have no clue that it's okay up above for like thousands of years. And they start to go blind, and they hunch over. They turn into these fucking monsters. They're just gross.
Yeah, they golems. And then they start like stealing the women from up above and eating people, and like they're monsters. They're not human. That was the thing that created the equilibrium, is they only take a couple at a time. And so every once in a while, the underlings come up and they snatch a few of the upperlings. and
Yeah.
and it creates
Why
an
is-
equilibrium.
Why
And
is that a good story? Why is that a good story? Because it follows a true
It
pattern.
shows. Yeah,
It's
it
a
it's
shows.
a
true pattern.
humanistic story because the higher or the lower takes from the higher, and it creates an
Yeah,
equilibrium.
But
But
it's
you don't have a
true.
third dimension impetus.
But it's true. Like that happens. You can observe that
Yep.
pattern in the
Yep.
world. That's what makes it a good story. If the
Yeah.
story
But
were
it's
different,
But it's
it
a
would not be
depressing
good.
story. It's a depressing story if there isn't a cause for being a higher being, because you could easily see how it might be more beneficial to be one of the lowerlings and be under the world and just take what you need, rather than be one of the hirelings where
Yeah.
you could live this utopia, but you might get snapped at any
That's the
time.
whole problem.
He went
That's
forward in time hundreds of years to see what would
Yeah.
happen if he left the Morlocks alone. And of
Right.
course, they destroyed the whole earth and ate everybody.
but
And
Just
that's
he
like,
was
just like
right.
Groundhog.
That's because it's relatable.
Yeah.
You see that pattern in the world. And so at that point, the story might be fictional because no observation occurred. That didn't happen to a person directly, right?
As
And
Peterson says.
nobody observed it happening to a person, right? That didn't occur. But the story is true. Now you could look at any number of other time travel type stories and say that story is a bad story. Why? Because it's not true.
Back to the Future, is it true?
And what you're referring to there is your ability to participate in the pattern that the story is exemplifying.
Yeah.
That's what makes a story good or bad. Right?
Okay, so the
Yeah,
ending of
there
Back
you
to the
go,
Future
exactly.
2, when he gets on the choo-choo train and goes to the Wild West, is that more uplifting, or the main character in the time traveler going underground with this little... I'm not going to spoil it. Which one is more inspiring? Even, I gave it away. I gave away the ending to Back to the Future, but not to the time traveler.
Yeah, but whether they're inspiring doesn't make them true. Back to the Future 2 wasn't true. The Time Traveler wasn't true.
No, they're
Agreed.
true.
But it's
No,
like,
they're
it is true.
fictional.
It
They're
meta
not-
true, like
they're
what Peterson
fictional.
said. That's
They're
the
not
term
true
he
in the
used,
movies.
metaphorically.
No, they're fictional, but they're true. That's my whole
Agreed.
point about
They're
the
fictional.
difference between fiction
No,
and
no,
true.
no. You can't be fictional and true. The two are opposites.
No, you can be.
No,
I'm with
No.
Dave on this. I'm with Dave on this totally. I agree with him. I don't think
No,
it's
no.
fictional and true.
A fictional
You can't be
story.
fictional
I think you're off there.
A fictional story is just a story that didn't occur to you and that no
Fictional
one
means-
observed. That's
Fictional,
all it
by
is.
definition, fictional means not true. You can't have a fictional story that is true.
No,
Fictional means not true.
You can.
Fictional
you can, because
means
again, you have to redefine truth.
fictional
to be correct.
means
true
not
is
true.
not true is not historical concurrence. That's
True
not
in
what
the
true is.
in the spirit of like a ship keel. A keel
True.
can be true or
Yes.
not true, which is crooked.
Exactly.
Fictional means not true. If you have a fictional
No.
story, it is by
No.
definition not true.
Nope.
that's not. No, I agree with Mark, and I
That's what
agree
it
with
means. That's what
Phil.
fictional means. Fictional means not true.
What do you
I
mean by
agree.
true?
But
That is
you're
what
gonna-
it does. I agree with that is
wait,
what
wait.
fiction
What do
means.
you mean
No, it doesn't.
by
Yes,
true?
fiction means fiction is clearly not true.
What
That
do
is
you
just-
mean
by
we all
true?
know that.
Define
Like, he's
true.
right.
If you're gonna
Wait,
argue
hold
terms,
on.
define
right.
terms.
Mark,
What do
you're
you
wrong.
mean by
This is
true?
easy. All right, I've got it up on the screen. Okay.
We're
Fiction.
cool with that, but it's not
From
right.
Oxford Languages, literature in the form of prose that describes imaginary events and people.
Imaginary. Are
Right.
imaginary events true? They're not. They're imaginary.
No, they better be true. Some of them better be true. How do you
Mark,
take an
You're
action in the world if you
postmodern
don't
and you
know
don't
it?
even
They're
know it.
imaginary.
Oh my gosh.
If
There's
you imagine
Mark,
something,
our
does
great
that make
hero
it
is
true?
postmodern. Help.
Not if you
Somebody
right. No. Look.
My
If
last
you
hope
imagine
is humanity.
if you imagine a tricorder and then someone builds it, was the tricorder true? Because it became true.
Yes.
So, like, how are you making that distinction at that point?
It just
Somebody
isn't true
imagine-
yet. It's pre-true. What if we said it's pre-true?
this whole idea
Look
of
at the-
truth and narrative is critically important. Like, and I don't think we know what we're doing yet. So keep going. Like, we need to know what we're talking about with truth. What are we talking about?
True.
Play the Johnny Cash song, Mark. Play the Johnny Cash song.
Truth and truth are two
Fiction is
different
the
things.
opposite of true.
Oh,
If something is
no, it's
fiction,
not.
it means not true.
No, it
Fiction,
doesn't.
by definition, the word fiction.
That's the
means-
definition,
The wrong
dude.
word.
The
No,
word
incorrect.
fiction
You're using
means
the wrong
not
word.
true.
No, it
What you
doesn't.
want to argue for truth, but you using the word true. So already your terms are wrong, and you've not failed to define your term when you say true, because true is different axiomatically from truth.
Yes.
Bingo.
Say that again.
Contains
Say that again,
truth.
Jesse. Go,
Yeah.
go, go.
True
They're two different
is a
things.
direction. It's an orientation. So when you're
Right.
saying it's fiction is not true, what you're saying is it's not an orientation.
Like true north. Like it's a navigational concept.
Truth is a completely different argument. And
So
you're trying
true and truth, are we're talking about two different. Our wording is actually incorrect. Jess, is what you're saying is that when we're talking about true, when we're talking about the straightness of an arrow, we're talking about the trueness of north. And when we're talking about truth, we're talking about something we could put our foot on. Is that
Fact.
kind of what you're getting at, Jess?
Yeah.
Yeah,
fact.
that's what I'm
What-
saying.
what
is
is
fiction?
if
Okay,
you
now, Dave, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm saying if you go into a library, there are fiction books and there are non-fiction books. Fiction books are not real. They are,
But that
they
could be
are
true
the
by
imagination.
Jess's definition.
They're not real, but I think what we're saying is
They're not
some of
real.
those fictional books are pointing true north or true south, like a direction we don't want to go in, I guess. You know?
Plato
opposite.
Tell me the-
True.
Tell me the difference. Tell me the difference between a fictional book and a non-fictional book. Like they're both
That's
books.
fair.
They have
That's
One
fair.
is fun and one isn't.
Fiction,
What's the
a
difference?
fiction, a fiction book is made up. It's not true. A non-fiction
history
book
can be made
is
up.
true.
You can write entire histories that are made up. So
Yeah,
again,
but that will make it
Define
fiction.
define
that will
what you
make-
mean
How
by
would you
true.
know?
I've just
How
defined
would
what I
you
mean
know?
by true. You should define what you mean by true. If you want to
Okay,
continue
yeah,
this-
yeah. What's Dave mean by true? Okay, and then what do we mean by truth? Because these are like important. Go.
What is truth?
Yeah, I would
That's
say
the
true
truth.
is things that are demonstrable and things that have happened in the past. Like a
Happened in the
non-fiction
past.
book, like a history book would be non-fictional.
What is a prophecy?
A prophecy in biblical terms?
No, you can
Anything.
prophecy anything. You can predict the future. Stock
Yeah,
market is trying
a
to predict the
prophecy is
future.
something that claims to predict the future.
You don't see how
Okay.
that's relevant?
I don't believe in prophecy. I think it's bullshit.
So
But,
what do the people in the stock market do?
Yeah, exactly.
sorry, I didn't say that.
The stock market.
What do people? They're trying
Yeah.
to discern if they should buy stocks or sell stocks. What are they doing? They're just trying to find what's true, where it's
That's-
going.
Where's the
that's-
trend?
I'm getting out of the literature realm, which is where you're trying to talk about,
Yeah.
not
But that's
define.
like gambling.
Because you're going to use historical and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
which is
but
not help.
no.
If you want to talk
prophecy-
empiricism, let's talk empirically about something that's
Yeah.
definable within this container of a conversation, which is
Yeah.
truth. I've put forward stockbrokers. How
Yeah,
do they know what's
yeah,
true?
but prophecy is claiming to know the future. Stockbrokers
That's
and that's just guessing. That's just betting.
No, that's
You
not.
bet it. You're betting that in the
Channel was
future.
called
this thing will
navigating
happen.
patterns for a reason.
Prophecy, it's a different thing. Prophecy.
Yeah,
is claiming to know- prophecy is claiming to know the future before it happens. The stock market is just
What if it's
gambling
right?
on.
What if the claim turns out to be accurate? What do you
Yeah.
do? All science is about making a claim and then testing that claim.
Mm-hmm.
When you make the claim can't be validated. Why are you making the claim?
What's
Yep.
your point, Mark? What's your point? I don't get your
Yeah.
point.
My point is that everybody, all of your actions, every single one of your actions is based on something that you don't know and can't verify in the moment. All
yeah,
agreed.
but
Agreed.
Oh, you
prophecies,
guys are all postmodernists. There's no hope.
No.
Prophecies
It's
prophecies
the
are
postmoderns that say
claiming
the
to know the future before it happens.
Yeah,
Betting
and
on
what
the
is
stock market is just betting. It might work, it might not work. We don't know. Prophecies is claiming to know
When it does work and you predicted that, what are you doing? If you saw a trend and you bet, okay, so right now Bitcoin is slightly going down. Okay, now if I draw a descending triangle in the graph, I can see that there's a very good chance that it's going to go down as long as it doesn't break the trend line. Now, as soon as it does break the trend line, now we're in a different scenario. But until it doesn't do that, I can predict even into the future what it is very, very like 89% likely to do.
exactly.
However,
The percentage is the main thing. Prophecies, if you claim to know the future before it happens, you are saying with 100% certainty that I know the future.
No, that's not at all what prophecy is.
no.
Yeah, it is. It's saying you know the.
No.
That's what prophecies are. You say
that's
you
not
know
what
the.
prophecies are.
You know
That's
the
not-
future before it happens with 100%
No, all right,
certainty.
look, is E equals MC squared true or not?
Yeah.
No, it's not. Not by your definition. Nobody's ever been able to validate it. There's no evidence at all. There's none.
What does
It's a
it mean?
guess.
EMC, like you can just write A equals M2. Like, what does that mean?
It's energy equals the speed of light. Matter. Energy equals the matter.
What?
Times
Where
speed of
is your
light squared.
evidence that? Where is your evidence that that is actually the case in the world?
Because it's either true or it's not.
Yeah, but
Energy equals matter times
where
the
is
speed
the
of light
evidence that
squared.
it's true? Where is the evidence that what experiment has been done that proves E equals MC squared?
It's theoretical, bro.
There aren't any.
It's true.
There are no experiment. There's zero experimental data that backs
There's
up
an
E
entire-
equals MC squared.
Right.
To Mark's point, there's an entire field that's called theoretical physics for a reason. Is because there gets to be a certain point at which you cannot get to the next thing without guessing and without just putting things out there and trying them.
It's theoretical, right? Science is explicit.
Theoretical.
You're using the colloquial term of theoretical. When scientists talk about theoretical, it means
science.
like
Science doesn't make truth claims.
Oh,
Science
you
has
are
never
so
made
stupid.
truth claims.
Oh,
Science
that's
cannot make
disappointing.
truth claims.
That's disappointing. I
No,
thought you
science
were-
cannot make truth claims. I definitely can't and doesn't try to.
You know, theory in science is the highest thing. There's nothing higher than a theory in science.
Because it doesn't claim truth.
How high do you have to be to make a theory
It
good?
doesn't
though?
I
rise
agree
to
with Dave on
truth.
that
How
too,
is that
theory.
different?
That's-
What you just said, theory in
that's true what Dave
science
said.
is the highest thing. How
That's
do you
true.
validate that statement from saying theology and religion is the highest thing? You're just saying
what I'm
category
saying
X
is
equals category Y.
no.
That's
No,
what you
what I'm
said.
saying is you're using
But
using.
you're not again. You've not defined terms.
Yeah,
I
he
put
has.
forth true. No, he's not.
You guys are
True,
just
truth.
yeah.
They're two very different things.
Okay, what's
Axiomatically,
truth
we're
then? Okay,
going
Jesse,
that
what's
you're trying
truth?
to
Go.
argue for what theology you're trying to enact on the world. Because true is an
No, I'm-
orientation. Truth is
And
something
I'm saying
understand.
I'm
It's something you can grasp.
I'm saying there is a word theory, and you're using the colloquial definition of theory, meaning just a guess or something. In science,
No,
theory.
Hypothesis.
In science,
Hypothesis. What
can
does
I
that
finish the
word mean?
sentence? Can I finish the
Let,
sentence?
let Dave talk. You keep interrupting him.
Right. What I'm saying is that in science, theory is the highest thing. Theory
Yes.
includes
Not
laws.
truth. Not truth. It doesn't rise to truth.
Results.
Well,
Results
what's
are the
truth?
highest
You
thing.
guys haven't defined truth. Come on,
Results.
Mark. Jesse, what's truth? Come on.
What results?
Is that what truth is?
Yes.
No, yeah. Well, in some ways, yeah.
Truth is results.
Yeah, truth is what gets acted out in the moment.
Theories of science led to the nuclear bomb.
So
It was a result that wiped out Hiroshima.
so
It was still true that the atomic bomb worked. It doesn't matter.
So are we talking?
It doesn't matter whether it's good or bad. It still resulted in the atomic bomb working, and
All right.
the universe doesn't care whether it's good or bad. It either works or it doesn't.
Okay.
Hold on, Josh. Hold on. Here's the new scientist. Okay, and you can just Google it. Like I'm just Googling this right now. You can just Google this. I swear, you just Google this. Scientific truth doesn't exist. Yes, that's true, because the highest order in science is not true or truth. The highest order in science is theory. And theory is the thing that hasn't been disproven. It's not the thing that is true. It's not the thing that is the truth. It's neither of those things. It explicitly neither of those things. And that
So
is
all of science is a theory, but most stories are true, is what we're trying to say.
Yes.
It doesn't claim to be true. It's saying this is the best we have at the moment, and we could be.
Bottom line is, if that's your definition of science, then it's insufficient, because we're going to have to deal with things that we cannot define, we cannot equate, we cannot actually deal with. So therefore, your understanding of science, you're not going to actually be able to get out of bed tomorrow morning, because you don't actually know when to get out of bed until your alarm goes off, until you have some actual impetus. But however, I guarantee you, if you have an appointment, if you have an interview, if you have something important enough, a spirit is going to come over you, and it's going to make you want to wake up earlier.
Define spirit.
We already did. It is the thing that is the context for your energies.
It's your vibe, bro.
Energies. Define energies.
It's like how you make other people feel, either good or bad.
Well, have you felt the difference? Okay, brother, have you felt the difference between when you were angry, when you were energetic, and when you were depressed? Have you ever felt any three of those things?
Yes, well, that is the spirit.
And your brain produced chemicals that allowed those things to take place, did it not?
Yeah, so that is spirit.
Okay. Now, inside of that, you had a context for that. You had a context for anger. You had a context for happy. You had a context for depressed. Those are the spirits. You have a spirit of depression. You have a spirit of anger. You have a spirit of this. You have a spirit of that. We're not trying to disagree with you. We're simply saying that these are the languages that older ancient peoples used to contextify. I doubt that's a word. To contextualize, thank you, that would allow you to actually understand what you were going under. Because if you feel depressed and you do not know anybody who understands what depression is, you will not have a context for it, right?
Right.
You will just be understanding your brain chemistry. So you won't actually understand that you're sad. You will just know that today felt like shit, and yesterday kind of felt good, but not really. Do you see what I'm saying there, brother?
Yeah. So are you saying that spirits exist outside of humans? If humans
I don't know. I have no idea.
I think it could be ethereal. I think that there is a really good chance that if you're in a particular I'm Native American. Obviously, there's a lot of Native Americans that talk about spiritual things and that. Yes. I live in Southwest Colorado, very near Mesa Verde, which is a big Native American ancient place of sorts and things like that. Whoa. And yeah, I could tell you that there is, I think, the spirits of people that have passed before us that kind of, and if I could, it sounds like hokey pokey language, but haunt this area.
I'm feeling what you're saying.
I kind of do. I mean, I'm not going to be weird about it, but
then the question,
I get that too. I can get that totally.
Yeah, but then the question would be, what came first, the spirit or the humans? Because you're saying it's the spirit of elders that came before. But did the spirit exist before the humans existed?
Yes.
I think that time is a little bit limiting in that everything that has ever happened has already happened. It just hasn't necessarily been realized. So inside of every moment, I'm going to experience another action. However, those actions are not realized to me.
I think it wanted to do it. I think it wanted to do us. I think it wanted us to happen.
Well,
I think that makes sense.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? You gotta build it step by step, so you don't want to take 4 leaps, Josh. That's the problem, right?
Sorry.
You've got to build the axiom step by step, but you see, I'm sure Jesse noticed, but I want to make sure Jesse noticed. So you see, you have to build in the language, because the words are there. The words are there, but the language isn't there, because language isn't only words. It's also the concept. So if you haven't thought of the concept of spirit before, or you haven't thought of the concept of where your emotions come from, or you haven't thought of the concept of why did the chemicals change in my brain, that is the thing that I measure, right? If you haven't thought of that before, you can't use the words, even if you have them, and sometimes people don't have them, to talk about these things. So you can't contextualize them anymore. So that you have to build up the axioms in front of the concepts, so that when you introduce the concepts, they have a language to use.
They have an insert, they have a plug-in, an actual place to go.
And then you can't go too fast.
Otherwise, it's going to be a myth. It's just going to be it's going to be misconstrued or something like that. It's going to be
big. If you make it too big, so let's suppose we collapse time all of a sudden, like Josh just did. Then there's too much possible projection.
I like Josh. I don't think he collapsed time. That's the way time works, actually.
It's a compliment.
That's eternal time, man.
He said time, right? But eternal time is actually a lot of different other axioms you have to understand before you get there. Is my point. And it's not. You don't need to go there. Would be my argument. And maybe
I think it's really helpful to go to a place like that to understand something like.
Well, the other Christians would, because they're Christian.
To me, native understandings like that really helped me understand Christianity. It was actually being at a little group of First Nations people here in Canada. I'll never forget it. I have never felt the sense of sacred the way I did. It was just a few people, and the elders were there. There might have been maybe 30 Native people. The elders were there, and they asked. We were all just milling about, and everybody was talking, and they asked us to be quiet. Mm-hmm. And I have never sensed anything like that. And they asked us to stand, and then. I remember there was one Native gentleman who was making these beautiful necklaces, and he had such a sense of eternal time. So I don't know. I think eternal time helps us understand Christianity.
It really does, because you can get beyond the free will and determinist debate by understanding that all of your actions.
It's all gone. You don't need. You're right into the world of enchantment. Like we don't need fairy tales when we have First Nations people.
What'd you just say, Josh? I want to hear you say that again. I couldn't hear you.
Sorry.
No, he said something heavy.
Well, I was in Bible school at one point, and there was a lot of Calvinists and there was a lot of free willers. And the free will people said that, oh no, all of our actions are free will 100%. And the determinists said, no, all of our actions are determined no matter what. However, you can totally get rid of all that debate by just realizing that all of time, because God is an entity that describes himself as being outside of time. So therefore, if there's a being that is out, or an entity that is outside of time, all of time already exists. Right. You simply experience it like reading a book. You only experience it every word at a time, every second, every minute at a time. However, it already exists. So you have a free will. What she got? The order of time.
Carlo Rovelli is a physicist, an Italian physicist. He says exactly what you say. There's no question. There's no question.
Time is a flat circle.
What you're saying, Jesse, is absolutely true from a physicist.
You need a framework to understand all that in. Is my point.
You can't
agreed on somebody. It's great if you have the framework to integrate it. And this is the problem,
right?
Framework to integrate it. You do. That's
You have a
reality.
454 V8 engine. You need to strap it to a sturdy steel frame, and you
That's
need
right.
to make sure that you have a thick, heavy-duty
That's right.
steel drive shaft going at least into a 400 Camaro rear-end differential. Otherwise,
Miriam,
you're just not getting anywhere.
But what?
Hey,
No. It's going to go somewhere.
If somebody
It's gonna
notices,
go
It's gonna go into your
It's
neighbor's
gonna go
house.
somewhere. It's going to go to Gnosticism. It's going to go to Gnosticism
Yeah,
because it
I
doesn't
agree.
have a container.
It's gonna go in the creek.
Right?
if somebody notices your porch that exists, you're going to pay more attention to it. If somebody understands eternal time, your attention is going to go to it. It's going to open the door of enchantment. That's
but
what we're
that doesn't
talking
mean
about.
you'll understand it.
I am still talking.
It doesn't mean you can drive it.
Sorry?
Let the woman speak.
Oh, sorry.
thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Dave. Dave is the man I've been waiting for in this little frickin' corner of the internet. There's no respect for women, Dave. You need to know about this whole, not just the little corner.
Not in the internet world,
Listen,
unfortunately.
Joe, there's no respect for the feminine. So,
I know.
and that's a whole other story. But no, honestly, I think the concept of it, like that helped me a lot to understand the eternity of time. Because if you can understand that time's eternal, you're not locked into all of these left brain
Agreed.
concepts. And
Why don't we
Agreed.
tell a 3-year-old that?
you're right
Why
into
don't-
Luke's enchanted world.
Why
And
don't? No, it doesn't. Why don't we tell a 3-year-old that? Like, why don't we just teach that to
I
3-year-olds?
do. You do. And they'll understand it because they know they live in
Delayed
eternal time.
gratification,
They're all right in this here.
delayed gratification, Mark. One of Jordan's like hallmarks is delayed gratification, right? He
That
says
teaches them later,
that. Well, delayed gratification is understanding that if you give up what you have now, you may get something better in the future, which is ethereal. It doesn't actually exist, but you believe that you can manifest something better in the future, correct?
Yeah, what you're doing, you're
You
pulling
need a better car.
You're pulling yourself into the future, Jesse. When you do that, you're actually pulling yourself into the future. Like there's no question. You're creating.
Yeah, you guys need to be around more mentally ill people and hear how they misinterpret.
I'm mentally ill, and I've never met a person who isn't mentally ill.
I have a
never
mentally
met a
ill
person
idea
who's
here.
not mentally ill
I think we're trying to build a car here.
Crazy.
We're trying to build a car, and I think Jordan Peterson started with a lot of the body work and part of the engine. And then we're trying to build some tires that are fat enough to take these curves and the speed. And there's all these religions and different perspectives that are like the Flintstone mobile. We're like, yeah, I see how that works. But we're trying to get this fucking Ferrari going, man, or at least a truck. Something to carry this shit into the future. And they're like, you can't do that. Look, this is a great suspension system. No. I like this old giant spring. I don't want independent suspension. Get the fuck away from me. I think that's what's exactly. We're trying to build a tank or something to get across the new challenges of our day. Okay.
Exactly. We're right in the midst of like the edge of the chaos.
And there's a lot of people like the Gnostics, building jalopies that don't make it far. They think it's the greatest thing ever.
Gnosticism is what happens when you encounter the inevitable mysticism that materialism doesn't explain, and you don't have a way to integrate
in the road.
You don't have a container. You don't have the concepts. You don't have the understanding. That means that that strays immediately into Gnosticism. That's actually the source of the Gnosticism.
It's kind of like a car that hits a pothole and it falls apart and kills everybody, or somebody else on the road. It's bad for everybody.
Let's
Right,
Come on, Dave.
So if you're against Gnosticism, you're against people claiming that they know things. That they know that God exists.
That's what it says. Knowledge and all. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, but the attitude, it's the goal, the result.
So would you class yourself as agnostic?
Defined as the quest to dissolve.
Man, I don't want to label myself.
I didn't hear what Dave's question was. Sorry, guys. He said he asked a question. I couldn't even hear it.
Yeah. So would you all class yourselves as agnostic? I'm an agnostic atheist.
No.
Would you all? Yeah, but Catholics can be Gnostic or agnostic.
Yeah.
I'm boom shroom. I'm a whole other. I don't know what to label myself as. I think that's a weird question nowadays.
That's honestly
I
like
have
an
no
identifier
clue. I don't. I'm happy to be here.
You're either Gnostic or you're agnostic. The two.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't think so at all.
Give
I don't know.
me a third option. You're either Gnostic or you're agnostic. That is a
No,
true
there's
Right
way
now
more
we're green.
than that.
It's a dialectic. It's a dialectic you're using. I
Yeah,
reject it.
it's a binary. It's a false dichotomy.
It's not a false dichotomy. You either
It's both false and
you are
dichotomy.
either agnostic or you are Gnostic. They are opposites. It's a true dichotomy.
Yeah, but
You
we
can
don't have
also
that-
be
Agree to
green.
your terms. I don't have to agree to your terms to have a
We don't-
conversation
Yeah,
with you.
but the framework's different, Dave. We don't have that framework. I don't think anybody here has that framework of these two opposing.
Because you can't have unknowing.
Right.
Exactly.
Because I'm in a truck and I think, Mark's in another car and you're in a car and maybe you're in a helicopter, Dave. We're all in these different vehicles with this different framework trying to make a civilization together. And that's the goal. That's what we're doing. It's like a busy world.
We went over this here.
yeah,
You're not listening. I'm in a tank, dude. It's right here.
He's in the tank. Oh, okay. Mark's in the tank. I'm in the truck. You're in the helicopter.
Forget the
What
word.
you got, Dave? What do
Yeah,
you got?
but you guys are all
Do
fucking
you know
crazy.
that God exists, or do you believe that God exists?
Sorry,
You
Dave.
guys are-
Dave, we're all so mouthy. We didn't hear you again. Go ahead.
Sorry,
yeah,
Dave.
yeah. Do you know that God exists, or do you believe that God exists? Let's get rid of the words. What do you believe?
Well, it's
I
not
believe
belief.
that.
Do you
It's
claim
not
to
belief.
know that God exists, or do you
Well,
just
God, either God exists or he doesn't. It's not really about belief. It's
Well, and that's the thing.
God doesn't.
Yeah.
Like Dave, I've never met Jesus. I've never shooken his hand. I've never met God. I've never prayed and met God. And yet I go to liturgy. I go to my masses. I go to Eucharist, all those types of things. However, I have never ever had a conversation with Jesus Christ. I've never met Jesus Christ. That's not something that I have done. However, do I believe in the spirit of Jesus Christ? Yes. Do I believe in the spirit of God? Yes. Do I believe that there is a God? Yeah, I believe that, and I walk that way. And unfortunately, I'm going to borrow Jordan's line here. I act as if God exists because I've never met him, and I'm terrified that he does exist. And therefore, all my actions will be held to account. So agnostic, gnostic, that's a hard. I mean, where am I at? I don't know, but I can tell you that I know I don't know what I don't know, but I know how I act, and
It
that's
reminds
when
me
we're
of the
getting-
Panopticon. For
Say
some
again?
reason,
Yeah,
when
but-
you said that, Jordan Peterson saying, I'm so scared that if that guy's real, I better act right. That's like the concept of the Panopticon, like the one-way mirror glass at the prison in the middle with the tower, and you can't see if the guards are looking at you or not. And then
Yeah.
the prisoners escape and get into the tower, and there's no guards in there the whole time, but they
Yeah.
thought it was. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
So, sometimes
And-
I think sometimes you have to act that way. Sometimes
Yeah.
I'll have to feel that way, but
Yeah.
honestly, it's but like the real
Me
knowing
too.
that I've experienced is far deeper than that. Now here's something else though. I think that goes beyond my belief is I can't prove to you that God exists, but you can't make me not believe he doesn't exist either. Like that's something that I've I don't think I can do it to myself either, to be honest.
I think it's that way by design. I think it's that way. It's that thing that we can't define. It's that thing that we can't. And so, yes, from a materialistic standpoint, it just sounds like we're all spouting our hubbly googly gook when we're saying like,
Well,
you know that.
Here's
Like I get
another
what.
thing.
Okay.
You guys-
Which frame
But
does your question exist in, Dave? Is it
But-
literal, ethical, spiritual?
But here's the thing: I want to answer something really quickly.
Those
You
matter.
guys are all talking about being in cars and tanks and shit, but you're actually sitting in your house, and I'm the only one who's actually in a car.
He's in a car.
You see, so what I'm talking about here is, it doesn't really matter what I tell you or what you tell me. What is your experience?
Right.
And there's certain things that I had to pay attention to. Like, I couldn't. It dawned on me one day when I was like, when I really tried to follow the logic down to how does a seed turn into a blade of grass, and it's impossible. And and like for me, that's like me here right now. That's me in the van right now. It's not like some theory about a fucking van or a tank or a goddamn submarine. It's like I look at that and then I can see those patterns all over the place. There's things, if you're paying attention, that you cannot argue with. And call it Gnostic or not. Is it helping you to live and to live well? Because you're going to live poorly no matter what. Right. So there's going to be a lot more opportunity for you to fall short in life. So what do you want to do? That's the option. What do you want to do? Because really, at the end of the day, we could say, well, God will be pissed, but it's like, yeah, but you're the one who still suffers, and all the fucking people around you. So what are you going to do about it? Are you going to live well, regardless of what happens in the next life? Because where are you right now? And we can also take the next life into the material realm and say, when you're dead, everything that you've done in this life actually does matter because it affects people that you'll never meet. So in that sense, the afterlife is real.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but just to get back to what Jesse asked me. Yeah, basically there is like means you know that something is real. If you're a Gnostic theist, you know that God is real. Agnostic means God might be real, but you're not sure. So that's what
you're trying to stuff people into what they know and what they don't know, and that isn't simply going to work in a lot of circumstances because we don't know what we know and we don't know what we don't know.
Well, Gnostic is a secret knowledge. Gnostic is like a secret knowledge.
That's what agnostic and Gnostic means. Just to get
how many religions do you think can get along? Like, how many of them do you think can coexist? For instance, I think Christianity, Islam, and pagans can get along. Yeah, but I don't know. Even the Buddhist people, I think we can get along. All of them can get along. Well, so where are the people that can't get along? Why can they get along, but other people can't?
And are we not?
Good point.
Aren't we all just seeing different progressions in the religious experience? I mean, so we go from paganism and the ancient Judaism, and then it evolves into Christ using paganism to do like this weird trick on pagan. Like, it's really weird how Christ uses himself as a scapegoat, and he, because of the way that he does that, he plays this weird like occultist trick.
It's a retooling.
Yeah,
I think the original pagan tool still exists, and the Christian tool is a different tool. And I think people are using the tools, all the tools again. It's a revival. I think Terrence McKenna was right about the archaic revival. That's what we're seeing.
Well,
what Jesse said is so important. Keep going, Jesse, if you don't mind, because that whole idea of the occult, like he turns the occultist thing right around. That's so well expressed. And
you can see it in so many ways. Like, okay, if I'm practicing voodoo or hoodoo or anything of the occult, I'm going to be praying in front of candles. I'm going to be doing this type of thing. I'm going to be focusing on different objects to imbibe that spirit and that. However, when I'm in Catholicism, I'm still praying in front of candles to icons. I'm still it's a flip of occultism, is it not? Like, I mean, you're counting beads, you're counting this, you're counting that. Like you're doing all these.
It's organized. It's organized in a different way. And that organization is true. Right? And so you can say the pagan organization is less true than the Christian organization. That's fair, right? Because truth is not a state of being. Truth is a state of relationship to something else. That's what to be true is.
So is occultism the chaos? Is occultism the chaos and Christianity is the order? In that we're taking something chaotic and Christ turns it into an order?
Yeah, but occultism is there's an order to it. It's so close, but it's not
unordered. Right, it's not unordered. It's just not as true.
Like the keel on the sailboat. that's not going to get you.
One takes more energy than the other.
Exactly.
Is how I distill it. One takes more energy than the other.
Well, and resources. This is Vanderklay's point.
Yeah.
Vanderklay said basically
One's harder to keep together.
We said polytheism didn't work because no one could pay. There wasn't enough money in the Roman Empire to pay all the gods to do what they were trying to do. That's, I mean, that's one way to look at it. Maybe that's not the best, but it is one way to look at it. Economically, it's unfeasible to have that many gods and that many temples. You have to consolidate them so that more people can cooperate under the same tent towards the same ethos or goal, right? With the same contained
We
spirit.
tried that, and then the Protestant thing happened.
Yes, the Protestants all burn in hell.
We tried. So would it be better to go back to the multiple gods? Because
No.
But
No, that
it
would be
doesn't matter whether humans can
already
or
That's the key thing. That takes me back to-
We're
Oh,
already
God,
in the multiple gods.
Hold
We're
on. I want
already
to
in
hear
the
Dave.
multiple gods. Come on, what do you mean go back to the multiple gods?
I'm
hear
just
Dave.
I'm being
Dave,
explorative.
quiet.
I'm just saying.
Quiet down, Nero. Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, does it matter whether we can afford the gods or not? The gods either exist or they don't. Whether we can afford them as humans makes no difference whatsoever.
I agree with you on that too. I don't agree that it's act as if God's there. That's nonsense. Either God's there or God's not there. And if you haven't figured that out, you might as well go and drink.
Yeah.
Well, and gods don't exist until people pray for them. That's why Jonathan said that every pagan is dragging around an ancient
That's
god.
what Freddy Krueger's all about.
Dave, go.
The person praying to the god wouldn't make the god exist. The god either exists or he doesn't.
Exactly.
Whether you pray to them or not doesn't
Because
make
he's the one
You're
true
totally
God.
right, Dave. I'm with you on that one. Like,
But
either
he's
God's
the one
there or
true
he's
God.
not there.
Dionysus doesn't exist unless people are in the Church of Dionysus. Am I wrong?
No, he
would
exists.
exist. He would exist either way. If human beings didn't exist, if the earth didn't exist, there were no human beings. Dionysus as a god would exist either way.
No,
exactly. Dave's right. Dave's totally right on this one.
This is where true matters. All the gods exist. The Orthodox are clear about this. The question is it more true to try to worship 7 gods or the one that is above all of them? And the answer is it's more true, right? So if you were sailing, if you were in a sailboat, right, the truth is what you travel towards. Right?
It's not it's more true. If it's more true, we're doomed.
Why doesn't God need a wife, do you think?
No, can just there is no more true. Something is either true or it's not true. There is no more true.
Well, that's a rabbit hole I'd love to explore later. But
Dave is talking, Boomy.
Something is either true or it is not true. There is no more true.
No,
I agree. There is no more true.
Definition of the word true.
True or not.
We covered this earlier. This is the wrong. You're defining truth, not true.
No, but
true
you said more true.
You are.
Dave's right. You said more true. Sorry.
No, true is how close you are.
There is no
more true. That's nonsense.
It's not a this or that situation.
You said more true. One God is more true. That's not how Christianity works. I don't think that.
Of course it is. That's exactly how Christianity
works. Does it not work like a tree in which you have lateral branches that are other gods, but there is one central stem that is a leader that you'll call inside of a tree, inside the tree world, and you'll have and you'll have a top, the one that outcompetes all of its others and gets to the light. The one that is actually the closest to the light is the truest leader. The rest of them are distracted.
It's not more true. That's relativistic.
Is God more close to a carpenter or a gardener?
It is a dichotomy. Something is either true or it is not true.
No.
You can't have more true.
You have the dialectic.
Something is either true or it is not true. You can't have more true.
You're right. You're right.
Let's go back to the Oxford Dictionary. We're going to go back to the Oxford Dictionary. We have to go. We have to start to Jesse's point.
Maximus agrees with you.
It's back to the dictionary. Okay.
I don't care about Oxford. We're talking about.
True is in accordance with fact or reality. Accordance isn't a state. Accordance is how far away or close to something you are. Accordance is about things like resonance, right? It's not about whether or not this is a binary form. It's to Jesse's point. It's not a dialectic. It's not a yes or no. It's not a 0 or 1. Trueness is a true friend is not somebody who's either there or not.
We never said that. We never said that. We're just saying that there isn't any relativistic closer or more true.
That's
that's not the claim of Christianity. Christianity
that's actually the definition of the word. That's the whole point.
That's not. Well, read your church fathers. Saint Maximus would never say that in a million years. None of these guys would have. That it was. They would maintain it was the absolute. It's the ground of being. The ground of being is not more true or closer. It's the ground of freaking being.
Without talking about ethics.
Sorry?
We've been going on this line for like at least 17 minutes, avoiding the actual word, which is ethics. We're using spiritual and political frames when we're trying to talk about an ethical problem. And that's why no one can build on anything and go forward, because we're just going to constantly go back to dialectics. So
I think we're doing great. I think we've made a lot of good points, and I like them myself. I got
to jet, guys. Very lovely talking to you, all of you.
See you, Josh.
Adios.
Talking to you, man.
Yeah. All right, adios.
Nice meeting you.
See ya.
Good to see you, Josh. Yeah.
This is a great conversation. This Mark, your live stream is amazing. You get these great conversations going that are so important.
Oh, I'm glad you like it. I'll take all the St. Maximus references that you think where he's using true in a binary fashion, because I very much get.
No, he doesn't. I didn't say he used it in a binary fashion. I said he doesn't use it in a relativistic way.
I'll take any reference you have, because I don't think any church anything ever does.
It's binary.
Find out.
I'm not talking binary. I'm just talking about.
No, because we were talking about, the Trinity and two, and then I keep bringing up, where's God's wife? Was she a ghost now? What happened? And
we're talking about things that are true and things that are not. We're talking about things that
I know, but we're not getting anywhere with that. I don't know what do we say about it.
If you let me finish sentence, that might help.
Yeah, go for it, bro.
We're talking about things that are true and things that are not true. Something is actually the state of affairs, or it is not the state of affairs.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
I don't think we can agree on that, man.
No.
That is a dichotomy. Something is either true or it is not true. That is.
No, I don't know.
No, still no. I still reject your framing entirely. I'm not using that. I'm using the dictionary definition.
Something either is the case or it is not the case. There's no probabilities in between.
Maybe, but that's not what the word true means. So I can agree that there's a state like that, but that has nothing to do with the definition of the word true.
Right. Something either is right. Green is green. Is that true?
Dave, what problem are you trying to solve? Dave, what problem are you trying to solve? What problem are you trying to solve or correct for? Because you're making metaphysical claims and with no orientation towards anything.
No.
Basically,
can I just ask a question?
Are you being an individual?
For fuck's sake.
Sorry, I'm trying to push the conversation forward.
All right.
Otherwise, we're just going to keep talking about either ethics or metaphysics without actually talking about the subject.
And I can't remain serious long enough to do any of that.
I thought it was a really important thing. I think Schaeffer talked about true truth. And so he was going in the same direction. You might like Francis Schaeffer, Dave. He wrote a book called the God Who Is There, and another one called He Is There and He Is Not Silent. And he was grappling with these same issues, and he would be very much on your side. And he also said, he wrote a book called The Mark of the Christian. His name's Francis Schaeffer. There's a community, actually. There's communities all over the world. You can go and live there and study. You don't have to be a Christian or anything, but if you're interested in these philosophical things, you can just go to L'Abri and study. You study half a day, and then you work half a day, and you have conversations, and it's just really interesting. And Francis Schaeffer maintained that in fact there is such a thing as true truth, and so he was
Now,
moving away
see,
from the relativistic way of seeing things.
this is
So
true,
just saying.
and then this is
You
not
might be
true.
interested.
Yes.
Sorry.
This is true. This is not true. True is not true.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like,
No,
why
it's-
does this look
it's
better
not-
to me?
It's
It's like
not.
I can roll things down it. It's
not-
smooth. When it's
it's-
like this,
it's
it's not true. Like I can't relate to it as good. The story sucks. This character's retarded. I don't like them.
No,
And then
no.
it's true, and I like
When
a
you
character,
do
and I
the
relate
thing
to them,
that
and
is
it
true,
makes
when you
sense.
do
And
the-
it's a straight line. I don't know. I tried.
No,
No,
when
it's
you do the
evidently.
straight thing, that is true. When you do the curler thing, that is also true. At that moment, that is true. Something
Okay.
is. I can't believe we're having this conversation. Something
I
is
mean,
either true.
me neither. That's
Something is
unbelievable.
either true or it is not true.
No,
It is
that's
either
not
the
the
state
definition of the
first
word.
or it is not. That is a true dichotomy.
This conversation's not true because I don't
Hold
believe
on. Richard, please enlighten us.
Here's a question that we can ponder, right? So Jesus says he is the truth. What does it mean for someone like Jesus to claim that he is the truth? Right? Does that mean that he is the embodiment of like the truth value of propositions? I don't think so. It's something more like I think it's something more like Marcus said about what's the word I'm looking for? Like not coherence, but like the compatibility, the instead of the correspondence of a proposition truth value with the world, it's like the idea of your mind fitting to the structure of the world in such a way that they come into contact.
like water in a vase. Is that what like that?
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. And so I don't know how to describe that in much detail, but that seems to be something like what Jesus is saying when he says, I am the truth. It is like, I am the truth, try and follow me. And that's how you live in the truth.
Right, but look, I mean, if true doesn't include true friend, then what use is this word? Like, a true friendship is not a binary. It can't be categorized in binaries. It doesn't work to say it either is or is not. That doesn't work with the word true.
So Mark, go ahead, David. Sorry.
Yeah, something is either true or it is not true. It is a proper dichotomy.
No, it's not. I'm telling you, it's absolutely
that's
not
the ultimate.
dictionary.
The ultimate dichotomy. Something is either true. It's
it's not. That is
or it is not
definitely incorrect in language. It is, you're just misusing the language and abusing it by ignoring the dictionary. The dictionary is very clear. It talks about
English. We invented the language.
Arrow is true. What does it mean?
No, I'm sick of Americans. I'm sick of Americans claiming that they know English better than I do. I am English. We invented language.
That's for the Oxford Dictionary. I read the Oxford Dictionary, dude.
It's true. The English-speaking is so much better than us.
If you actually cared about the truth, you would read the dictionary and know the definition of the word true.
That's why Ian McGilchrist is so much better than Peterson, because he's British, man.
English is
they're
a bad
so
language.
much better educated over there,
English
man.
is a bad language.
Can you conceive that the definition of truth that David is talking about is something like a consequence of propositional tyranny?
Say that again. Like that's interesting. Can you say that in a different way?
Well,
Yeah,
before I do,
sorry.
before I do, does that make sense to you, Mark? The question, Mark, does that make sense to you?
No, try it again, Richard.
Mark, if you could turn his volume up on StreamYard,
Yeah.
that might help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I might have to switch what system I'm going to.
Well, that's
Yeah,
better when you're closer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just get closer.
Is the definition of truth that David is putting forward a consequence of propositional tyranny? Because that seems to me what it is.
Mm.
Mark.
Mm.
Yeah.
So the reason why it's strayed from the dictionary is because we're locked in to thinking of the world only in terms of proposition.
Right.
Right. It's a binary. It's a false binary.
Yep, but that's a
But at the same time, we have to acknowledge the existence of the false binary.
right. Good point, though. That's a good point.
I acknowledge the bad framing that people have, and I smash it on my channel, Navigating Patterns, which is the purpose of the channel, is to destroy things, bad conceptions. Okay, it's in the Oxford Dictionary. It's in Merriam-Webster's. True is in accordance with something, right? So true is a relativistic term because it's accordance with something else. Right? Being in accordance with the actual state of affairs. And so it is a word by degrees. And truth is defined quite clearly as something which is true or in accordance with fact and reality. It's accordance. It's not a state. It's not a this or that. It is accordance, which is how close you are to a thing.
Yeah, I think
like friendship.
No, but
how true is your shot?
But something either is true or it is not true. Would you agree that is a dichotomy? No. Something either is true or it is not true.
That is both a dichotomy and false. It is not true.
It's not false
because the dictionary doesn't have that definition, and the dictionary doesn't make that definition.
Okay, Dave, I agree. For the sake of argument, I agree with you. Things are true and things are not true. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, I'm just. He seems to think that is not.
Get past that. Get past that.
That is the ultimate dichotomy.
We're moving on. For the sake of argument, we're going to agree with you.
Yeah.
There are things that are true and things that are not true. We'll agree with your dialectic.
Yeah.
Where are we going? What problem have we solved?
There's no end goal. I just want him to agree that something is either true or not true.
So Jesse,
there's no end. I'm not trying to build on that.
Yeah, sure. Let's try and pick up that dialectic. So I think Mark could try and explain what you're missing if you take that definition. Right? And so I think that's where you want to go with ethics.
Right.
So I think we need to play the Johnny Cash song.
Yeah, we do.
Can you play songs on here, Mark, at all?
No, we
Damn.
can't play songs.
Why not? We should.
Oh yeah, we can't. Copyright. I forgot. I'm so free over here in America. I just can't.
We're here together to hash these things out.
But music would help lubricate it a bit. Like I thought, Richard, your idea was great. Actually, I thought it was.
I'll learn how to play it so we don't get copyright struck.
Run your own goopy live stream. Get off of mine if you're going to do
that.
that.
But I think we're talking about attention, aren't we? We're really talking about it, where our attention is directed. That whole idea, and how where our attention goes is what creates our perceptual apparatus, which creates reality. So I think that's kind of how we see it. At least I see it.
Like, we could go there, but I think one of the, I guess I can try and say it myself, is that if you limit the notion of truth to this kind of dichotomy, then it's like you're covering an eye, right? You're losing most of experience if you reduce the notion of truth down to the propositional binary. Right now,
Yeah.
I'm not very good at explaining what you lose. I'm still trying to work on it. It's something like the ability to recognize the other kinds of knowledge that you gain that aren't proposition. And so I think that's where the ethics have to come in. Is the reason why, one of the reasons why we can dispute your definition is because it seems to be indicating that we're losing a notion that, you know, participation and liturgy and practice are necessary for living in accordance with reality.
It's flattening the world, right? Whenever you create a binary, you flatten the world. You get a low resolution picture of the world. And the problem is we're not living in a low resolution world. This is why when you try to understand something with politics, it fails immediately, because politics is typically just left and right, or liberal and conservative. And that those two buckets aren't sufficient in terms of detail to make sense of things. And that's why it's important to re-enchant the world, to add this extra space when we're not stuck in false dichotomies all over the place, or in any dichotomies, whether they're false or not, because there's way more to the picture than yes and no. There's way more to the picture than 1 and 0. There's way, way, way more to the picture than true and false. These are not helpful ways to think about the world, because the world is just complex. And we want to over-reduce it because we're trying to be individuals and trying to believe that we can rationalize and understand the world on our own by ourselves. And that is not possible technically. And we know this scientifically. So it is weird that all the science people try to claim that they're going to be individuals and that they're rational, when all the science says that there's no possible way that you're rational for any reasonable length of time throughout the day. It's really not a significant part of your life. It may be the most important decisions you make are rational. That's possible, but you're not rational most of the time. You're barely even acting consciously with most of your actions.
What is color theory and theology put together?
Wow.
A crazy Gnostic mess.
No, tell me what you're thinking.
I was wondering if you were going to say that or not. Is that what's going on? It's just what you said, you know, the black or white, the binary. Everybody's like, great, let's get these fucking colors out here and run with them. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I see where you're going, right? Okay. So I had an interesting discussion yesterday with a lovely person. He's a lovely person. I have no doubt that he's like a genuine, just awesome human being, right? However, being Protestant, he cast a bunch of things towards the Catholics, and I explained to him, the things you're saying about Catholics are actually the opposite of what Catholics act out in the world on average, but they do sound a lot like what other Protestants act like towards Protestant denominations that aren't theirs, right? And so, in other words, he's taking the Protestant, what would you call it, Protestant oppression by other Protestant denominations and saying that's the fault of the Catholics. Right up to and including ridiculous statements like, well, when you're excommunicated from the Catholic Church, basically up until Vatican II, that meant you couldn't be a saint. And I was like, no, the Catholics don't believe anything like that. Excommunication is whether or not you can commune with your church. Excommunication has nothing to do whatsoever with whether or not you're saved, or even whether or not you're a Christian. You can be excommunicated in the Catholic Church and still remain a Christian, because your ability to be a Christian is not determined by the church. And the Catholics never thought this was the case. Never. And it's not to say that some Catholics don't treat people that way, but almost all Protestants treat people that way. Man, if you're not in the Protestant church of that denomination, they think you're not saved and you're going to hell. That's very common. It's not universal, but most Protestants actually feel that way. So you can see the way in which reducing things down causes a problem, because excommunication in the Catholic Church really just means like one little thing, and it doesn't speak to these other concepts. But if you don't know that because you weren't taught that, then you think excommunication means saved and Christianity and denial of your faith or something. And excommunication doesn't mean any of those things at all. It only refers to whether or not you can go to church with these other people. That's it. That's all it talks about.
Do you think that Protestantism is Gnostic?
Yes. Protestantism devolves into Gnosticism.
Okay.
What is
So what do you think the solution is?
Burn them at the stake. That's always that's my solution to everything, though. So that's kind of like that's my first.
Where does your compass point true north? I should say. Well, what are you looking to?
The true north, and like this is a common thing. Vanderklay said this too, and so did this person, right? What they said was, I'm not a Protestant because I'm staying in the church that I was born into, but to leave the church that I was born into would make me Protestant. And I said, no. The only thing that makes you Protestant is that you're not in communion with the Catholic Church. And he said, no, that's not true. If I were to move to the Catholic Church, that would be a Protestant move. And I was just like, I don't even know what to tell you about how the world works and how the world works. But no, that's just raw. And this is the problem. And there's two problems, right? There's one of definition, but there's a larger problem. And this came up on the Awakening server, which is you can't tell somebody they're wrong because everybody wants to be nice. And I'm like, no, people need to know when they're going astray. They need to know when they're wrong. They need the negative signal. B.F. Skinner tried to prove that you didn't need negative signals, that positive only signals would make good, positive people, and he failed. And his son tried to reproduce his experiment, and he failed. And at least a dozen people that I know of have tried that experiment, and the experiment always fails. Do you know why the experiment fails every time? Because it's wrong. It's really important to understand that some things are wrong. And that
you got to do both. Like you got to have the carrot and the stick to produce energy.
If only that were written down in some book a couple thousand years ago, that would be great. Oh, wait.
I just said it. Let's all write it down quick.
Even if it was written down, I bet no one would read it. And then I bet even if people read it, they wouldn't understand it. And I bet even if they read it and understood it, they wouldn't act it out. Why? That's the human condition. Those are the perennial problems.
Well, you only usually need to use the stick once or twice. Then the rest of the time, they're running after the carrot. And I think that's what B.F. Skinner was saying. He just let the first stick part out, you know?
Yeah, that's correct. He was a universalist. He wanted to do positive feedback only. And he tried that experiment, and we know this from
in the end. I think it can work, but in the beginning, it's like it makes everybody worse. Job. And if you don't get fired for doing a bad job,
it makes everybody worse. It makes everybody worse because everybody feels entitled, and then when they don't get the thing they feel entitled to, they get angry and resentful. And boy, doesn't that look like what's going on today in the world? Yes, it does. People are pampered. They've been pampered for too long.
The stick's gone.
When their prediction of the world fails, they get angry and resentful. When their political candidate gets into power because they think top-down power from above works, it fails, and then they get angry and resentful. Go ahead, David.
Good point.
I know this has gone on for a bit, but can we get, is something true or not true?
I can't do it.
I can't.
Something true or it is not true.
I don't know. To be or not to be, that is the question.
Do you exist?
No.
Do you exist?
It is a true dichotomy. Is something true or it is not true? That is a true dichotomy. You can't get any more true dichotomy than that. Something is either true or it is not true.
Do you exist or do you not exist?
Then if you are saying no, then you are refusing dichotomies.
Yes, I refuse all dichotomies. All dichotomies are false. Yeah, I actually think that's provable, by the way. All dichotomies are false because they do not represent the real world, because in the real world, there are no dichotomies.
Right, so something is either true or it is not true. You disagree with us?
No, there's a carrot or there's a stick. We've got that far. We've got that far, man. Like, we should hold that up, you know, and glorify that for just a moment.
Dave, do you make compromises?
Is either true or it is not
true.
You disagree with that statement?
Dave, do you make compromises? Do you make compromises?
Something is either
No,
the
no,
same
no,
as
wait
or it is not the
your
same
question
as
for the last hour.
Something is either true or it is not true, and you are disagreeing.
Answer my
with
question. Answer my question. Do you make compromises?
It doesn't matter whether I make compromises or not.
Your question doesn't matter.
It
So
doesn't
your
matter.
question doesn't matter.
Something is either true or it is not true
Your
in the
question doesn't
universe.
matter. Your
Something
question doesn't
is-
matter. You just answered your own question.
Something
If you
is either
don't
true.
recognize you make compromises, then your
Something
question
is-
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if something is
Not
true or
relevant.
not true,
Right.
because you have to make compromises.
Because something is either the state of affairs or it is not the state of affairs. Something
Okay,
is either true or it is not true. That is
No,
to me.
Bad dialectic is a bad way of enacting in the world, because you make compromises. You have to make choices. You have to
Right,
exist.
this lighter exists or it does not exist. Do you agree
Do
with that?
you
statement?
exist? Do you exist?
Answer my question. This lighter either exists or it does not
It
exist.
doesn't exist.
Do you agree with that statement?
The lighter
The lighter
doesn't exist.
Exist
Oh,
for the
it does not
period
exist.
that it has fluid.
No,
It-
I'm
I'm asking. Answer
that.
the fucking
No,
question.
that's not true because it's not in your hands. You can't know anything about it. And you don't even know if it's an illusion. You have no idea.
This
So
lighter
from our
either
perspective,
exists-
the lighter doesn't exist, and it can't exist. Worse yet. So what are you going to do now? It's not true. It doesn't exist. Now what, David?
No, I'm just. Do you agree with the statement that the lighter either exists or it does not exist? I'm happy with both answers.
No. I only agree that it does not exist.
Right. So, yeah, but that's right. So it does not exist.
It does not exist because I can't light anything with it. So it doesn't exist.
Yeah, but I can. So it clearly exists.
I don't. I you
I feel like
can't
this
prove
is a
that to
chapter
me.
out of a Douglas Adams book
You
somewhere.
can't prove that to me at all. That's the problem.
You can see it.
No, I see something, but those are photons on my screen. That doesn't. I didn't see it light anything.
You're shooting photon torpedoes at us, bro. With your lighter.
I don't have any access to that lighter whatsoever. None. Zero.
Yeah, but that's a start. But you would agree that that is a dichotomy. Either the lighter exists or it
Well,
doesn't.
what's
No.
the point of you bringing this up? Well, why? Why does it matter?
I'm just trying to get to a starting point.
No.
Wait,
We're off to the races.
No, this
Where-
is Schrodinger's cat. I'm saying Schrodinger's cat is dead. It's always dead. The lighter doesn't exist. I'm
No,
saying
that
it's
cat's
not
fucking
in
alive,
one
Mark.
state or the
Don't
other.
say that
I'm
shit.
saying it's
That-
only in
that
the
cat's
state of
alive.
non-existence.
I
Yeah,
got that
but
cat lives with me now. That's not true. Don't say that. It's awful.
yeah, but you're missing the point.
No, you are missing the point.
This lighter exists or it doesn't exist.
No, it only doesn't exist, David. It only does not exist.
I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you for the answer to my question. I'm saying
Landrew helps civilization.
No, I'm saying your
Landrew
question,
is good.
your question is nonsensical because the lighter doesn't exist.
This lighter either exists or it does not exist.
No, it doesn't exist, and therefore you can't ask a question about it because it's not there.
I can ask a question about it.
Hey,
David,
Can I ask a question about
you
something
picked a
that
bad
doesn't
limited
exist?
object. You've
Can-
even picked a bad limited object, because as soon as that limited object doesn't have lighter fluid, what is it then? It's a container.
Right, this book, right, it doesn't matter that it's a lighter. I'm just saying this book either exists or it doesn't
It doesn't
exist.
exist. No, it absolutely doesn't
And
exist.
I'm not asking
Question about it.
I'm
Because
not
it
asking
doesn't
the
exist,
question,
you
does this
can't
book
ask the
exist?
question.
Oh, you're so
Mark, does that shirt you're wearing exist?
To me, it does.
Oh, dear.
I'm not asking.
David,
I'm not asking the question. Does this book exist? I don't care about your answer.
No,
I'm
it's a
saying-
nonsensical question because it doesn't exist. You
Let
can't
me finish,
from a
you
non-existent object.
motherfucker.
Dude, why do you gotta be a dick like that, man? You know, you're harsh in the vibe. You got a bad spirit about this whole thing now, man, and I don't like
Yeah,
that.
where's that spirit come
I'm
from?
all Mr. Nice Guy until
Is that
somebody
real?
starts acting like this, dude. I'm not gonna tolerate that.
Right.
Like, why are you being that way for real, dude? I don't
Shut
understand.
up. It's because people keep talking over me. Like,
Dude,
you
we have been so patient with you. Like that's a joke, right?
Shush.
Like, are you a comedian?
Right, fuck.
No, are like you a fucking comedian, bro? Like,
No,
what are you
shush.
talking?
Shut the fuck
Dave,
up.
I think
See
we
what
should.
I'm saying?
I think we should part ways,
Shut
mate.
up.
Dave, I think we should part ways. Thank you. Gosh.
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, look, I mean, it wasn't that
Well,
hard.
thanks.
If something doesn't exist, you can't ask an existence question about it. It's that simple. Like you know,
Well,
like
so do you actually not take the how would you phrase that, for example?
We
Do you
answered
not-
his question 7 different ways, and he still didn't like.
Yeah, but
Didn't
look,
like our answers.
guys.
Because he didn't want to deal. Sorry, Richard. Sorry.
Guys, when you're trapped inside of proposition 2, I feel like you gotta be more gracious.
no, Richard, look, here's the problem, right?
Sure.
You can't jump these people 7 steps ahead of where they're at. They have to have these concepts first. If you start talking about large containers that are complex and they're stuck in a binary, they're never going to understand what you're saying, right? If you whip out the Jesus, they're gone. Their eyes glaze over and they hunker back into their little binary dialectic world where they have certainty and certainty and precision, right? They go right back to their science. You can't land the plane on top of their head and say, see, plane. You need to introduce them to the concept of flying very slowly and carefully, step by step, and build it up. Well, but we didn't, right? And for whatever reason, right? It doesn't really matter. You have to go really slowly because they get they get frustrated with the fact that their way of seeing the world cannot work. Cannot. It's not an option for it to work.
No, but well, so I'm in this weird in-between space where I can inhabit both perspectives. So like
no, you can't. They can't. Your status doesn't matter.
I see where you're coming from, Richard. Like I think there's a time and place for compassion, and there's a time and place for the sword of truth, man. You got to cut people out. That they will corrupt you and destroy you and bring you down with them while tricking you into thinking you're helping them when you're not. You're not. They're just bringing you down. They're destroying you.
The fact of the matter is,
and like that guy, to be specific, he was destroying the vibe.
Right. To be specific, if 2 people don't agree to cooperate, the fact that you're nicer than they are won't help to the cooperation to happen ever. There's nothing.
They'll eat you.
Do. There's nothing you can do. You just have to accept that any strategy that you try is going to fail if only they have bad faith. That's all that it requires on their side is bad faith. And the minute they become a bad faith actor, the conversation is done. And it doesn't mean you don't wait. I mean, Jesse was very patient, right? It doesn't mean you don't try. Right, the minute they go bad faith and start doing false dichotomies, because we did, right? Jesse said, "I'll grant you your false dichotomy. Now what?" And he didn't have it. He said, "Oh, I don't have anywhere to go." It's like, okay, good. Well, that's aside. And then he brought it back up again and again. Why? Because he's looking for accuracy and precision, and no amount of tolerance or toleration or grace or being nice is going to change him into a good faith actor. That's not going to happen. Now, I'm not saying that there is a tactic for changing them into good faith actors, because maybe there isn't. But look, you got to take the L. Sometimes you got the loss. You got to take the loss, dude. Like, you can't say, if only I had been a better person, I could have changed this person. Now you're playing God. That is not up to you. That is not up to you. You can't have that attitude. You have to know when to walk away.
Freedom of association is a critical concept.
Right. All you're doing at that point, when you fail to walk away at the right time, and maybe we went on too long, I'm not claiming we did it any better.
I think we went on too long. I was being too nice.
You sour the well for them for longer and maybe forever. And that's actually a real problem. If people smother you with the Jesus or the niceness or the tolerance or whatever, all you're doing is making them worse. and you're not making them better. And you may feel better because you didn't hurt their feelings, but that doesn't mean you did good just because you feel better about your attitude about it. And that's actually a bugaboo I have with Christians, is that they do not know when to bring the hammer down on people. And if you don't do that, people will not know that they have transgressed, and they will be transgressing forever.
That's true.
Sure.
I don't know where my picture's gone. Is my voice there?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, I thought you. I don't know what happened. Try to turn your camera on and off again.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, I don't know how to do anything, but you're right. You're right,
Maybe
Mark.
log out and log back in. It would be an easier way.
Oh, Lord.
You could try that.
Yeah, but
You
it's
might be back
actually,
in.
but guys. you
Yeah,
wanna know what
tolerance
I
is
think?
not a virtue.
Yeah, but you guys, you got to listen. Sorry.
Yep.
You want to listen? Yeah. You guys kept interrupting him though. I thought you were a little off. I'm going to be honest. With
No,
you.
he kept
We were
making
pretty
his
patient, I
point.
felt.
He kept
Did you?
making his point, and then we'd say, okay, and then he would claim that he had more to say, but Jesse already established, we grant you you're true or not true. Now what? And he stopped talking, and then he wouldn't pursue it any further.
You can't have the whole thing revolve around him, and he was making it revolve around him. It was very rude of him to do that.
That's true, but it's also true that I think he probably was stuck there. Like, I just wonder if there was some way that he could
Well,
have.
we can only
That's
pray for it.
fine. And
we could have
started
got him
cussing at us.
unstuck.
I'm cool trying to help people stuck, but he was angry.
Look, at some, give me a sec, Richard. At some point, you have to say, look, we had a bunch of good faith actors giving him all the space he needed to make the point he needed to make. And maybe there was a way, but maybe none of us or all of us combined were smart enough to enable that way. And we just have to give ourselves grace in that we were unable to make progress in that conversation. I don't feel good about it because I spend my day trying to do just this with individuals. And every time we lose somebody, Manuel and I usually get upset about it. Right. But we also go, you know what? I'm not going to sit there and say, oh, look at all the poor souls I lost. Because A, that might not have made any difference. And B, I don't think that's healthy. Like, you've got to move on from your insufficiencies. You've got to accept that you're an insufficient creature and go, you know what? Maybe I just can't pull that off.
No,
and that's
you're right. You're right because it's not. Yeah, you have to practice. It's a hard one. You have to practice exclusion sometimes, and that's just what it is. Because otherwise, there's no markers for people to see, and they're doomed. It's just for sure. There's no question. So that was, but you don't know either that you didn't affect that he. You don't know that it didn't affect him either, right?
No,
maybe,
right.
Maybe he'll really think about it, right?
I'm not unhopeful just because I lose contact with somebody.
Yeah, for sure.
I've had people contact me later, like months later, and go, "Wow, what you did 4 months ago when I rage quit really helped me." That happens. So it's like you can't even judge it in the moment. Just because somebody rage quit or left or was booted or banned or whatever doesn't mean that you didn't crack them open enough that 10 months, 10 weeks, 10 hours, 10 years later, it won't resonate with them and cause a positive change that otherwise might not have happened. You just can't judge it in the moment that harshly.
I've actually had a similar experience where I actually very mistakenly there's a friend that was hanging around, a group of friends of ours, and I made a statement that stuck with him for almost 10 years. I basically said, look, we're all creatives, you're not. And that hurt him. And he brought it up like 10 years later because it was the truth. He's not a creative person. He can do artistic things, but there is a certain personality traits, there's a certain essence to creativity that he just doesn't possess. Creativity is a synthesizer. You have to get two different things and kind of put them together in an interesting way. And he
Simon Cowell. That's Simon Cowell, right? Look, you got to tell these people early that they suck because they spent their whole lives with their family going, you're the most amazing singer I've ever heard, right? So a bunch of people lie to them and then they think they're amazing. And then they get bitter and angry that they're not the next Lady Gaga, although like who'd want to be after that video I saw today, and they're not the most amazing singer in the world. And then it turns out that they shouldn't have been pursuing that. Like they had another call.
And it's very rewarding for people to watch that downfall for some reason. They laugh in unison.
Yeah.
That's one of the highlights of the show.
We all like a good downfall. Although I would say the image going around Twitter today that I saw like 9 times to my detriment of the woman literally vomiting on Lady Gaga's cleavage while she played the drums was that's
What the hell was that from?
It was from a concert.
Jesus.
She stuck
Was
her
it-
fingers in her mouth, and green barf came out of her mouth and all over her Lady Gaga's
Yeah.
dress while she was playing the drums.
Purpose or
Oh,
by
wait.
accident?
What, Richard?
Sorry.
Did it happen on purpose or by accident?
No, it's part of the performance.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it was on purpose.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, like it's not like I purposely intended to hurt this person. It was a casual comment. It was a general observation.
Yeah.
There are 10 people here, and out of the 10 people, you are the least creative. There's certain things that brings us all together, and we've included you, but I'm just noticing the difference.
Yeah.
And
You're on the margin.
hurt. And I was hurt. I was hurt to hear that when he went through a mental episode that actually came back up, and I was like, okay, well, like you could bring it up in the next year or the year after that or the year after that, and I can try and help you. I can try and point you in the right direction. But things do resonate with people, and sometimes we don't know the full effect of our words. And you know, I actually have to live with that, with the fact that
it's not your responsibility.
But you still have to be responsible for your words.
No, people have to be responsible for their strengths.
Yeah, you can't be fully responsible because it's a relationship and there's 2 people involved. Like I can't be responsible for your misinterpretation of my language. I mean, so on the Awakening server, people are actually saying, you accused so-and-so of this. And I'm like, okay, where's the evidence that ever happened? Of course, they have no evidence because it didn't happen. And then they get upset at me because I pointed out to them that, well, I didn't do that. Like, it didn't happen.
I think what you're talking about, Jesse, is deference. And I don't know if it's the same. I wouldn't call it the same. I could have really tore into that guy on here earlier, but, out of respect and deference, for this isn't my channel. I was like waiting. I was like until it started to become an unacceptable, statistically in my mind. I'm poking fun at that, but I was like, the probability of people accepting me telling this guy off now is pretty high. Let's say 90%. Tore into that guy on here earlier, but out of respect.
Elizabeth is doing.
Oh, I thought I was echoing, but I think we're having until it started to become an unacceptable.
How to fix it now? I think. Oops.
There we go.
You closed the wrong tab. We'll get the right tab to close next time.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's sort of, and you could call it the elephant in the room problem. You could call it the problem of tyranny. It's like there's something hyper relevant to your goal. Oh my, how perfect. There's something hyper relevant to your goal, but that if you identify as relevant, then you have to fix some things. And that's hard.
Yeah, sometimes tyrants disguise themselves as victims.
Right.
I think that's what we experienced. We were like, not sure at first, and then it's like, oh, you're like a wolf in sheep's clothing for sure now. You're like, I have no.
Yeah, I don't know. I sympathize. I mean, I think what happened there was he's just really low in disagreeableness. He's captured by propositional tyranny. Because I was in the same scenario 3 years ago, but I'm high in agreeableness, so I wouldn't do that. Right. And
right.
So that's how I interpret it.
But the problem actually comes down to the simple problem of he was trapped because he couldn't communicate with us because he couldn't get agreement on his axiom because it was and even when he did get agreement, the axiom wasn't useful, and so he couldn't take it anywhere, and so he he removed himself from communion with us, and we can't. And I want to tie this back, right? Like, we can't take full responsibility for people who voluntarily remove themselves from communion just because we have an insufficiency in ourselves. We're not being fair to ourselves, right? And so that's why grace matters, and that's why the grace. You don't have grace. Grace is given to you, it's revealed to you, it's an emanation from above, and then because it comes to you, it's your obligation to extend it to others. And that's the sort of formula, the pattern that you navigate that holds the world together. And when you're not doing that, and you can just look around in the world and see a bunch of people not extending grace or not being charitable or something, right? When you fail to do that, then the world falls apart. Like, absolutely. And it's not the whole world, fortunately, although we might get to World War III the way people are going. I mean, I think if we all pull together, we can make World War III happen, guys, but I'd rather we didn't. But that's why grace is important, because we're not the arbiters of the conversations we're in. They're relationships. The other person has a great deal of say, the other people in this case. You can't just sit there and say, oh, there's a perfect conversation that I could have with this combination of people about any topic. That's not true. There's no freaking way something like that is reasonable. It's not a reasonable expectation. So now we're just dealing with, well, where are those lines and when do they change? Like, when does somebody
It can feel that way though.
Yeah,
it can feel like you're having like a really epic conversation, even though it's maybe not the most perfect thing ever. You come away with that feeling that, whoa, that was really something.
Sometimes it is, Nero.
Yeah.
Sometimes it is. And when you've got a bunch of people like we've got here, then we can have wonderful conversations, right? But that's not always the case, and it's also not the purpose, because at a certain point now you're in a mutual fan club, and I don't want to be in a mutual fan club. So on the Discord,
you're in a milk machine.
Well, and on the Discord server, I actually have a rule on the Mark of Wisdom Discord server that if you're in agreement, you can't stay. We're not here for that. Like, if you're in agreement, you can't stay. Like, it's a bit of a joke, obviously, right?
Yeah,
but
it
came up today. Somebody said something on the server, and she was just being horrifically disagreeable, and I was actually a little annoyed. And I said, well, now I'm annoyed, and I can't kick you off the server because the rule is you're not supposed to agree. So you're perfectly safe.
Yeah.
But that's why that rule exists, right? It exists to say the fact that somebody disagrees with you is not grounds for you to do anything about them on my server, because the point of the server is to have people in who are going to just in. And the other day when we had the discussion with the Protestant about the Catholics, boy, there was no agreement there. We were going back and forth. Manuel was pissed. I was pissed. We're like, why are you saying this crazy stuff, you nutty Protestant Gnostic bastard? But at the same time, like, at one point I kind of sidelined the conversation, not really, but I said, look, I know you're only from online, granted, but I know that you're going to heaven. Like, I would never, as somebody whose closest theological association is Catholicism, only because I grew up with it. Although, again, I never read the Bible, so like, what do I know, right? I believe that you're going to heaven, and I would never believe otherwise. Nothing about your theology is going to change my mind. Nothing, because to me that's not a theological issue at all. Theology is just playing the philosophy game on the other side of the register. It's a waste of time, right? Not entirely, but it's a waste of time for most people, right? And so. And he stopped and he said, I really appreciate that, Mark, right? Because to let him know, like, our disagreements here don't change how I think you're interacting with the ineffable at all. It has nothing to do with it. The fact that we fight and disagree, and that you know nothing about Catholicism because you were brought up in Protestantism and never opened a book or Googled it, literally, because that's all I was doing. Well, this isn't what the Catholics believe. I didn't think they believed that. Right? It's not a mark on your character. And the fact that I can't help David, and that Jesse tried and he couldn't help David, and that all of us together
it's mighty Socratic
of you, on our characters.
Right. because that's the point. I think that is a very, very critical point. You have to be, kind of in that Socratic dialogue. I think most of us here are in good faith doing that. Somebody might say something here or there, but you'd be like, they're cool. They're not, but 1, 2, 3, 4, strikes,
Right.
then it's, I can tell you're not like playing the same game we're playing, having a good time playing, making cool shit happen.
Right. You and your books, burn them all, Richard. You'll be better off.
Talk about Socratic dialogue. Love that.
Well, like halfway, because I was listening before I joined, it's like this conversation's already getting pretty existential. So like, all right, I'll get my existential painting up. So I put up in one book, the Scream is in the background.
The Scream.
It's kind of ironic or symbolic to me that
there we go.
There it is. There it is.
The Scream.
What is it
happening on the stream?
The Scream. Monk.
Edward Munch.
Yeah, Monk. Okay.
The foundational existential painting, or expressionism, depending on Norwegian. But yeah, it's all part of a series called The Frieze of Life, which is a huge concept and different things. But yeah, it's a pretty well known any whole existential.
I mean, everybody feels that way Monday morning going to work. I mean, it's a very relatable painting.
It's one of those paintings I have hidden away. I've got like 15 there, and I've got another couple around the corner and different bits and pieces. But yeah, it's one of those ones you bring on every now and then. You're like, all right, okay, all right, cool.
Well, what is it about it to you? What about that painting? Pulls you to it.
We have you could say that there is the scream of life in all of us, trying to understand different aspects. The complete tragedy of things sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you need a good reminder about that.
Right. A good scream.
Art doesn't exist solely to be beautiful. Put it that
way.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And our life doesn't exist solely to be free of struggle.
Yeah.
I wish I had my Hieronymus Bosch painting in here. It's one of my rooms.
I couldn't deal with that every day.
Well, funny story, talking about Gnostics and wizards and shit. I used to work in a bookstore, and the bank would call us when they're like repossessing a house or they're like getting the stuff out of there, and they would throw the books away until they found out about us, and they call us and be like, come pick up all these books for free. We're going to trash them. And man, I don't know what it was in this region, but there were so many like grimoires and wizard people. And so we were cleaning out one house with the bank employees. They were getting like the gold candelabras and stuff, and they were just letting us get the books out in boxes. And I saw all these Hieronymus Bosch posters, like really high def ones in there. And I'm like, those are mine. I'm taking all of those, and I put them up because never really seen one of them in person. I kind of knew who he was, and I looked at him really close. I'm like, what the wild blue fuck is going on in there? That is really crazy. What's he saying? And then the paradise, and then like normal earth, and then hell, like the transition. Like he was the commentary on civilization and humanity itself was pretty heavy to me. I'm like, I need to put this up in my house.
It's a very modernistic frame thing to have pictures in your house. It's a very new phenomenon. Art used to exist in a arena, in a theater, in a library. So
you go somewhere to view because I guess they were difficult to reproduce. It was a fancy thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Now it's a luxury. We get to experience a museum in our house, a museum of our choosing.
Well, yeah, exactly.
You want to see my images?
Yeah.
My images are Pokemon first.
Ah, sweet, dude.
Because I got into the TCG recently.
Mine is a painting.
Oh, beautiful! That's beautiful.
Yeah, I knew in the background.
I've got the dragon, and I've got my artwork on my board. It's terrible because I'm not an artist. But yeah, that's how I roll.
What is that?
What is that?
But that's the
definitely
spirit over there in
agree.
Europe, right? The spirit in Appalachia is very rebellious, and so I would
Yeah.
expect Hieronymus Bosch and grimoires and all that, right? It's very Gnostic by design because those are the rebels. They don't want any structure and they don't want any government, and that's in the
Just the
United
trees,
States.
man.
That's where you go. That's where you go. You go to Appalachia to get maximum freedom. That's. I mean, it's right there in the ethos for sure.
Maximum freedom.
Should
It's
be
true.
its own state. The state of Jefferson should rise again. They should do it.
It might still yet. Stay tuned.
Yeah, well then they can get rid of my ticket in Virginia that I think was unfair.
For sure. I mean, yeah, we'll hook you up. No problem.
I know you would. You're the best.
A ticket in Virginia, Mark.
Hey, they're serious in Virginia, man. They got helicopters with radar guns and lasers.
Oh yeah, they're
Like that
not.
dude over here 5 miles away speeding, intercept.
Yeah, but you're going down a mountain, like literally. Like it's into a tunnel, and they're like, "Oh, you're going over the speed limit." I'm like, "My brakes are burning up, guy. I've been driving down a mountain for a long time here. I don't know what to." The guy next to me is going the same speed. Pull him over. He's in a truck. Like, what are you doing?
I hit 115 to here in
Don't tell anybody that. What's the matter with you?
Because it's fun.
American speed cameras?
I like to
Do
share.
you have
fun
speed cameras
things.
where the camera is permanently set up? that
Sometimes.
Only in a few states. That's
Yeah,
illegal in
few
most of the
cities.
states.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got
really-
caught by
Let's
one.
go fast.
I got caught by one of those in Michigan, I think. Yeah, in I think it was it Cedar Rapids or something? I forget where. But yeah, I got hit by a camera and I was bullshit because I was like, that's not fair. Because in the New England states, I don't think there's any place on the East Coast that they can give you a ticket without pulling you over face to face. And that actually makes a huge difference. It makes sense that you would have to do that.
Well, in Britain, they're all over. They're everywhere. You
got to get your gun back, man. Get your guns back. You gotta get those muskets first, and then work your way up to AR-15s, man. Then they'll start listening to you guys. They'll be like, "What? How are they gonna vote this year? They have all these guns. Oh my God, we better not fuck them over too bad."
That's not how that works. But I like your attitude. Yeah.
Where are you at, Bruce?
Me, I'm in West Virginia, man.
You are.
He's in Appalachia. He's in Appalachia.
Appalachia. Yeah, that's me.
Appalachia. Yippee-ki-yay. Appalachia. Absolutely. It's a weird place. It's very different from the rest of the U.S. I'll tell you that much.
I love it. It's missed.
It's not the South. It's not the North. It's not the Midwest. It's not the
It's
East
the
Coast,
mountains.
it's the West Coast. It's the Rebel Mountains. Yeah, I think the Ozarks are similar.
We ought to rename them that.
The Rebel Mountains. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds
Mountains.
awesome.
Yeah, isn't it like Thomas Sowell's thesis that black gang culture came out of like Appalachian honor system?
No, do we want to talk about where that really came from? I don't think we do, because
No.
I like your channel. We're not going to talk about that.
I think we're good.
There's
I think
other
we're
things in the world to talk about, like, Lethal Weapon 5, which deals with that very same question in a lot of different, softer, kid glove ways. I'm excited about it. What's Riggs going to say next? I have no idea. It's going to make everybody angry.
I'm fundamentally not political. Like, I don't like political framing. I don't like talking about it.
It's too small. You can't understand anything in political or economic terms. You just can't. It just doesn't map to enough of the world. You can understand certain small specific things, but once you try to understand anything reasonable, it just fails.
I will tell you that Lethal Weapon 3 is dog shit, though. I tried to rewatch it.
That's true. That's true.
The divide between 2 and 3 is very...
But what they did with 4, like, how did they pull that off? I don't know.
It's not true. It is true. So we can say that about it in terms of...
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that was frustrating. I was so many times like, hey, Mark, can we do a debrief after this? Because I'm worked up. And so many... Like, how many solutions do you need to give to someone? I was like, okay, all right, cool.
Not enough apparently. I don't know.
Lethal Weapon 1, Lethal Weapon 2, Lethal Weapon 4. What's better?
I mean, one.
One is the best.
One.
Yeah.
One. I'm getting too old for this shit. Go on, man.
Already in the first film. That's the interesting thing.
Yeah, when he's in the kitchen, it's the first time Danny Glover says it, and it's just like that's his catchphrase. It's this whole thing, you know. It's the first time for everything.
Yeah, did you watch How I Met Your Mother? Because they did an episode on that.
No, I'm not big on sitcoms.
How I Met Your Mother is one of the greatest serial little TV series of all time.
Is it good? I never really watched it.
No, it's absolutely. You have to watch it. It's absolutely brilliant. But they did the Lethal Weapon thing in one episode, and so he goes off and like he makes a mini bucket list, right, to do because he's like in his 30s or late 20s or something. Right? He's like panicking about getting old, and he makes this mini bucket list, and he does all this stuff, and it practically kills him, right? Because it's just stuff he's too old to do, right? Whatever it is. And then he finally gets to the end and he goes, I just realized every time he says that, it's not true in the movie. Right. That's the whole point. Yeah.
True.
Right. It's funny. Well, and that's a good question. Is comedy true? Dun, dun, dun.
If it makes you laugh, it is.
Exactly. Why?
Well,
because
okay.
It's in accordance with life in some way that you can participate in. That's what true is.
Now, I have heard, as I've told you, Mark, I've been getting way into comedy, and I just did a thing not too long ago. What I have noticed studying stand-up comedy is there are several different types of laughs people give in live performances.
Yes.
And one stand-up comedy bit that I was watching, he was saying some really vulgar, out there stuff that could be funny, but it just wasn't to me because I was like, it's like you're browbeating people with this material. And I heard something strange in the laughter of everybody in the audience, and I replayed it and showed it to my buddy I'm doing comedy with. And I was like, these people don't really think this is funny, but they're laughing. It's like a nervous laugh. And they're laughing because they heard somebody else laugh next to them. A mob laugh, like a nervous mob laugh.
Or they're all uncomfortable with the concept.
Yeah.
If you're comfortable with the concept, your laugh goes one way. And if you're uncomfortable, it's a nervous laugh.
Yeah. So then I noticed with other comedians, like let's say Richard Pryor or something, like one of the old school greats. Those people were really fucking laughing. Like that was like a belly laugh.
He could get into the flow of the distributed cognition and really tie it into the act, right? Like he was in the moment.
Yeah.
Like I can't do stand up. Unless it's improv. Improv I could do no
That's
problem.
Fun. Yes.
Right, but I could never do a stand up because it requires all of this framing that I can't. Especially now, man, my framing is messed up. I'm always trying to jump in other people's frames and figure out where they're at. So my framing is complete trash right now. Yeah. But it's very hard for me to organize that because I my cousin did it. He went to one of the comedy training schools in Boston for a while, and he used to do an open mic night with some stand up comedian guys, and they did a great job. Actually, it was really good. And that was one of the things that was going on was he was learning how to do that. And so I was showing up, watching the shows and watching them all learn, as amateurs, how to be funny. And it was fascinating to watch. It was really, truly fascinating to watch. Jesse puts more effort into changing paintings that I'm
loving his museum he's got.
Anything in my house all week. Like he's already exceeded my weekly allowance for work in my house, just in that one little section there. You're muted, Jesse. We can't hear you. You got to come off mute, dude.
Oh, thank you. Ooh, X-Files.
Do you see who's at the top?
Oh, Jesus.
Who is it?
Is it the Hare Krishna or something? Or what? No,
Oh, there we go. Oh, there's the man. The man, the myth, the legend.
I just was
Is it
like,
the-
what can make this poster better than putting Jesus Christ up at the top of the flying saucer?
you're turning on a chariot.
I must say that I love the fact that Jesse thought it was the Hare Krishna. That makes me that's good.
A big facetious. But anyway.
What do you got up there, Jesse? You're on the big screen now.
Yeah, show us your art, bro.
Oh, okay. We wanna.
Yeah.
All right. Story time with Jesse. All right.
Absolutely.
We got Matisse,
What is that?
Henry Matisse,
Goodness.
French Impressionist.
Nice.
That's good. I don't spend much money. I just find good deals and frame things. My favorite,
Oh, lovely.
Van Gogh. Love that.
Sunflowers.
Sunflowers. We've got a little Rembrandt I've had for 15 years. It's been everywhere with me. I love that. This is going to be slightly controversial, but
Ooh, there we go.
Very nice.
we're collecting a few movie posters.
That's good stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Monroe,
Classic.
classic. We've got Men at Work.
Ooh, that's a cool one. I like that one.
Yeah, I've
I
had this
like
for like
the
10
band
years.
better, but that one's okay too.
This is a foundational image. That's
Yes, classic.
That's the U.S., man. That's the whole United
Very
States.
much.
Yeah.
We've got another Matisse. There's another Matisse, another French interwar.
Lovely.
Why do you keep talking about my teeth?
We've
I
got
love verbal jokes. It's sad.
Henry Carter Benson. Another.
Never seen that before.
I don't know
this is
that
a-
one. Man.
This is like if you want to know what photography is, you just study this painting, and that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it is a painting. No.
No, sorry. This is a photo. Sorry. If you want to
Okay,
photography,
it is a photo. Study the photo. Got it.
yeah.
Got
So
it.
that's
You've
in the
got
days
foreground,
when
foreground, background. You've got triangles. You've got subject matter. You've got formal, informal things going on.
Mm.
It's also timeless until you know the actual date, which I don't think I've got. It's somewhere.
right, but that's
Context.
that's an ethos that we no longer have. Like people used to go to the
1922.
canals and they would watch the ships go by, and there was this whole thing that we don't do anymore.
Oh, that'd be cool. Get drunk watching the ships go by.
Grand Central Station. Another.
Oh, beautiful!
Lovely.
Yeah, this is.
I've been there. It's a.
They've all got
gorgeous-
somewhere to go, and they're in a hurry.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had just redone it when I went there. It was absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, I haven't been to the US. We will eventually get there.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah, you got to come hang out, man.
Yeah,
Oh, well.
we'll go visit you, or you can come visit us. Oh, more Van Gogh. Okay.
Oh, thank God. Another movie poster. Oh, gosh, I'm going to keep going.
Oh.
This is
Love it.
2001, the best film ever made. You can't beat this film. This film is unbeatable.
Yeah, I mean, the bone turning into a spaceship makes it.
Oh,
I haven't seen that, guys.
You've got it. This is.
Heretic.
I don't know if you can make a better film than this. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
You
I
can make
really
a
need
film
to.
in a better genre, maybe, but in terms of film,
I mean, if Jodorowsky would have made Dune, maybe it would have. Maybe.
I actually think the documentary of Jodorowsky is better than the product he would have made. Sometimes
Yeah.
the story about the art is better than the actual art.
Yeah, I watched that. It was a wonderful documentary.
I scabbed this from the side of the road. This is a Monet.
Ooh, that's beautiful. I love that.
Simply frame this.
Yes,
Do you want me to
absolutely.
keep going?
Keep going, bro. I mean, yeah.
You're in the flow. Keep flowing.
All right. I got some other. Oh, see, I've got too many to deal with. Here we go. I got a Goya.
Oh, lovely.
This is another 18th century. The sleep of reason produces monsters. So This will be going in my new studio. We've got one of my favorites, William Blake.
Oh, there we go. Now you're talking my language, buddy.
Yeah,
Blake.
William Blake's great. I'm slowly developing a Japanese art.
It's a cat.
Wow.
This is
Nice.
Or something.
Yeah, I love this.
Is that not a cat?
It's a spider. It's a spider with a mustache.
No, fuck no, man. Nah,
Oh,
nah.
Whoa.
I'm glad that guy's gonna fucking kill it.
What year is that? What?
When did this come out? This is
Yeah.
Yosh. You can try and pronounce that.
Okay.
Yasatoshi.
This is
Oh,
late
interesting.
No,
Edo period.
is the correct last name, yeah.
Yeah, 19th century. Wow.
Actually,
Melancholia. I don't know. Is Melancholia art? I don't know what that is.
Yes, it is. Or is it a weird movie instead?
Melancholy is a great movie, in my opinion.
I've never heard of
Another.
It made me sad, but that was the point.
That's the point of
What
the
is
movie.
Yeah.
This is another. I think this is Australian painter, the impressionist.
Australians can paint? Really?
Yeah. Well, she's slightly British, so I guess.
All right.
They
that
turned all
makes
those
sense.
tattoo needles into art brushes, huh?
Aren't you all just British? The Brits didn't want? Isn't that how that
We're all
works?
convicts.
We're all convicts.
Interesting,
I like it.
Do you want me to keep going?
You can go as long as you want, buddy.
Okay. All right.
And we will keep watching.
I'm down.
We bought a bunch of these Japanese art postcards to frame
Ooh.
series.
Oh,
Yeah.
those are awesome.
Yeah, I love these.
These
Oh,
are
wow.
awesome.
I like that.
Yeah, I've got a bunch more. Here we go.
Oh,
This is a
beautiful. I love Japanese art. It's really
Yeah,
good.
the lines, the color, the style, the subject matters.
Yeah, the style. Yeah, the styles are amazing.
Well, you know why they Japanese is considered high art, right? It's because they basically isolated themselves from the
Oh yeah. Feudal Japan. What was that part of it?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. It was called something else though, wasn't
Probably
it?
have a whole stream about that whole period. You know, that'd be an interesting topic as well.
No, wow. I love the Warriors.
Yeah. So, bunch of different archetypes is what I want around the house. So.
Oh, cool.
I asked them, like, they have the images, right? I'm like, can I just get them as an A4? And they're like, no, we just made postcards. I'm like, but you have some of them as A4s. Why can't you just print me more? They're like, no, we're not doing that at the time. I'm like, just print them. They just have a printer there, and then I can just click the button, and then I'll buy the, and I can go home happy instead of having this argument with you. I've got 3 more. Do you want me to go get them?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Gosh,
Absolutely.
I am so out of my league. I don't know how to appreciate.
We're trying to civilize you, Richard. Stop being rebellious.
No, so
Submit.
I can do classical music. I am a very cultured appreciator of classical music.
Well, stop rebelling and start appreciating.
Who said I'm rebellion, Mark?
I did. Didn't you hear me? You want me to?
I lied. It was actually 4 more.
Excellent.
So we give you for lying. Oh wow!
So what is that? Oh, Matisse.
Yeah, Henry Matisse. So this is on the eve of painted on the eve of the Second World War. Goldfish in a bowl.
The eve of destruction.
No, sorry.
Yeah.
Eve of the First World War, 1914.
No, the beginning of the
Beginning of the
disaster.
Great War. Yeah, beginning of the end for the West, maybe. And this is, maybe a little bit controversial, but this is, 1951. It's a pinup model, I guess. But it's classical. It's not.
Hey, you're surrounded by men of culture here.
We've got another sort of. I'm not sure if it's.
Oh wow!
Come through.
Yeah, 1919, huh? Hyde Park.
Whoa, dude. That dude is booking it.
This is on the essentially on the eve of the Second World War.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, that's.
Oh,
Then
printed
we've
on.
got,
Okay.
and then we've got another. Oh gosh, post.
Ah, love.
Oh, look at that.
Which is
Ah,
it came
oui,
out
oui.
Perfection.
like most of Robert Denogier's photography work. It was completely staged, and once you see it, you're like, oh, of course, everything in the background is blurry. Everyone's standing still. You've got old photography methods. Like, of course, it's staged, but it feels so authentic, and that's what matters.
It's the
true.
first cover of Vogue
It's
magazine.
true.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
It's definitely true.
I've got
Sally
more
Jo
things.
says, Sally Jo says so much need for wall space in this man. Like I guess he's referring to you. You just need wall space.
Yeah, well, we're renting this place at the moment, so yeah, it's been where when we have ability to hang things, I've hanged, and then yeah, I don't want to put any
We'll
more
have to
down.
buy you one of them loft apartments over there, even though everything's super expensive because you have a fake lumber crisis. Well done, Australia.
Did you guys see the image going around Twitter of the he had 70,000 books in his attic? I don't know if you want to Google that, but it was something. He had them all basically as separate insulation in his house. It's all like he'd fully restructured his whole house to fit his book collection in. It's a
has Burn Power gotten his records over to
oh gosh, yeah, I want to talk about
where is he with? Georgia? He
Yeah,
said he was moving
Tbilisi, Georgia.
But yeah, he said he was trying to get all of his records over there. Because he has like how many like 5,000 records?
probably. He's been collecting since the 70s, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
Holy macaroni. Whoa, Jesse, I just looked that up. That's impressive.
Yeah, it's
Can you share it?
I don't even want to. It's too glorious to be shared. Give me a sec. I gotta find a picture. Well, holy wow. Oh yeah, this is nuts. Let me see if I can make it full screen. If I don't make it full screen, you won't be able to see it. How does this work? Why can't I manipulate the universe to my whim?
because you're not a Gnostic.
That is true.
You're not a wizard, Harry.
I think I
want to see that movie. The movie where like people go around, no, you're not getting into Hogwarts. No. Every episode is no, you're not a wizard.
No, you're going to space instead. I always wanted to see what would happen, with the wizards and the dudes with phasers. Like, who would come out on top? How would that work out? Don't know.
That's cyberpunk for you.
I guess so, right?
Especially a Japanese anime, it's very very progressive and very transgressive, called a certain magical index that essentially does that.
Sally is doubtful that you could even listen to 5,000 records, but that's because she hasn't been single long enough to realize that is well within the realm of possibility, and that wouldn't even take that long.
I have almost 200. But...
That's it, you wimp.
Gosh, I thought my Spotify Pro was too long. Then I looked at my friend's account, and he has like 10 playlists with 70 hours of music on them each. And it's like, how do you listen to this much music? Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's interesting how easy the electronic age has made listening to music. It's so easy. You just drown in it. It doesn't. You can't exhaust it. It's crazy.
You need a boat at that point.
Yeah. That's for sure. That's for sure.
Yeah, there it is.
The map.
That's the
Yeah.
picture I was looking at, going like, what the heck is this? This is amazing.
Oh, this is from the other angle. There's another angle of this where it's got this really old, decrepit chair in the, which people be like,
yeah.
chair sums up the photo. Like it's just.
Wait, how are they secure? So they're secure.
Yeah. See the straps? There's wooden straps holding the books to the ceiling.
Yeah.
Oh, got it.
Just waiting to kill somebody.
Got it. I thought that was the base of the second show.
I mean, you know, it's a cool idea, I guess, but I wouldn't hang out up there.
It's the same thing to do, but like, yeah, no, it's nuts.
I mean, I would have made those straps out of metal, but that's just me.
Yeah.
I think they're out of wood.
Yeah,
I know, yeah.
They're just wooden straps. That's insane. Like the whole thing is crazy. Oh yeah, they got more pictures. Yeah, I like this. This other one's got like a tower of books in the middle in his entertainment center, and these couple of chairs, and that's nuts. I can't even.
He's got chairs made out of books.
No, they're not made out of books, but he's got chairs in with books.
Missed opportunity.
Maybe it's pretty nuts. It's pretty.
Make a couch out of books. I mean,
what is this?
Really
Why are the Dutch up so late? The Dutch need to go to bed. I'm just saying.
They gotta get all those ovens going, man.
The Dutch ovens, yes,
Yeah,
they do. Very innovative. I mean,
that's all I know about the Dutch. I know they have good chocolate too.
You don't know anything about the Dutch, okay?
Really?
No, it's interesting the pattern that's playing out though with people who are like poor David there, they're just so stuck in their worldview that the minute they can't find communion, they cut off intimacy completely, right? They're just gone from the world.
Some people are intent on it, you know. Some people are trying. I don't know. I just didn't get good vibes from that guy that was even a goal at all to do anything.
I don't know. I think Mark put it well when he called it an axiom, and I think we were poking him in one of his fundamental axioms.
Poking him in his axioms.
Yeah.
That's never a comfortable thing.
Well, and I think that's the core problem. Like at some point, he needed to be in that dialectic frame, that binary, right, in order to proceed with his worldview. And so he needed to put us there in order for him to keep going, even though Jesse got him there and he wouldn't keep going because he didn't at the time he didn't have anywhere to go. Yeah, 4 times. Yeah. More than
and that's when he becomes tyrannical.
Right.
You know?
Well, he was always tyrannical, right?
Yeah.
So he was always trying to get us there. But then when Jesse let him, fine, we'll give you that. Now what? He didn't have a now what? But when the conversation went somewhere that he wanted to refute, he needed that axiom and he couldn't get back there. And that's why it's wrong, because if you can't reverse into the axiom, it's a false axiom. So that's probably another, I'll put that in the notes here.
I think he was drunk too. I think he was pissed drunk. He just did not seem.
He was drinking,
coherent.
Go ahead. Because I'm trying to think of how I would respond in that scenario, and it's something like that. Like that axiom is true. Like that's the only response I can think of that would make sense from his framework.
You would end up being super nice to them, and then they'd be mean to you, and then I'd get mad and yell at them again. So that's what would happen.
No, I'm trying to think of how he could have responded to Jesse's challenge.
But at a certain point, that's not a useful experiment.
Well, exactly. Yeah, I don't know.
It starts hurting everybody. It becomes like radioactive, because as I said, you would be trying really hard to do the right thing and be a good person, and then they would try to hurt you, and that would make me mad, and my disagreeableness will come out, and then I'm going to start yelling, and it makes the whole thing just blow. It's just all bad.
Yeah, exactly. No one's going to be able to mess with you with us around, Richard, because we'll jump. I think the problem is, look, I've got decades of doing this with these types of people. That was nothing new for me. And look, there was just no way to do it. Like I and no offense, Richard, but like, you're still young, dude. You got a lot to learn about how bad people can get and how hard it can be to get them unstuck. But that's the project. That's the Mark of Wisdom project. That's what we're working on all the time, is how do we identify stuckness and get people unstuck? And what do we do about that, right? And it's just been real hard. And this week's been bad just because of the awakening from the meaning crisis server blow up and all the ridiculousness that went on there. But
what? It blew up?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they destroyed it. They destroyed it in spectacular, quick fashion.
What happened? Because I've been off Discord.
They removed the organizer roles from Manuel and I, which was fine. Like, they could have just told us, but they did it in an announcement without telling us first. And the announcement is full of falsities, contradictory falsities, right? Because they didn't ban us from the server, but they told us we weren't in line with the community. And I'm like, well, if we're not in line with the community, just ban us and get us off the server. Like, why would you leave us on the server and take away our organizer rights when all we're using our organizer rights to do are John's practices? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, to shame you, to be an asshole.
They were using the practices and our misalignment with John as the reasoning behind removing the organizer role. And I'm like, no. That's a reason to keep the organizer role, because we're still doing John Vervaeke's meditation, and we're still doing the Lectio Divina practice based on John's work, and we're still doing the listening parties and the book clubs. We were still doing all that stuff, and that hadn't changed in nearly 3 years. So why all of a sudden are you taking away our power to do that, but leaving us on the community while telling us that we're not good for the community? If we're not good for the community, just get rid of us. Like, it's not that big a deal. And I don't care. Like, it's his Discord server. He can do what he wants.
It's like the equivalent of sticking you in the stockades in front of everybody.
Right, but exactly. And what happened was they created 7 or 8 new threads on the server. And one of the threads was talking about the removal of our privileges. And that just became a pile-on. And then the guy who manages the server was like, oh, please stop piling on. And I kept saying, you guys are making accusations that are unfounded. Like, I get that you're upset, but you're accusing me of things that I didn't do. And more importantly, you're accusing my friend of something he didn't do. And I'm not having my friend slandered. That's not happening.
It's kind of like...
You come near me and you slander my friends, you're done. I will take you out faster than you can say boo. You can slander me all day long. I really don't care. You're not important. But you don't slander my friends. No. That's a no. That's a hard no. I don't let that stuff go on. That's not acceptable.
Me neither. It's a lot like, evil just has to gloat like they did with you. Like, put you in that. It's like, I just watched The Wrath of Khan with William Shatner the other night. I got to tell you all about that. That was really cool.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, already? Yeah, I did that. Yeah. A few days, Wednesday night. Yeah.
Tell it. Yeah. Finish the story.
Yeah, so anyway, the Wrath of Khan, it's fresh in my mind. So Khan, he comes up and Captain Kirk doesn't raise his fucking shields. Like, what's he doing? And it's just about, he blows him up. He goes around and starts like, took his warp drive out, took his warp core out, made it to where he couldn't see anything. And then he's about to finish him off. And what does Khan do? He fucking FaceTimes Captain Kirk. He's like, I wanted you to know who beat you. It was me.
Yeah, he gloated.
And they're all like, Khan, you son of a bitch. But it gives Captain Kirk and the good guys just enough time to punch in those command codes to get them to lower their shields. And he blows up his fucking impulse crystal, and they gotta, so these evil people just have to fucking gloat. They need you to know, but it's their greatest weakness. It undid the whole thing. It blew up the whole son of a bitch.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
It blew up the Genesis device. Yeah. It's the Ahab syndrome,
Yeah, because Ahab and also
as well, and make sure the whale knew it was him, and it cost him everything.
Well, and what's interesting is Odysseus also does that after he escapes the Cyclops. I'm always puzzled over why he does that.
Yeah, it's the ego. The ego gets you every time, right? Because they're all ego. Like, so what happened on the server was a bunch of people come into these threads and say, yeah, Mark and Manuel are big meanie pants. And then they reduced us to M&M. They wouldn't refer to us as by name anymore. They just called us M&M. It was so weird. They're dehumanizing and accusing and being mean. And it's all new people for the most part. And they're all just making stuff up that never happened. And they're dredging in all of this stuff, almost all of it is complete fantasy. And I'm just like, well, just show me the evidence and, whatever, like we'll go from there. And of course they didn't have it because it didn't happen. And then they get upset, right? Of course, to some extent, it's an unfair fight, right? So there's a dozen of them and there's one of me. And the dozen of them, their collective intelligence is no match for me in this game, right? Because I have the truth on my side. When you get the truth on your side, like all the intelligence of the world is not going to avail you, And that's the problem, is they couldn't make their case. And I was like, well, you can't make your case because you're wrong. We're fundamentally people doing good work, and we're doing John's practices. And yeah, we don't agree with everything, but you guys aren't on the meditation either. Do you really believe in John's work if you're not doing the meditation? You can get into that game. And
sounds like a cult to me.
Right. Well, and that's the Gnosticism. That's the emergence is good problem, right? Oh, flow state is good. Oh, practices are good. Oh, if you do this ritual, it's good. It's like, no, that's not what good. None of that has anything to do with goodness. But tell us about watching live with Shatner. Like, how was it?
Oh, dude. Yeah. So that was really wild. I have a lot to say about it. So if I go on too long, you tell me to shut up about Captain Kirk. But anyway, so yeah, we went there and it was a full house, man. I was not expecting that in West Virginia. It'd be like a full house of Star Trek fans, all these Trekkers everywhere, man. Some people were just dressed up and there was all really cool. There were lawyers there. There were like business people. There was, holler people. There was just coal miner people. There's all kinds of different people there. It was really cool. And so anyway, had to find a seat. The coolest part of it is they were running out of seats, and so the only seats that I could get were box seats, and I had never sat in a box seat. And the only thing I know about box seats is the Muppet Show and those grumpy old dudes that sit on top throwing popcorn and talking. Yeah, exactly. And I was like, I love this. I got to be like those two old dudes in the Muppet Show. And I totally was. And so my box seat was like right here, and like here was the stage. So when Captain Kirk walked out, I could see the white in his eyes. I could see him, and
wow,
it was really cool. It was either that or way up in the nosebleeds. And so I paid the extra money and bit the bullet. I'm like, this is the only time he's coming to West Virginia. I gotta see this guy as close as I can, because the VIP things were like $400-500. I'm like, nah, I'm not doing that just to get an autograph or some shit. Nah, I'm not doing that, but I'll do the box seat. So anyway, long story short, on this big giant screen in this fancy like opera theater, we watched The Wrath of Khan, and it was really cool because it was the extended cut. And I had never in my life seen that. I just had it on the VHS. It was like 20 minutes longer, dude. And, dude, yeah. And I'm going to tell you what, man. Scotty fucking stole a show in that whole movie. Like, they cut out some of his best acting he's ever done. James Doohan, the Canadian actor. Dude, he was fucking killing it in some of those scenes. Like, the authenticity of his emotion. He had the most cathartic acting I might have ever really seen. And because that kid that dies that he's holding in the turbo lift,
yeah,
that's his nephew.
No.
And they cut that out. It's his sister's son. And there's all these scenes where he's like training him. He's taking him under his wing. He even tells Captain Kirk off, his little nephew. And there's all this cool shit that they left out. They cut out a lot of Scotty parts. you know, and dude, all the fucking bullshit. You know, when Khan hit the Enterprise's engineering section where the warp core is, they went a lot deeper into all the shit Scotty had to go through to get it working. And you just feel so bad for this guy. Like I didn't realize how much they cut out. And but anyway, long story short, it was wonderful. And then after the movie ended, you know, Captain Kirk comes out, and this was the weirdest thing, and I gotta mention this because of, you know, what happened earlier with that guy and some of the other things. So the guy that put it together, the guy that moderated it or whatever,
yeah,
he had a really weird vibe, man, and I just really hated to see it because, you know, here's Captain Kirk. He's 91, almost 92 years old. You know, he shouldn't be expected to like carry the whole show, right? And so this guy and him are up there in two chairs, and Captain Kirk's just telling a really interesting story about something. And this guy has these cards, and he doesn't know what to do other than look at the cards and stick to the cards, right? And at first I thought, you know, this guy's kind of nervous or something. Oh, I feel bad for him. But then I started to see this guy get mad at Captain Kirk because he didn't let him do his card talk show host thing or whatever the fuck he had in his head, right?
Gotcha.
And other people, the audience started to notice this, and Captain Kirk, you know, William Shatner, I don't know, I keep calling him Captain Kirk, but William Shatner noticed this. He was like, this guy's kind of got a weird vibe, and so he would get up out of the seat and walk around and just tell a joke and do this thing and do that thing. And that guy, the moderator, would laugh and everything, like, haha. And then right immediately he would go, just his face would change. And I'm like, what's with this guy? He's fucking weird. Like, what's he tripping over? What's he upset about? And the more William Shatner was up there like talking and being fun and energetic. And again, this dude is 91 years old, and he's like bouncing up and down, laughing and talking and doing all kinds of stuff and making the audience laugh. The more that dude got angry.
Yep.
And I was like, what's going to happen? Is he going to like, so it came to a weird point where he was like, all right, you know, Bill, we need to get to some of these questions. And he's like, okay, if that will make you feel better, we'll do them. You think it'll make him feel better? And then so he was just like, yeah, and thank God. But, you know, I felt bad because, oh, this is what it was. Oh, dude, this made me feel so bad. Like, I just wanted to go down there and talk to William Shatner like a human being and be like, dude, I hear what you're saying. He started talking about Friends. William Shatner started off talking about Friends and best friends. And he's like, you know, I don't think I have a best friend. He's like, what is a best friend anyway? And I was like, what are you talking about? Wow. Is he being serious? I feel so bad if he's being serious. And then he was talking about, so, you know, it was James Spader's birthday recently. You know, we did this show, no big deal, for 5 years, you know, Boston Legal, blah, blah, blah. We became really good friends. You know, I thought we were best friends. I texted him for the past 7 years, every day, every year for his birthday, saying, happy birthday. I love you, man. I hope you're doing well. Never texted me for years. And then all of a sudden he texted me back. I sent him happy birthday. He texted me back. He said, hey, Bill, how you doing? Thanks, man. So how was space? Are we best friends now? And I was like, is this dude being serious? Like, I feel awful if he's telling, like, this is a true story. Yeah. And James Spader is treating Captain Kirk like shit like this.
Yeah,
this is fucking awful. This is awful. Yeah. Like, this dude is just trying to find like, oh, we were starring on this show together. Maybe we could communicate and be friends. No, I'm not your friend. I don't want you fucking talking about birthday. Oh, you went to space. It's fashionable for me and my friends here at my birthday to ask you about it. Like, And so here William Shatner is trying to, you know, be a human being and tell this story, you know, about, you know, being older and how it's hard to have a best friend and what does that even mean? And this dude's just like, so we got a question here from Ashley. What kind of underwear do you wear? Boxers or briefs? I shit you not. That was a real fucking question that guy asked in light of that.
So I'll tell you something, Niram, because I've been throwing around this idea. I actually had to. It's such a funny story. There's an incubator down here, and the woman who runs it, I met her about 3 years ago at the other incubator that's in Columbia, South Carolina, and I was trying to pass this idea by her, and she was like, can you do it in can you do a pitch video? And I'm like, well, that's really not my thing. I work with people and do their pitches, right? But I don't do pitches. Like, I'm not, that's not my thing, right? So I did a pitch video, but the pitch is basically this. Part of what's wrong with the, with the interaction is we grew up on like TED Talks, and then we sort of migrated to the YouTube conversation style, right? The Joe Rogan, right? But what you really want is you want a live stage thing, and you can talk to people on the internet, right? Maybe two screens or something, right? So you can bring in 1 or 2 remote guests, but then you have questions, to interact with. And the key to that is to have somebody else who's not on the stage manage the questions and help people to ask their questions better, because we've lost that skill set. So I'm trying to find investors, by the way, to do that project, because it would be a great project to do here in particular for lots of various reasons. But yeah, I mean, people don't know how to ask questions, and moderators don't know how to moderate, because we just don't, everything's so flat. We don't have a sense for, there's a producer in the back, and there's somebody managing the audience up front, and then there's the presenter doing the presentation, and then there's the speaker, right? Or the speakers, right? All of these roles are different roles for a reason, so that people can focus in and be really good at them. And we don't have a way to ask good questions anymore. And one of the things that happened was years ago, before the fake news virus scam garbage, I saw Jordan Peterson in Charlotte, North Carolina. It's not that far from my house, right? It's like 80 miles, 90 miles away. It's not far. So I go see Peterson, and he gets up on stage, and they tell us about this app. And they're like, Peterson's going to come out, and then at the end, he's going to answer questions from the audience. And this is like a 5,000 or 7,000 person theater. It's pretty large. Yeah. And I was kind of like, well, they're going to manage that, So you put your questions into the app, they go through them, rank them, and ask the top 10. And I was like, that's
fucking lame.
Cool. Well, no, but that's better than you'd get otherwise. Like, how else are you supposed to get good quality questions that speak?
People just heckling in the crowd and saying funny stuff, and everybody laughing, because that's what happened at the show with William Shatner, and it was fun.
When Peterson talks, there is no sound in that auditorium at all. It's amazing. I was just like, what the ever-living hell is going on in this building right now? These people have such reverence for this man that they are completely silent. It was bizarre.
Someone needs to tell a fart joke.
No, that wouldn't work. All right, I want to address Benjamin Franklin, right? So he says, I have a question about the subject of, quote, being is good, end quote. All right, don't put things in quotes. I'm getting tired of that. If you actually mean the thing, you don't need to quote it. Being where is good. Okay, you've inverted the language in a way that doesn't make any sense, Benjamin. Sorry. Is being in the universe good? Well, yes, being implies being in the universe. So being is good is the statement that being in the universe is good. Was the guy David's being in a particular place in the universe good? I don't know, because you're qualifying it, and we're not qualifying it, right? So the statement that being is good is unqualified for a reason, and that reason is because the act of being, right, or the state of being always has the potential to manifest good in the future, which is usually where people get hung up, and therefore being is good. Like, that's the Christian assumption. The alternate assumption, as I said, the Gnostic assumption is emergence is good. And that's definitely can't possibly mathematically be true, but all these wicked smart people don't do basic mathematics, so they don't understand something.
I love the Boston accent just came out.
Thank you.
So
no, it's
things can endure if they're not funny at all.
Yeah, well,
joyful, maybe.
Yeah, like okay, Jordan Peterson, for example. Like, where's the fun? Where's it's not a lot of fun. It's all.
No. People laugh. People
it is
laugh.
fun. It is fun.
He's funny.
He makes jokes.
People laugh at his jokes.
Yeah, he makes jokes. Well, then there's a spirit in the Peterson event. It's just the level.
He's so
of
serious.
reverence. Well, the suit with the suit, like there's a level of reverence there. People were dressed up. They took it very seriously. They were quiet. They were. It wasn't respect. It wasn't respect. It was reverence, which is one step beyond respect. It was really an amazing thing. It was strange too, because my buddy, when he moved back up to Boston for reasons which will never make any sense to anybody because they're completely dumb. But he was living down here at the time. He was living in Charlotte, actually. So he joined me, right? He joined me, and he was like, wow, you're really like onto this Peterson thing. And I'm like, no, Peterson's the next big thing. And he was big at that point, but I'm like, he's going to get a lot bigger, right? Because I just see this stuff. It just comes to me. I'm like, oh yeah.
Do you think that a thing like this has happened? Or do you think he's just like another Plato or Socrates? Or what do you think this is exactly? The next big thing? What do you mean by that?
The problem with Peterson, I think you're a little sagely there too, Niram. This is why I love you, man. Yeah, the problem with Peterson is that he is more like Socrates than Plato.
Okay.
And I would say both are insufficient, right? Because what you need participation and you need leadership. So leadership, the act of leadership, automatically creates a level of participation that is otherwise unavailable. And that's the problem, that this is the gap. So when Vanderklay talked about this a few weeks ago, now maybe a month ago, right? He basically said, and he admitted, which I already knew, but whatever. Paul's a little behind on his own thinking, but that's okay, right? He said
Socrates didn't. Yeah, you're right. They didn't. Jordan Peterson's doing it. He's taking leadership.
Right, but
yeah.
Paul identified that there was a gap in leadership from Peterson. Right. And he wants to fill that gap because he wants to fill the gap between Peterson and the church. And like, fair enough, right? That he should. He's a pastor. That's his job. Like literally his job. Right.
Yeah.
But he admitted even in that talk that he wasn't willing to take the leadership. It's like, well, this is the problem with Vervaeke. This is the problem with Peugeot, although I love Peugeot.
Right.
Here and there. And this is the problem with Peterson. It's the problem with Vanderklay. They don't want to do the leadership thing because the problem with leadership that people do not understand, if you have not led something, is it is a sacrifice. And it is a big sacrifice. Because when you're a leader,
I think he's doing it.
You can't trust. No, but he's not. He's not.
Well, he's telling people what to do now, and that's a shame.
But you need interaction.
You're right.
Need a level of interaction, personal interaction that he does not have.
Well, so
he's more of a shepherd than a leader. Can a shepherd be a leader?
No.
So
right.
What do you think of the conference?
You don't think he's a shepherd? Okay.
What, Richard? What do I think of what?
The conference is organizer in London. Did you watch him on Rogan?
No, I didn't. I didn't watch that.
So Peterson and I think he announced it on Rogan. He's organizing a conference in October.
Yeah.
That is a counter conference to the
the WEF. Yeah. But he's not leading. He's not saying this is my conference and I'm going to dictate what happens.
Sure.
He's starting a round table.
He's starting exactly. So again, and I'll go back to the start of this, right? You can describe someone like Vervaeke's practices as everyone gets around in a circle and they follow a procedure, the same procedure for everybody, and they say a bunch of words and something's supposed to emerge. Okay.
Unless
That's
there's a King Arthur.
occultism. It's actual occultism because no one's taking responsibility for the emergence and saying this is good or this is bad or steering it in a direction. This is why community is important.
Okay, this is interesting. What do you think the story of King Arthur is then and the point of the round table? Do you think it's important?
I asked Peugeot. I literally asked Peugeot to do a video on that.
Huh. Well, I think that round table can work if you have a king because he breaks the bullshit.
Well, yeah, that's what
the Excalibur, the sword.
I think that's
right?
The answer. The answer is round tables are fine within a larger structure. But if you don't have the larger structure because you don't have a leader, a king, then it doesn't work. Like
because the round table has to be in the castle, right? And the king is the head of the castle, but the castle has the round table.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, because I like round table. That's kind of what we're doing, but it's your stream though. There we go.
No, that's not what we're doing.
What are we doing?
This is my stream, and I had to ban David. And I had to ban David because this is my stream, and somebody had to do it.
Well, I know you're King Arthur at the round table here.
But it's not a round table. I'm explicit about this. This is my freaking stream, and if I don't like something you're doing, you're gone. And I'm not making excuses. I'm saying, and if you want the rules up front, you can stick it. I'm just going to get rid of you when I feel I should. And I am stating up front, like I do on my Mark of Wisdom Discord server, right? There's no warnings. There's no procedure that you have to violate. You just have to piss off one of the mods and you're gone, and there's no explanation. And that's just the way it is, because that's what true leadership is taking responsibility, right? Even when you're wrong. Like, leaders take responsibility when things happen that are out of their own control. They take responsibility on behalf of their team members who screw up, right? So and I've been in situations like this where somebody will screw up and the leader will say, my bad, even though the leader told that person not to do the thing they do that caused the screw up. Because a good leader takes responsibility and protects the team. That's the whole purpose of leadership. It's not the whole purpose.
Perhaps Peterson's
one big aspect of leadership that's important.
Perhaps Peterson is slowly trying to.
He's
trying, but can he? Who would be King Arthur?
He's running into the problem. And the real problem is these guys, I love them all dearly, they're all postmodern and they're allergic to charismatic leadership. And because they're allergic to charismatic leadership, they cannot manifest what they are trying to manifest, because charisma isn't bad and charismatic leadership is required, because charisma is not going away in the world. So you can think of it as a perennial problem. And because charisma is not going away, if a good charismatic leader doesn't come along and lead, a bad charismatic leader will.
This early stage was a charismatic type of leader, and he's kind of dropped the ball.
I don't,
because I can talk about my experience with the man.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Show off. Hold on, I want to.
Sorry, Manuel's here.
No, put that back up before Manuel talks. Now that you're big, I want to make you. Oh, look at that! You show off. What is wrong with this? Show offs are not welcome on my stream.
Sorry, I only did the first photography.
No, I like it.
I only did photography for
his
first tour, so I followed. So I got the gig to follow Peterson around, taking photos of. Particularly, they wanted people. Yeah, I did all this. It followed. Did Sydney 2 events, then in Melbourne, then in South Australia, then in Brisbane. Yeah, so 4 or 5 events. In 2018. So excellent. I saw it's a strange thing to be. At the time, I would have considered him. I still consider him a bit of a hero, but I was in an elevator with him at 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm like this far away from the man. I'm like, what is that? What is reality at this point?
Yeah.
It's happening to you.
That's awesome. We
Yes.
can't be friends anymore, but that's great. Like, I'm never talking to you again. Like, I'm not even worthy now. He was with the great man himself. We're not worthy. We're not
John
worthy.
Anderson too. Met a few people accidentally. Didn't know who they were at the time. I was just like, okay, I'm here to take photos. I got this gig. Didn't I? Eventually, the way I got it was that I offered to do it for free for Sydney, and then the organizer said, "Can you come to Melbourne?" I was like, "Sure." Can you just pay for the flight? And they're like, "Okay, if you can come to Melbourne, can you come to Brisbane?" I was like, "Sure, why not? Can you pay for that flight?" There?
Cool.
Sure. And then I got there in Melbourne. He's like, "What if I pay you?" I was like, "That'd be great." So then, okay,
So,
paid in flights.
That's
Then,
nice.
so
the-
that's a secret for creativity, by the way. Is try and leverage as much as you can. But what I can say from him being a leader is a type of person is necessary to meet. I think it was 500 to 600 people per night in the original book signings. So he was there after the show. You do the 2-hour show, and then he would stay 2.5. One night was 3 hours in Chatswood. Yeah, for the second or and he would sign the book, meet them for a minute, greet them. He'd spend more time with some people than he did with others. But that was a certain amount of charisma there that you can't deny. Work ethic for sure.
Oh yeah, right. But he won't use the charisma for his leadership in the same way John Vervaeke, who has much less charisma, in my opinion, won't use it for leadership.
He was at the start. I think it frightened him. I think his success frightened him out of that type.
Of course, because they're afraid of charisma.
So
It's enormous responsibility. Yeah.
But I think that there's more going on. Like he's not afraid of charisma only. Like he just doesn't know what to lead because like they don't have the good, and they don't have a justification for what their action is. And
I think he might be stuck in the political frame because there's that aspect to that aspect to his past.
He's selling those Bowling Brand sheets now.
No. Look.
He was
That's
going
not,
to be a politician.
no, it's not how it works. He doesn't have a frame, and so he ends up in an existing frame like political or economic, and he's straddling the two right now because he doesn't have the higher frame. Like this is why all the Christians, like all the Christians that I've talked to about him, basically, whether they realize it or not, what they're actually saying is, well, we hope Jordan Peterson will go into the church and a bunch of people will follow him. And I'm like, that isn't going to happen. That isn't going to happen for lots and lots of reasons.
And Peugeot doesn't.
That's right.
Right, but Peugeot's a different case entirely. Like you can't mix them up, right? So
yeah,
that's how they think.
Peugeot's a different vibe.
But that's not how it's going to play out. If Jordan Peterson goes into the church, he's just going to lose the opportunity to get new meaning crisis people. He might grab a few faith crisis people for sure, but the meaning crisis people, it's not gonna happen. The crisis of faith people, maybe not. But he'll be, once you're in the church, you're going to become part of the church. And look, I mean, I'll show up my favorite little booklet here, right? Which is now see, Jesse keeps trying to take my stardom away. There we go. This is Sally Joe's little dog-headed book, right? So and there's a video of this that I narrate, by the way, because it's the world's best narrated book. There's the little dog-headed there. And the thing is, the dog-headed matter, but they're outside the church for a reason. And I don't think that the Christian ethos really understands why that's important. But it is important.
Well, you had the friars in the early church who were monks, who were missionaries. Right? They spent time in their monasteries.
You had a lot going on in the early church, right? You had monasteries. We don't have those anymore. They're pretty much gone.
But then the important part is that there were people called friars who went out to talk to the dog-headed people, and like, I mean, I guess we have that still. Like, there are plenty of urban outreach efforts.
But they're materialist, Richard. It's not gonna work. Like this is the problem. This is the problem, right? Vanderklay actually said this. He said this. He put up a video title where he said the Jordan Peterson revival. Okay. The problem is what Jordan Peterson is doing is not a revival. It's not. That's a Christian idea. He's not a Christian or not a Christian enough to have that concept. It's just not the way things are happening.
I agree.
Right. So they don't understand what he's doing. And I keep trying to help them, and they don't want to understand what he's doing. It's like, no, I mean, that's why I did 3 different videos on Jordan Peterson and what he's up to, because they're not seeing how he's actually able to get away with what they should be doing. But they can't. And that is because, look, when you're dealing with somebody like David, like we were dealing with earlier, right? Like his frame is so far away from Christianity that you shouldn't be mentioning these concepts that are only Christian. And Christians, because they're Christian, don't know that other people don't know those words.
So I didn't know. I wasn't in the right. I wasn't reading the room.
You have to look. This is nearly impossible for Christians. Like actually, like I would be amazed if any Christian could do it, because they have framing to talk about the thing, and so that for them it's the water they swim in. So how do you reject the water you swim in favor of the water these people are swimming in, where they don't have the? It's not that they don't have the words.
Well,
they don't have the concept. When I say, like, look, being is good implies creation, and emergence is good implies middle out thinking. You're ignoring creation. You're just assuming that it's a baseline condition. You're not starting at creation.
They're not
You're
feeling.
starting after creation. And then you're trying to make something come up from that thing that you didn't start from. That's what you're doing. So you're drawing out of the middle of the story something. And because it's the middle of the story, you don't understand that it could be bad. It never, conceptually, it doesn't enter your mind, because honestly, John Vervaeke, Jordan Peterson, and and possibly a bunch of Christians, because this is a Christian problem, haven't started with the creation. They haven't, even if they've read Genesis, they haven't started with we met a Christian like that the other day. This Christian, we're arguing with a Christian. He's been thrown out of several churches, right? But we're talking to him, and I said, well, knowledge is revelation from above, like it's revealed to you. That's how knowledge. And he said, well, that's an interesting philosophical topic. And I don't know, it's not a philosophical topic, but whatever, right? And he said, how did you come at that? And I was stunned. I'm like, what are you talking about? So I told him, and I wouldn't say this if I were having a philosophical argument with a non-Christian. I told him, because it's a totally different line of argumentation. This is what the Christians don't realize. In the Christian frame, the correct argument is Genesis. Just read the first 3 or 4 chapters of Genesis. It's right there, right? Effectively, and I'm going to paraphrase, I haven't read Genesis, forgive me. Effectively, what I said was, God gave us dominion over the animals. That's discernment, right? That's where God gave us discernment. And then with that discernment, he commanded us to name the animals. And the discernment comes first. And he kept getting caught up on naming, and then he got caught up on but I said, read Genesis. And you know what he said? No. I was like, wait a minute, you're a Christian. You're asking me for a justification for knowledge being revelation. I'm giving you there we go. There's a book. I'm giving you the answer. The Christian answer is in Genesis. Just read Genesis. And he literally refused for like 20 minutes to even read it. Well, that's a type of brokenness, right? That's a type of rejection in a Christian of an obviously 10-second answer to a very easy question.
And I think it's because that Christian is actually in the same framework as someone like David.
He's stuck in materialism. This is why I keep saying it's not modernity. It's not modernity. It's materialism. It's everywhere.
If it's not a revival, what is it?
It can't be a revival, okay?
What is it though? What do you think this is?
Let me.
Universalism.
A what?
Could be universalism.
Universal. Okay.
Well, no, I don't think so. I think but let me fix one thing, okay? In order for it to be a revival, you would have to have been in the church. Okay? You can't say that you're reviving something that never existed. That doesn't make any sense. Like, this is a language
It's a new
problem.
thing.
So to them, it's a new thing. So what is he doing? And again, I go back to Peugeot's quote in Exodus episode 8, right? He's building up step by step for people who never had the concept. They were born into a world where they didn't have to interface with the concepts of religion. They believe that they know those concepts and understand those concepts and have those concepts. And all you have to do is ask them, where did you get that from? Literally. And they don't know. And the reason why they don't know is because they don't have them. Right? And everybody will go, oh, no, that's unfair. You're being
So
mean.
he's
You're
just building the framework.
But I'm telling you the truth. They do not have these basic concepts for real. Actually do not have them. Right? So, in the same way that when I was in my Catholic school, and I think it was the first or second year of the new state law, where they said I could take ethics, and I took ethics, and they made me read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and I get to the end of the book, and the guy running the ethics course says, well, what about the lion? What character does the lion represent? And I went, what are you talking about? The lion is a lion in a fantasy story. And he said, no, but what character is the lion like? And I'm like, you're not asking a question that makes any sense to me. Okay. Yeah. The lion is like the lion. I don't know of another story with that theme in it. Do you hear what I'm saying? I didn't have another story with the theme of the resurrection. I had never heard enough. I'm not joking. I had never heard a story like that before. I had nothing to relate it to. So telling me Aslan is Jesus doesn't revive anything because there was nothing there to revive. Okay? That's not, it doesn't work. The way you get a crisis of faith person back into the faith is fundamentally different from the way you get somebody who's never been in the faith into the faith. It's a totally different process because the concepts need to be built up slowly over time, one axiom step at a time.
So the way I think of it is you can see yourself, right? Like when you don't have right relationship with something, effectively in your mind you're grabbing into the darkness, right? And so when you're grabbing, you need to have a direction of your hand, right? You need to have your fingers in a certain way, right? You need to have points of touch, right? Where you make connection. And so what Peterson is doing is he's using a scientific framework to create connection points, right? Now you could make a really good argument that they're crappy connection points, because I think they're crappy connection points because they're materialist, right? And they're only half points, right? Like they're not true points. But it's the same thing for a religious person. Like when you grow up, like you go into church and there's all this stuff going on, and you have no clue what is going on, and what you need to do in the church is like based upon faith is like, well, if you hold your hand like that and you put it in the dark room above you, then things will happen, and you just keep doing that, and then at a certain point things will happen, and you're like, oh, that works. And it's like, okay, amazing. But if you don't have someone that says, hold your hand like that and put it at that place in the dark room.
Not says. It's you just mimic the people around you. There's no speech required for any of you guys. Have to get off the speech thing. Zero talking works way better than talking. This is actually well studied and well known. You got to dampen down the propositional. Because I think the fundamental problem is ethics cannot be understood outside of participation at all. Ethics has to be learned by participating in the world with reality.
What was that, Boo?
I said, don't talk about it, be about it.
Well, and no, not just be about it, because you can be hidden. And that's a big problem. You need to be about it in a place where people can see it. Because if they don't see it, they can't mimic it. And
Be
look,
about in front of everybody.
right. That means that if you're not out there being it, and look, if you are out there being it, the lions might eat you. Yes, they might. This is dangerous. I'm not saying it's not dangerous. It's extremely dangerous. But if you're not out
Sounds
there,
like fun.
you're not spreading the word, even though it's not a spoken word. You're not spreading the word. If nobody knows you're doing good deeds and nobody can see you doing good deeds, they won't know how to do good deeds. They won't know what good deeds are, and they won't do them. And they won't ask you about your faith because
do you remember that Babylon 5 episode when Jack the Ripper comes to Babylon 5?
Not the top of my head.
Okay, it talks about this exact thing you're talking about. They got the whole shadow war going on, and he's like torturing Delenn, but like, what if nobody ever knows what you did and you die forgotten? Are you still gonna fight the evil? And then she's like, yeah, I'll do it. And he's like, you're lying. You're lying. I can read your mind. And she's like, so what if I want a little recognition? I'm doing it for everybody. He broke her down, like kind of what you're saying. You have to do it in front of other people. You don't want to lie to yourself, because when you're in your darkest, most fragile moment and you don't know the truth about why you're doing it, you won't make it. And that's what his point was.
You won't do things that you don't believe. Like what you believe is what you do, not what you say. People get confused, right? That's why you need to reduce your reliance on the propositional and increase your reliance on what works in participation in the world. Because I can propose pink talking unicorns that make rainbows to you all day long in propositions. And I can do it forever. I can. Believe me, I'll do it. Okay. That isn't going to change anything in the world. It's not going to help the relationship. It's not something you can build upon. It's just a stupid proposition that is unhelpful. It's not, I'm not even saying it's untrue, right? It's true in my head. That's true enough, right? But it's not true in a way that other people can participate with.
So because I had an interesting experience recently where I've been going to Orthodox services for 4 or 5 months now. And 2 weeks ago, I brought 2 Protestant friends of mine, and then I also brought another who went to Roman Catholic high school. Okay, so I bring them, and then I'm talking to them afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
And the Protestants they don't get it, right? They don't get the purpose of all of the participatory stuff, but the Roman Catholic got it. Now, what my question is, like, on my end, once I started to reflect on what prepared me to be able to see the value of the participatory stuff in the Orthodox service, was basically Peterson and Peugeot. And that was all on YouTube.
Well, look. Let me propose a counter narrative to the narrative you've told yourself. Okay? Because I think this is where people are confused. Like, people will make up a story about why something happened. Okay? And what I can tell you is that all the propositions in the world won't make you do something. It's not viable. Okay? What will make you do something is being opened up to curiosity, being opened up to fear, so that you're going to move out of where you're at, right? That works for nihilists. Being opened up to the possibility of awe and wonder, right? Beauty draws people out. That's the purpose of beauty, right? These are the things that move us. The things that don't move us are the words that people say. That doesn't move us. The words that people say can cause us to reflect in such a way that we move. But what moves us is not those words. And that's where we get confused. So the words are a way to open us up to the things that get us to move, but they are not the things that get us to move. And that's why telling somebody something like being is good and then never talking to them again could make them have a wonderful life or get them out of depression. I don't know, right? Being as good outside of any possible context doesn't make any sense. However, just saying it to them and that being in their memory means that they can put their attention to it more easily next time. And next time may not be when they hear about it. It may be when they need it, because revelation, knowledge, comes from above. And who knows if you try to direct somebody towards that concept, because that's what the ineffable did, and that concept was never put in your head, maybe that's why it doesn't work. Maybe that's why we have an impact on the world, and it matters what we do in the world with each other. And it doesn't matter quite so much what we do in the world by ourselves alone on our own.
So is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Richard. I have a lot to say, but you go ahead, man. Sorry.
Well, are the words propositions, or could you say that the words are something like the words work if they comprise a story, right? Because a story,
No,
a
because
story is action made of words.
No. A story is a poetic telling that may or may not be true. A good story is true. A bad story is not true, right? And the thing that makes it that way is your ability to participate in it. That doesn't mean that the story can be participated in. And just because Jesse can participate in a particular story doesn't mean that you can, right? And so it's not that straightforward. I mean, this is where you get into trouble, is that you're like, if we can just tell the perfect story, we'll get the person, but that's not true. And I don't think you even need a story, because all of my tools don't rely on giving people alternate narratives. Not to say that
different stories appeal to different people.
But right. Well, that's part of the problem, and you're not going to get a database of stories and people and stuckness that's going to resolve that issue. That's never going to happen. And so instead of all that, what you need to do, right, is you need to act in the world in a way that people go, huh, I'm interested in how that person's acting. And then if they engage you, like, well, what makes you spend all this time, working for this charity? Or what makes you spend all this volunteer time helping the homeless? Or what makes you do this, right? Then you can appeal to, oh, well, my faith, which is orthodoxy. And then you don't have to say anything else. You can let them explore or not. And when you give people the option to explore, and you say as little as possible, because this is all over the wisdom texts, right? Speak less. Speak less. No matter how little you speak. I tell you something. This is a lovely book, okay? And Sally's awesome. Sally's wording on this book was ridiculous. Only because, and not because Sally can't word very well, which is also true, but the reason why was because she had all these extra words in there. Particularly these and ons and things like that. And I told her, I said, take all of that out. Just get rid of all of it. Get rid of every extra word, because why? You're leaving more space for the art, right? But the ambiguity introduced, like the back page. So the ambiguity introduced in the middle of this story prepares you for the ambiguity of the back page. Because the back page of this story is powerful. And if you haven't checked out Sally Joe's site, you should. I'll drop a link somewhere.
I'd like to check that out.
No, it's good. Well, there's a short that I produced, which is the short of me reading the book with flipping it open and all that. It takes about 58 seconds, if I remember correctly. But yeah, that's actually really important, is that leaving that extra space and leaving out the specificity of the words allows the poetic potential to be manifest. And the way you manifest poetic potential is you remove propositions. Which isn't to say you never use any propositions, but I will say there are lots of instances where you shouldn't use any propositions and things will go better, right? Because knowledge is not the thing.
This works in music too.
Yes.
The space around the notes helps the notes resonate more. When you have more complexity, like bebop jazz, it's hard to differentiate.
That's what I was saying about color theory and theology earlier. Yeah.
Well, okay. Another example too is with cinema. You'll notice with a good movie, it's probably only about 4 or 5 scenes that actually matter in the movie.
Yeah.
Everything else is just building up to those particular moments. The character says this, they do this, and that's it. That could be the entire movie.
And why are some movies?
For example, Lost in Translation builds all the way until what does he say to her at the end? That's the entire movie. There's nothing else to the movie other than the last 3 minutes. Like,
right.
But that's
so. This is great. This is a great point that you're bringing up here. Movies. Okay, so I'm gonna bring up Star Trek again because some people like the motion picture. Some people like The Search for Spock. Some people think Star Trek 6 is the best. But everybody can agree that the Wrath of Khan is like the best of out of all the movies. Why? Why the hell does everybody say? Why did William Shatner pick the Wrath of Khan to watch with everybody? Because he knew that's the movie everybody agrees on. So, how do you do that with religion? How do you make a Wrath of Khan for Christianity like that everybody can agree on? This is the thing that we're around, and we pick it. Not everybody, but for the most part, this is the movie we're all going to sit down and watch.
Well, but the problem has nothing to do with that. Like you can't, can't tell a universal story unless I have a universal common good. It's not possible because you're just in rebellion at that point. Now, whether you're in active rebellion or you're in rebellion by virtue of trying to be an individual and cutting off intimacy and therefore not cooperating or not being able to cooperate with people, it doesn't matter, right? You need to build this by saying, no, you can't just use the word race however you want. No, you can't just assert that true is a binary and a dichotomy. You can't do that. You can't just think of the world in a political frame. That's not an option. You have to delete the option from the people and let them choose. You can be isolated in your silly belief that can't help you, or you can come and play with us because we have a rich, enchanted language, which is scary, right? Because it's, one of the things Vervaeke says that's brilliant. There's an axis between horror and awe, right? So horror is down here, and when you get cracked open, you can go to horror. Like you can see the abyss. Because potential is an abyss. It's endless. Potential is technically endless. Or
why do you think everybody picks one or the other?
Let me finish. If you're well framed, you can go to awe. You can go to awe and mystery. And it's like, oh, that's a positive. But you're not, it's only positive because of your relationship to it. Nothing in the landscape and the axis of awe and horror is different. That axis exists. So in order to go towards awe, you need a framing that enables you to go towards awe. If you don't have a framing, being in that same position will send you towards horror.
Car wreck. Your engine and the frame, it'll collapse. You'll die.
If you start the engine and it is on an engine stand, it will fly apart and kill you.
Yes. Yes.
If you have a car and I give you an engine and you put it in the car and start it, that's awe, because it's awesome to have a car that starts and runs.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. I'm with you. Okay.
That was the best moment. That was the best moment when he brought up that car and metaphor. I was like, you can't explain it better than that.
I'm trying.
No, you're doing a great job. Well, this is why I need all y'all. So thank you.
It's a team effort. I love it. Thanks for having me on.
Well, you can't flood the engine, right? The engine has to have space in order to go somewhere.
Yeah.
A road. It needs a container. It needs a container to direct the energy to the wheels, Because look, I mean, if you leave an engine running on an engine stand, it'll blow up. It really will.
Like the whole thing about the lighter too, like the where does the lighter? I'm like, it's only a lighter. Is the liquid in it, but even then, does it matter if it's a lighter or not? Because it's just a limited object.
But the way to engage with, so Jesse, part of the trick, and I've done this many times.
Yeah,
you threaten to disengage with the person, and because they're so intimacy starved, they panic and they do anything to come back. And then that opens them up because they're the ones begging you for the connection. So you deliberately, but very politely, but very deliberately disconnect. And so that's why I said, no, the lighter's not real. The lighter's not true. Why? Because it doesn't function for me. Now there's a problem because it's true for him because he has it. It's not true for me because I don't have it. So now he doesn't have the bridge anymore to bully me into his dichotomy. But he wants the connection. Like he still wants the connection. Like, fair enough. I want the connection too. Right. And then all the time people say, Mark, you're being dismissive. And I'm like, maybe,
well,
but
I would say,
it works.
Yeah, it's like you're being a bit deceptive.
No. How?
Because you said, what was the phrase you used for the lighter? The lighter is not available to me.
No. The lighter's not true because I don't have it.
Because you
like what is available to me? It's a bunch of pixels on the screen. The fact that my mind says something,
and they might not be real. They might not be representative of his reality either. I don't know. I could put a lighter up on this thing right now that I don't have. I can do that.
You can.
So it's dishonest of me in essence to say that the lighter is true. That would actually be dishonest because we're on a freaking computer screen with each other. I don't know. Jesse's art could be a complete fantasy. Maybe he's like planned this for months.
But Mo, how?
I found more. I can always find more.
I feel like if you two were face to face, the logic you're using.
But we're not. It doesn't matter. Yes, hypothetically, if we were I wasn't face to face. I want to deal with what happened. I don't want to deal with hypotheticals. No, I don't live in a hypothetical. I promise you.
I'm not proposing a hypothetical.
No, but that's the whole point. You don't. If you stay out of they want you in the hypothetical because in the hypothetical anything's possible and they win. You can't win the hypothetical game. It's not a winnable game by anybody. You want to play hypotheticals with me, you're going to lose every single time. Every single time.
I'm not trying
to. I'm telling you not to drag yourself into the hypothetical space ever with anybody ever. Don't let them do that either.
I don't Tell them no. So are you calling this a hypothetical space?
No, I'm because
okay. I like that. That was heavy.
Got it. So this is my trouble, right?
Okay.
We have two what's called assumptions, or maybe so. One assumption would be, I assume you exist.
I don't do that.
But an assumption is a hypothetical. Like.
So what's the alternative?
Well, you don't have to go there.
The alternative is we talk about cars.
No, right. The alternative is we keep it concrete. Well, you're keeping it abstract. Yeah. Don't go into the you listen, Richard. No offense. You're not going to win an abstract argument with anybody because they're not winnable arguments. You cannot win an abstract argument. It's not actually technically possible. You can browbeat and bully the other person into giving up, but you You play that game with me, you're never going to win, ever. There's no, I know the formula that guarantees that you will never win an abstract argument. I don't need to be abstract.
What's the formula?
Picasso sucks. He's not even an artist.
What's the formula, Mark?
No, look, the secret is not to get into abstracts and appeal to the materialism that they want you to appeal to. Just don't do it. If you don't play the game, you don't lose the game. It's that simple. There are some games you can't win, so you don't play. You don't have to acquiesce to other people. You can force them into your frame because they want a connection. You want a connection with me? You're going to have to negotiate. I'm a hard negotiation person. Okay? I'm happy to open up and let you in and get you started, right? But I'm not going to let you dictate how that goes from that point forward. At some point, I'm going to draw a hard line, and I may give you many chances, as we did with David, right? But at some point, I'm not letting you go there anymore, and you're going to have to come towards me. And if you can't do that, that's fine, and I lose you, and that's terrible, and that's horrible. But also, that works because they almost never want to disengage.
Sure, but being in a frame in which being in a frame in which
Richard, is this a car? Is this a car? Is this a car?
I bet I could fit into that car if I ate it.
It's a dumb question. The question is mute. The question doesn't.
It looks like a car.
It doesn't go anywhere.
I'll go as far as it looks like a car, Jesse. No further.
Sure. So Jesse, I'll agree with you that if we have no TLR to that question, then it's an irrelevant question, right? I will. Is that what you're trying to push me towards?
No, there's actually a famous existential painting on this called "This is a picture of a pipe."
Right.
Go look up that. Type that into YouTube, you'll get your answer there.
Yeah.
It's Senna pas une pipe. It says it's not a picture of a pipe. Not it is.
Yeah. Right. That's
6 hour stream manual. Come on.
Right.
That's the kind of shit that'll short circuit Landrew.
What? Well, it's short circuited me.
Yeah.
Because
Well, that's the problem. Like, you're stuck in the materialism in the propositional frame, trying to solve it propositionally, when the correct answer is not to get into these hypothetical, abstract, theoretical, ridiculous conversations, and keep people grounded in the relationship in the moment. Because the way that you communicate with people is by having a relationship with them. That's what conversation is. It's a type of relationship, and you can't force it, which means if somebody comes into a conversation in bad faith, and I'm not accusing anybody of this, but if they come in bad faith, there's nothing you can do. Literally, look. One of the complaints on the Awakening server was the following: no word of a lie. This is what this guy said. Okay, and we've already established before I found out about this, but after this incident, he jumped into a listening party one day, and it was his first listening party, and he relayed the story on the server that when he jumped into the listening party, he didn't know what was going on, and he was very confused as to why we were stopping the video and having a discussion about it. And I was kind of like, well, I don't know what you think a listening party is for, but like, if you're not going to stop and discuss things, you're just there watching something together. It's not very intimate, right? It's not very connected, it's not very relational. And so we're doing distributed cognition that requires stopping the video and engaging. Okay. He said his heart raced, his breathing increased, and he started sweating. And he cast all this as some bad thing. And this was his story for justification for why we should have been punished on the server. Now, that sounds legitimate until you consider that not only did he stay for the whole damn listening party, but he came back for 2 more. Okay? So at that point, it's like, all right, so you're complaining that your first interaction with a new thing was stressful and then blaming us for that. That's ridiculous.
That's
He didn't have
ridiculous.
to engage with the new thing. We didn't force him into the listening party,
No.
and he came back. So it obviously wasn't so traumatic that he didn't want to do it again.
Right.
Well, so that's the problem. Like, you know, they're claiming they're traumatized, but they're coming back. How traumatized are you if you're coming back for seconds or thirds or fourths? Do you believe them when they say stupid things like that?
No, no, I'm not saying that we traumatize David. I'm not.
No. But that's not my point. My point is simply this. If you believe their propositional statement of what happened, the world won't make any sense because their behavior doesn't match their statements. Okay?
Yeah.
So that's why you can't rely on propositional from people or to people for anything. What you rely on is the connection, the relationship, the intimacy to carry the day. Now, part of the intimacy, if you're a Christian, and I'm not proposing this because I'm not a Christian, but I'm proposing that Christians should think about this, especially when talking to other Christians, but not when talking to non-Christians, because that's a different thing.
Sure.
Is to get the intimacy that you're with in the moment into the frame of the intimacy with the ineffable or God for Christians. Right? But
I found out what it's called, Mark. What you're talking about is they call in Star Trek, they call it Kirk's induced self-destructive arguments. You know, when he argues with the computers and shorts. I need to look it up about the Landru computer. Because that's why I kept saying Landru, because that dude was just like going over. I'm like, Landru cannot hurt the body. Landru's hurting the body. Landru must self-destruct. And then it smokes and beeps like, no, Landru good, Landru bad.
Right.
Burp, burp, burp.
So what are you learning, right? Because this has been a big topic over the past few months.
It's in the moment. Kirk can be in the moment. He's like, what about this, Landru? And what about that? And the computer can't keep up with it.
Right, but you know, because again, like people have been asking me, like, you know, Mark, where'd you get all your philosophy? You haven't read any philosophy books. I got it all from science fiction. That's where I got it from. I got it from classic Star Trek. I got it from DS9. I got it from Babylon 5, right? And Andromeda, if you haven't seen Andromeda is great.
Kevin Sorbo kills it, man. He's good.
Packed full. Right. Well, he does kill it. And I got it from Blake 7, which is the greatest science fiction show of all time.
That's good shit too. I like that.
Right. So the question is, what does classic Star Trek in this case teach us? Although it's in almost all science fiction, it's very clear. It's a recapitulation of Zeno's paradox, and Zeno's paradox is basically the same capitulation, which is materialism, whose tools are logic, reason, and rationality, cannot get you to the wall. They can't make the action. They can't complete the action. They can explain the middle part of the action. They don't explain the starting point of the action, and they don't explain the ending point of the action, because Zeno's paradox says you can't get to the wall. Captain Kirk says logic has its limits, and here they are. Let me demonstrate them to you. The action as the result of logic is self-destruction. If you are a logical, rational, reasonable being, and that is all you are, you will self-destruct. That is nihilism, drug addiction, alcohol addiction, whatever it is. That's what's going to happen to you. You can't be stuck in the propositional frame. You can't be stuck in the materialist frame, because you only have three tools: logic, reason, and rationality, and they cannot contain the world. They don't explain the world. They may explain parts of the world. They may explain a lot of the world, but they don't explain the most important things in the world, a la Zeno's paradox. How did you start to go to the wall, and how did you get to the damn wall? Because you can't get to the wall if you measure. If you measure to the wall, you will never get to the wall. That's what Zeno's paradox says. And I think all paradoxes, especially in ancient Greek philosophy, which is true philosophy, not like modern philosophy, which is utter garbage you should ignore. Ancient Greek philosophy used paradox to show you the limits of your thinking, to break you out of the box, to tell you if you see a paradox in the world, that is a falsity, and that is a limitation on your thinking. And you need to change your frame in order to fix that. And
Yeah.
you can't.
Yeah, you can pave over it. Yeah. You can move on from it for sure.
Guys, I gotta go. My fiance's here.
See you, Jim.
Thank you so much for sharing your art.
Take care of yourself, please. Bye.
You too, man.
So, Richard, like the thing that we've been railing against for a while is empathy, right? And in some sense, empathy is the stepping into the frame of the other, right? But when you're stepping into a materialist frame, like you remove capacities, right? Like there's a moveset that's not available to you, and like that's, I think, always the moveset that you need to appeal to. And so like it's not generative to step into the frame. And what happens is when someone shows the car on the screen, it's like, well, I'm not going to accept your framing until I know the purpose of your framing.
Right.
Yeah, that's why I said I'll go as far as to say it looks like a car. Is it a car? Can I get in it? Does it have a motor?
Does it
No,
drive?
but it
Does
looks
take you
like a
somewhere?
car.
Right. Well, that's Peterson's point about telos determining objects, right? If you want to sit, you're going to see a sitting space. You're never going to see a stump. There are no stumps in the woods where you hide. That's not how the world unfolds to you. You have to.
There
have
are
a
fallen
reason
over
to see
logs
it.
though, and that's clearly a seat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Only if you want to sit.
Yeah.
I agree. And I found a very significant passage in Macedonia that, like, it is a classical philosophical point, but like, whenever you identify an object as a discrete object, you can't account for that purely in a material frame. Because every other object is the same as every other object.
Right, it has an infinite number of similarities and differences. That's a combinatorial explosion, John.
Well, more than that, like they're all like. So Peterson says, when you look at a table, right? What makes you so sure that that table is distinct from the ground that it's on, from the Earth, from the solar system, from the universe? Why are you convinced?
Right, but that's the statement that it has an infinite number of properties in common with other things. Yeah.
Right,
That's
sure.
the combinatorial explosion
very
that gets
similar.
involved. Well,
very similar.
how do you resolve combinatorial explosion? Well, if you're a Christian, it's in the Bible. God gave you dominion over the animals.
Yes.
That resolves the combinatorial explosion of animals. It's done by God. It's not done by you. That's why revelation comes from above and gives you knowledge, among other things. But knowledge comes from revelation. If you're a Christian, but you can't use any of that framing. Like you can't refer to Genesis to somebody who's never read Genesis and doesn't want to read the Bible. So you need to use their language to show the insufficiency of their system, right? That's why you can't let David define a false dichotomy. And yet, look, you can be angry, as I know Elizabeth is, about.
I'm not angry.
Well, not right now. About interrupting.
I wasn't angry then. I just don't agree with you. I don't really see your point yet. But anyway, I'm listening.
Yeah, that's fair. But the reason why we interrupt early is because, and I want to do a video on this. I just haven't gotten around to it. The reason why you need to interrupt people early is because when they're telling a story and they're coming up with a false axiom in the beginning to start the story from, right? Or a baseline axiom in the middle of the story, because people do that trick too. If you let them continue, they will finish the story. It will be wrong, and they will be hard to convince that it's wrong because you didn't stop them when they made the first mistake.
Yeah.
And they effectively, what I'm saying is they enchant themselves. And once they've enchanted themselves with their own idea, it's very, very hard to do anything with them from that point forward. Very hard.
And so, like, I've had many conversations where I'm like interrupting someone and say, like that's false. Like, you started with a false statement, right? And then they start again and they repeat the false statement. And it's like, and then I interrupt them again. I was like, no, I want to finish my story. And I'm like, yeah, but like, you agreed with me that it's a false statement, right? Like, there's no disagreement about the falsity of the statement, right? There's actually explicit agreement. But there's somehow they have this thing in their mind that they need to repeat the false statement.
Yeah.
And
Well, to finish the story, yeah.
And it's like, well, like, are you really having a relationship with me? Because it doesn't sound like it.
No. Yeah. Also, in the case, like, if in the case of David, the false statement is truth is things are either, how does he put it? Things are either true or not true.
Untrue, yeah.
Or untrue,
yeah.
True.
Yeah.
So that's the false statement.
No.
Right.
He said, what is true and what is truth, right? That was the confusion?
That was, no, the confusion was true and not true, or true and untrue. Right.
Oh.
And the problem was, right, he claimed British supremacy on the language. And I said, that's not the definition of the Oxford Dictionary. It's just not the definition in the Oxford Dictionary. I'm sorry. Like, it's not the definition of Merriam-Webster either. It's not in the dictionary. So I understand that you have a false definition for the word, but I can't talk to you if you're going to use a definition different than one we can agree on. It's not that I won't talk to you. It's that I can't talk. It's not an option. And the person that's cut that option off is the person who's rebelling against the authority of the dictionary in favor of their own authority because they happen to be British.
Well, I think he was joking a bit there.
No.
I think he was trolling.
No, he was
I think so too.
He was making a legitimate appeal.
No, something was going on.
Is that appeal a troll? Yes, but he's not trying to troll. That's just what happened.
True.
It's a form of insanity somehow. It's a form of insanity, but I can't.
But it's like this, right? He's trying to walk, right? And you remove the ground under his feet, and he's like, well, like, I want to walk. And it's like, well, then I need to reestablish the ground under my feet if I want to keep walking. And then it's like, well, you're not going to let me walk, and now I get upset at you. Like, that's what happens.
Yep.
But we moved on way away from it, and we were having a good time talking about other stuff. You know, like, it didn't matter. It was strange. That was a strange hill for him to die on. It was weird.
Well, he needed it. He needed it axiomatically to prove his worldview. And we had endangered his worldview.
Yeah, no, it is.
You guys are way more understanding than me. I've just
it's exactly the correct hill for him to die on. Like, like, it's not a strange hill. Like, it is the hill where he dies, literally.
That's the hill he died on.
Yeah. Well, and to put it how he would see it in his perspective is that defining truth in any other way is absurd. Because that's what you think when you're when what are your three things? Rationality, logic, and empiricism.
Rationality, logic, and reason. Those are the three things.
So when you think those are the only three things that exist, you think that anyone who defines truth in a different way than he defined it is absurd and stupid. Right.
Well, and to some extent, that's not really it, right? It's whatever he has that relies on that particular binary. There could be another binary. Like, a lot of people could say, oh yeah, truth is accordance and it is a spectrum, right? The arrow is true to the target to some extent. It's not a binary, right? It allows for leeway. That's what true means. Like, you read it's accordance. It's not a binary. And so it could be a different binary. They might acquiesce to that one and pick a different one. It all depends on, and I don't know his end result other than to defend his materialism. And you need binaries to defend materialism because material has to either be there or not there. Otherwise, you're screwed.
110011.
So,
Yeah, I
so
mean,
Richard, like, no,
yeah.
like what the move that you're making, right, is like there's two ways that you can deal with it, and one I would call good faith, and the other one is I would call bad faith, right? So you can say you're not playing by my rules. How interesting, right? Like, and then have a reciprocal opening.
Sure.
Or you can say you're not playing by my rules, but my rules are better, and then you engage in conflict.
Right.
And so
Therefore, you're absurd. Yeah.
Yeah. So if it's not that in that perspective, what Mark is saying is absurd, because like most of the people I talk to, they have the participatory experience. They just don't have an interpretive framework to relate to it, right?
Yeah.
So it's not the issue of absurdity that is at fault. It's how is the person engaged? Like, are they engaging in good faith or bad faith? Like, that's all there is. Because, like, I can have all the conflict I want with you, right? But if I'm still in good faith, I can just shake your hands and give a hug afterwards. Like there's no problem for me holding these two things separate. The problem is when you start identifying with your position, which is, and we have, like, maybe we should call it an identity crisis as well, because there's this whole point where people get upset, and I'm like, it's not you that I'm arguing with. I'm arguing with the point.
Something, man. Well, you really are.
Here's my problem then. Okay, I think I see it. Would we agree that we can? Because it seems like that axiom for David is functioning like a religious axiom.
Yes.
So
it's religious.
Okay. Good. Okay. Great. So if we have two people who hold the same axiom, and one is higher, is more open, and higher in agreeableness, and the second person is the opposite of that. One you would call good faith, and the other you would call bad faith. But
no,
I don't.
Hold
on.
All right. Go. Sorry, man.
Let me finish. But it seems like the defensiveness is a function of how fundamental the belief is, not from a desire to engage in bad. I don't know how.
No. The fundamentality of the belief is the same for both persons. Like that.
Yeah.
Well, then it's not a function of the fundamentality of the belief.
Right.
Look. Right. So right. So it's a function of both the fundamentality and the person's openness to be checked.
No, it's not. It has nothing to do with either of those things. Look, here's a simple example. So the guy I mentioned earlier who was sweating and all upset about the first listening party, that he then went to two others, right? He's using this first one as reasons why we should, because of his phenomenological experience in the moment, which we had no way of understanding or knowing about. He was a bad faith actor. He's not capable of having a conversation in good faith. And the reason why I say that, and these are his words. I am always skeptical of statements that other people make, and I am never skeptical of my own statements. And I was like, well, then you can't have a conversation with somebody.
Isn't that what they call solipsism?
Yes, it's a ridiculous level of solipsism where you're preferring your own views to the exclusion of all others. And at the same time, you're automatically rejecting all other views out of skepticism. And so he's not capable, in that structure, he's not capable of acting in good faith. It's not even an option that's available to him. And a lot of these people, the way they're getting around this, and we had another guy who made this more explicit, although this guy's doing the same thing, telling us, oh, I'm having a good conversation. And I'm like, I'm very sad about this conversation. And he's like, why? And I'm like, because you told me, and it's evident from the conversation, that you are interfacing right now, not with me in the moment, but with a model of me that you made in your head. You told me that. You told me that. So the individualism causes them to make a model of the outside world that they don't need to make because they have direct access to the outside world. And they're having that relationship with the model. And then they're thinking they had a good relationship with me. Meantime, I'm going, this is awful. I'm sad. This is just
Explain that some more. What do you? That's very interesting what you're saying there.
This is what the guy now. This is what the guy told us, right? And like I don't trust people's reports, right? But it's very clearly what he was doing. Like you in the conversation, Emmanuel was there, right? You could tell this is what he was doing. He told us, I'm creating a model of you, including your worldview in it, which is impossible, by the way, because my worldview is so much bigger than his. He couldn't contain my worldview. It's not an option, right? And he said, that's what I'm having the conversation with. And I'm like, yes, but I'm here now. You can just have the conversation with me. You don't need to anticipate what I'm saying.
That's weird.
It's weird. Well, there's lots of people doing that.
Yeah. That's what it's all about. That's exactly what it's all about.
That's the intimacy crisis. They only
I
have.
never thought about it like that, man. That's fucking creepy.
No, but it's always the case, I think, or almost always the case, right?
So I mean,
it's the pattern.
Not for everyone.
Well,
yeah, not
people high in openness don't do that ever.
If they have an intimacy problem, they do. They absolutely do, and it has to do with identity as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, it also has to do with sanity and insanity.
Yep.
Because if you're doing what you were describing, Mark, that's insane. You're not in reality. Insane. Like we're talking about reality again. You're not in reality even. I don't think the fellow today, Dave or whatever his name is, I don't think he was in reality. I think his identity was so shaky, right? He wasn't even really.
He's not any fun.
But but he's not. He's really wobbly. He was really in a crazy space. Frankly.
Well, yeah. The fact that the profanity came out was. Yeah, I think about it. It's pretty concerning.
You have an opportunity to have a good time with people and laugh, or you can argue about your fucking lighter, all day.
I know, but you guys also you also have a blind spot, but I don't think you want to hear it, so that's cool.
I love hearing blind spots. Let's talk about the blind spot.
No, I already mentioned it. And I don't think you see it. I don't think you can see it. The Brits are very different than the Americans culturally.
Oh yeah.
You guys,
I don't have any tolerance.
I love you Americans. You Americans are great, but
I know lots and lots of Brits.
It was a really weird dynamic because he was obviously. What he really needed was somebody to say, you need a cup of tea or something, because he was in a very strange space.
Yeah, he was drunk.
So he wasn't. I mean, even at the beginning, maybe it would have been because you guys kept interrupting and he couldn't speak.
He wasn't being interrupted. He wasn't.
Yeah, you guys interrupted him constantly. It was horribly rude of you.
He kept finishing his statement. No, he kept finishing his statement.
You wouldn't let him talk. Go back and listen to it, guys.
No,
sorry.
I will.
I'm a retired teacher. I know when kids interrupt.
And then we were jumping in to answer the question that he just asked. And then he said, I didn't finish my sentence. And I'm like, you ended in a question. You finished your sentence when you end in a question. So that's just false.
I think
you guys, it's always good to examine oneself too, right? Like it's always good to examine oneself. You guys were interrupting him a lot, and I think that's a bit of a problem. I'm just saying that my personal perspective. But I think maybe the fact that it was off from the beginning maybe shows that it wasn't there wasn't any connection. So maybe that was the point to stop it. you were going.
Right. You're
Before
exactly
he got
correct.
frustrated.
Right. And so you what you're doing, and this is a thing that I see women do all the time, right? Like they want to re-establish the intimacy, right? Because that's what giving the cup of tea is, right? It's trying to find a new way of having a connection outside of the participation that's currently happening, and that's amazing, right? If you do it one-on-one and you have the time.
Right, exactly.
But when you're joining a stream with a group conversation, no, like this is what Mark is saying. Like, no, like you're coming to my space, it's my rules, and I like, and that's the thing that people don't get. Like when you waste 5 people's time, it's different than you're wasting a person's time because the person has the choice to commit to it or not. And when you have 5 people, they don't have the choice. All they have is they have to leave, and then you're enabling the narcissistic bullshit that they're spouting. Like I'm just a hard no on the narcissism.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, well
and
then.
Also interrupting is just like it's going to be more common in these online chat rooms because you can't have or just the way the audio.
It's not real time. Yeah, there's too much lag.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, there's too much lag, so you have to interrupt more for the conversation to work. And that's
I don't know. I think the guy triggered stuff in you guys, but that's okay. You don't have to see it.
It really triggered stuff. I mean, I'll admit it. I won't use words at all. I mean, the guy pissed me off thoroughly because I felt like if any one of us would start doing that, and then it would just devolve into that. Too much kindness will kill you. You know, too much kindness. You know. And I started to feel like everybody in the group was just being a little too kind and forgiving. We were trying to do something. He was interrupting, which is fine to a point. But, you know, when we had moved so far past it and we're having a good time talking about another nice thing, and then say, yeah, but what about my lighter? Okay, maybe I'm being a little over dramatic, but that's how I felt the guy was like being. Like it was extremely...
He was bullying.
So maybe from the very beginning, that's just what I'm wondering. So maybe it was just like, could you guys tell it was off at the beginning? I didn't see it, but maybe you could read it.
It's a strange thing to bring up about, you know, true, this, that, you know, and just a constant.
I knew right away. I knew right away that he was in trouble, and that he was looking for an answer. What I never know is whether or not that's something we can make progress on. And again, look, it may be 2 years and he may be down on his luck and in a hard time. And remember, and who knows? Like, I don't know. I hope so, right? I think about these things often. Like, wow, I hope that person, you know, straightens up. The same way I hope everybody on the Awakening from the Meaning Crisis server stops being, you know, angry and resentful and scapegoating other people, you know, to get around their own problems, and actually starts facing up to their own issues instead of blaming everybody else for why they're unhappy, right? It's the same ethos. You want them to do well, but you can always tell when someone's in trouble when they join based on how they join. But I don't discriminate because, well, first of all, there's the personal issue of personal and professional pride, right? Like, I don't want to be the one who's just mean to somebody for no reason. Like, that's not I'm not trying to be mean to anybody ever, which is not to say I'm not going to, or I won't do it, because I will. I will be deliberately, absolutely mean. That will happen if I feel like you're bullying, like you're gonna hurt somebody's reputation, right? Like I'll take a lot on me. I don't care, because other people's opinions just really don't register on my board at all. Like I don't. If Manuel says something, that's different. But if Richard says, you know, Mark, you're a blue meanie, I'm going to be like, whatever, Richard. Your opinion about my behavior means nothing to me. Sorry, Richard. It really doesn't, right? So it's a different set of circumstances, right? But it depends on having that initial engagement and trying to see if there's something there. Because Manuel and I did a stream a while back, and this kid came on and he was smashed and he was talking about cocaine and MDMA and all this stuff he did. And we were kind of like, do we just kick him off because there's no hope for him? And it's like, no, we don't. We put up with it. We literally suffered through it, because I was suffering. Maybe I shouldn't speak for Manuel, but I was really suffering talking to this kid, because it was just terrible. Just even listening to his story about how he was abusing himself was horrible, right? But we didn't kick him out. We stayed with it as long as we could, all the way to the end.
But this is really interesting. Could you tell, though, Mark, and I forget your shroomy broomy name, whatever it is.
I love the way you say it. Keep saying it the way you do.
I don't even know what I'm saying, but could you guys tell at the beginning? I'm just really interested. Could you tell fairly, like, once he came on, that it was going to go bad? Like, could you see that?
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't see that for.
I could.
Oh.
Reason being because, usually when people join a group, they try to join the conversation. They don't try to dominate it, take it over. And he tried to do that off the bat.
Yeah, so it's narcissism. I guess it's narcissism, right?
Like in some sense, you don't know either, right? Like you just match the person. Like that's what I do. Like if someone escalates, I escalate with them, and if it de-escalates, I'm like, okay, I'm back at zero.
Yeah.
And people don't get that. People think I'm upset or whatever. No, like I'm matching you. Like
yes. I should do that more often. I don't do that when I'm guest places, but I usually will do that on Discord for sure.
What's the point, Manuel, of matching people where I don't understand why you do that?
Because you take the opportunity to de-escalate.
Yes. That be a mirror, but like, look, this is what you're doing. This is what you're getting back. You want to keep it's going to be met with an equal force.
Tony Robbins talks about this. It's called mirroring, right? And it's called mirroring because it's all about the mirror neurons in your brain. This is the mimicry, the stuff I was talking about. You match someone's tone, and then you tone down your tone, and they follow you. It's not flawless or anything, but that's actually the way you do it.
Right, and it depends on the purpose, right? Like this is the thing that on the awakening of the meaning crisis server, right? It's like, well, we are having a philosophical argument, right? And then people get upset. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm having a philosophical argument. Like, I'm not going to deal with your upsetness. Like, I'm sorry, but like, fuck
they
off.
take it
like,
so personally. Taking it personally is the weird part about it. When somebody says to me, hey, Niram, that's kind of like a stupid idea. I'm like, oh, really? Like, why? I'm not like thinking they're calling me stupid, because I can change my mind. Right. It's not, I don't understand. It's a disconnect for me, but I notice it everywhere.
So actually, like, it's kind of contrary to the way we think, maybe, or the way society thinks. If someone is that self-absorbed, they're in trouble, in fact, right? So you're actually doing them a favor to show it back to them. Because they're in trouble. So it's very kind to do that.
They know unconsciously that they're in trouble, and they're engaging based on that. Yeah. And so that's why you stick with it, because they've come to you. They've come into your space. Whether they acknowledge that or not by their behavior is a totally different issue. Because maybe they don't have coping skills where they can submit. But I did want to address this because Ethan sort of called it out, I think. I think Ethan's upset with me. Not really, Ethan, but it's fine. Is it a good project to try to build bridges between opposing points of view? And that was the section that needs addressing. And I kind of already addressed it in the comments, but effectively, no, it's not. And let me tell you why. You really only have two options. One is adopt the other person's perspective sympathetically to the best of your ability and draw them into yours, okay? And the other one is stand your ground. Now, obviously, I use stand your ground. That's what I use. You don't have to use that. I'm not telling you it's the right answer. I'm not telling you it will work for you. I'm telling you that's what I use. I'm not even telling you it works for me. I'm saying that's what I use. That's it. And then
can we drive past each other though?
Yeah.
I might agree we can't live in the same neighborhood, but can we drive past each other and maybe go to Walmart and not kill each other?
No. I don't know. That's a good question.
But this is my point. Like, the reason why you can't build a bridge is because that creates a middle ground. But if your perspective is right, so let's just say you're a Christian, and so you have the right story. If you're leaving your story, even just a little bit, it's no longer the right story. So if you meet them halfway to where they are, and they could be a long way from Christianity, now you're both screwed.
Yeah.
You can stand in the middle of the bridge together and be lost. That's not
because you're screwing with your own perceptual system when you do that. There's no question, right? You're mucking your own life around. It's not the way, the truth, and the life. That's for sure.
So how do you have the how do you have? So do we have to just stay in separate countries? Like, what are we saying?
I don't know. I know it's serious.
I don't know. If you read Paul, like when Paul preaches to the Greeks, you can tell that he's versed himself in Greek culture. And Mark, you say it yourself that there are two ways to do it. The first way was you sympathetically, I forget the verb you use.
Sympathize with their point of view.
Right, and draw them in, right? So how is that? Can you distinguish that between building a bridge?
Yeah, bridges are evil. Okay, don't build bridges. Just stop. Right? Like, that's ridiculous. What you want to do is you want to go to where the person is sympathetically and lead them to where they need to be. Now, that may not be where you were or are or want them to be. This is where the confusion comes in. Christians want them to be in Jesus or something, whatever, right? That's where they want to be, right? And so the trick is you need to draw them one step closer and not 10 or 5 or 2 or all the way to where you want them to be. You just need to get them to one step closer.
Sure, but that does mean you have to go out, right?
That's one option. That's one option.
No, okay. So I think we need to not confuse two tracks, right?
Sure.
So when I was talking about a philosophical discussion, right, like that is a propositional framework necessarily,
sure,
right? And like you're not going to win there, right? Because like I know the rules and therefore, right? But in the propositional framework, there's certain things that I can do to you, right? I can show you things. I can say, well, look here, and then like with the paradox, right? Like, oh, like deal with the paradox, because now you have to figure out like what's wrong. And then there's the emotional thing, right? Like, and this is where the feminine part comes in. Like there's an emotional track of the conversation, right? And like when someone says, well, go drink a cup of tea, that means that I want to re-engage with you on a level of emotional connection, right?
Sure.
But an emotional argument is completely different than a propositional argument, right? And that's where empathy like goes. But like when you're in that frame, like you can't appeal to reason, like you can't appeal to anything. Like you can just hold someone's hand and take them with you, right? But when you're holding someone's hand, do you need to step into the hole with them, or can you just like reach down the hole with your hand because you're standing on solid ground? Like that's the question. And so and when you're in that game, and I fully admit, like I'm not good at that, and like I don't think I should be good at that. And the thing I've been realizing is about women, like where are they supposed to apply their skills? Well, from 0 to 4-year-olds, right? Like that's where women shine in their relationship, right? Like completely dependent beings upon your grace, effectively.
Oh no, that's not true at all. Women are most important for men when they're, I don't know, from like 8 to 90. For sure, because women are actually women are
children die without mothers young, and
well, yeah, but men die too. How many guys do you know who just die? Like they just.
I'm not saying women aren't important afterwards. Like I'm not making the claim.
I don't believe all that nonsense about that Peterson nonsense about the 0 to 4. It's so silly. And he goes,
no, it's not silly.
Hold on.
It absolutely. I mean, it's true, but that's all he talks about. Like he needs to widen his scope of what the feminine is.
I agree, And if you know Jacob Satoichi, he talks about. So what Manuel was talking about is a function that women fulfill. Another function is scolding. Now there are more functions, but scolding, you can see, is something that a woman has more position to do that is necessary throughout throughout life, right? Now I am not very articulate at describing exactly what scolding is.
No, that's a good point.
Yeah, but when Jacob made that example, it's like, oh yeah, totally, I get that. And like you're saying, women are very necessary for men 8 to 90.
Thank you.
But they're necessary in a different way than caring for infants. It's a different capacity.
Yeah, I can point at.
We all need each other. It's a team effort.
Yeah,
that's why I keep saying, why doesn't God need a wife? That's what is revolving around that for me. It was like, oh, he's a guy, he's got his penis, doesn't need anything, he can create the whole universe. Which is strange to me, really.
He needed Mary. Like, what are you talking about?
But it's a human,
It's heaven and earth. Right, Earth is the matrix in which things are born. Like
Father Sky and Mother Earth.
Well, it's the masculine acting on the feminine, yes.
But they didn't actually, it's a virgin thing. It's not a rain in the hitting the earth kind of thing. It's a virgin.
You guys have missed Sophia, though, Shroomy Broomy. Like you guys, there's no Sophia in North America. The ancient understanding of the feminine wisdom. It's just totally sucked out of.
Isn't okay? So in the theme of Mark's Gnosticism thing, I heard these concepts of Jesus was supposed to marry Sophia, but she didn't, and then he got crucified instead.
No.
What did I hear? What kind of
crazy Gnosticism talk? Right. Well, look, and that's why I think that. Like the Mark of Wisdom project. That's about Sophia, like that. Right. That's the whole point, is that we know we're missing wisdom. That's why Vervaeke says, where do you go for knowledge? Where do you go for this? Where do you go for wisdom? Oh, it's an open question. Right. Well, we need wisdom communities so that you can go there for wisdom. Right. This isn't a difficult equation. That's my project.
But let's note that the wisdom is feminine, and the way you get this in Christianity is in the books of the kings for the kingdom of Judea, but also sometimes for the kingdom of Israel. They list the mothers of the king because the mother was a key.
Yeah, it's a matriarchy.
Yeah. The mother was a key advisor.
Yeah, right.
So that gets transferred to Mary with Christ.
Yeah.
You get that in.
Yeah, but Richard, you're not leading us anywhere. Like, I don't care. We're not there anymore. Right? The problem is feminism has removed femininity from the world and turned it into a masculine project. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's gone right now, just to a large extent. For whatever reason, I don't even care. I don't care about starting point. I don't care about the fixing the past. I don't care. Not relevant. What's relevant is, what do we need to do to re-enchant the world for the people who are living in a disenchanted world in a way that allows them to engage with the project of wisdom. Because when they engage with that project, then everything changes. And I think, look, if we have a lacking in our project, it's not art, because Sally Joe's awesome, right? But it may be elements of the feminine are not in our documentation because women aren't reading our docs and helping us out. Neither are the men either, right? So,
Well,
like, fair enough.
tell me more about this Sophia lady. What are you talking about in the context of that?
So, Sophia is just Lady Wisdom, right? It's just the female representation of wisdom itself.
Lady Wisdom. I've never heard of that. That's very interesting.
It's the feminine archetype, which represents wisdom.
Yeah, in the Greek, Sophia is wisdom, right?
Okay.
And of course, it's a feminine noun. And
What's all this Gnostic shit I hear about Sophia and Jesus? Where am I getting why is that rattling around in my brain from somewhere from years ago?
Because the evil Gnosticism has infected your otherwise pure brain, and you should in the universe and save yourself from evil Gnosticism.
I'm not sure where it is from, but it is probably from a Gnostic gospel somewhere.
Okay.
But the problem is the ethos of caring about that. We'll say the ethos of even looking at that, not the Ethan, because that's different, but the ethos of looking at that is that you are buying into the Gnostic idea that the God that you're able to interface with is an evil God. Right, and that's why he didn't marry wisdom. And so if he only married wisdom, you'd have access to the forbidden knowledge. It's all that, like, you've already bought into all these.
The way the story goes that I heard is she didn't marry him and she betrayed him. And then like a thousand later she would marry him and then they would be a king and a queen together is the story.
MGTOW incels would say that. Yes, that's true.
Okay. All right.
But you see, the problem is though that in the North American world, it's fundamentally Protestant, right? You just don't have. We don't have the Mary. We don't have her everywhere we go. It's gone. So to Mark's point, if things aren't embodied, well, we don't embody Maria. I mean, we don't in North America, and so it's like your story about Aslan, Mark. If we don't have that in our culture at large, we don't get it. I mean, I act like Beatrice everywhere I go, and everybody like nobody knows the story.
Who are the women emulating? Where is the thing that the ideal for them to mimic? It's not in Protestantism because they deny the feminine entirely. They don't have. They'll say, "Oh, we do have the feminine." No, you don't. You don't have it. It's not anywhere in there. And the damn Catholics are too busy packing up shop and giving up and selling all their churches to actually do any good in the world because they're a bunch of wussies. They don't understand they're for lions, and they should just suck it up and get in it already.
I just had this conversation with somebody tonight. It's how. So I went to a meetup, a local meetup, kind of. It wasn't estuary. It was just a bunch of people meeting up. It was at an Orthodox parish, not as service or anything, just a hang, and they, one of the parish members invited us. They said, well, maybe a good service for you to come to is the Wednesday thing, whatever it is that they do. I don't remember what it's called, but it's just a. Is that what it's a veneration of the Theotokos. It's short, 45 minutes long, but every Wednesday they venerate. This whole service is dedicated to the Theotokos. Wow. And I told her, I said, that's actually one of the reasons that I'm here is because apart from everywhere but here and in Catholicism too, there's something that has been pushed out of the world, completely pushed out. Like I don't know. I mean, track it back to whenever it happened. We could probably comfortably say like after the scientific revolution, we did start to worship reason. We were talking to Adam this morning, right? It was like the cult of reason. We were talking about the Enlightenment and stuff. And I know that's touchy, but like Enlightenment gone wrong, it's like we usurped God with reason and reason
because the last or the second to last Holy Roman Emperor basically screwed up the world. And
by the
that's
way,
the problem with the
it's just,
Enlightenment.
you know what's wrong is that the Joseph II is mostly known as being a patron of Mozart and not mostly known for destroying the world.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Anyways, it's like after this, so we started. Okay, I don't know. Like I'm kind of like Jordan Peterson has this whole thing is like, oh, science came from alchemy. It was like, what the hell were they doing? What were these?
Right.
It's this Gnosticism. They were experimenting. They were trying to find something in the world to elevate themselves and give themselves power. That's where all of this came from.
On their own. Alchemy is something you do by yourself in your lab. It's not something you do with others in a space, which is where those things belong. If you want to elevate yourself, you need the help of other people. Full stop. You need
It's the difference between Saruman and Gandalf. You know, Saruman's in that tower, fucking around with a weird Stygian orb, you know, and driving himself crazy. And Gandalf's in the valley, you know, with his little pipe when the hobbits shooting off fireworks. He's with people.
And with people, right. And interacting with them and interacting with Radagast and interacting, and because
he's not quite as fucking crazy as Radagast. He's in the middle.
Right.
Yeah.
But because he interacts with Radagast, he's able to talk to the moth to send a message to the evil.
Oh, yeah. He
Otherwise, he's not able to do that. Saruman wouldn't be able to do that in a similar situation.
He's in the damn tower.
It's because of his engagement that allows him to do all that. And look, I just want to point out, you can always tell if you're in an Orthodox ceremony of some kind because they say Theotokos every other word. It's really like that's all they. I swear that's all. Theotokos this and Theotokos that. But if you think about this in terms of flattening of the world and these false binary, false dichotomies, and binary thinking and all that, when you flatten the world, you flatten masculine and feminine. And when you do that, women and men are competing on the same plane for the same thing. It's postmodern power narrative again. That's why when you re-enchant the world, all of a sudden that fixes that problem because now men and women can cooperate to be better together because women have certain specialties on average and men have certain specialties on average. And that when those two get together, they're greater. There are sacrifices on both sides. Women are annoying and no one can understand them, at least if you're an og. And men are just dumb and women shouldn't have to put up with that bullshit. But it is what it is.
That's cool.
Jonathan Pajot did this for me. I love it. It's this
really?
it's in San Clemente in Rome. It's this incredible image. It's hard to see, actually. It's the San Clemente, but I think there were 3 churches, one built on top of each other. And when I saw this image, it's just so like this woman, there it is. Like this is what you see constantly. And so it changes you. I mean, it's changed me as a woman, for sure.
Yeah, she's got an old man as a baby in her. It's very
I need to switch this.
Oh, sorry.
I'm trying to put her over. There we go.
Gotcha. Yeah,
there she is. I think it's so beautiful. Look at her. But look at her. She's like integrated. She's wow.
Yeah.
There she is, and she's beautiful. Yeah.
I was going to say this earlier. I was going to say this. So something that might help you. I remember.
Anyway, thank you for enjoying it because it's special for me.
Something that might help is go read John 1, the theology of Christ, and then look at an image like that, and you'll like that.
Right.
That will invite you into insight. It's just it's how okay. See, it's very difficult to talk about these things, and maybe it's inappropriate to talk about them. We have logos, the concept of logos, and logos is logos, and you have that in that image. It's how creation is brought into the world, or how the world comes into being, and you have the world, you have being, you have creation, and then you have this thing around it that's bringing it into the world. It's a very weird thing that it's very ineffable. You can't.
Right.
It's the container. Like I wanted to talk about this a while back, so I'm gonna do the try again, right? So what does the mom represent, right? Like so first she's the actual womb, right? Like she is that which brings life to the child, right? Like, and then the child is outside, but it's still connected, right? Like with the breastfeeding and the holding and the taking care, right? And then what slowly happens is, and Viveki talks that what like it's bringing a person into being in some sense, right? So there's a separation from the identity of the mother and the dependency upon the mother, and the generation of the own identity, right? And then like I like this thing that you brought up with the scolding, right? Like so the scolding is presuming, right? Like there's a presumption of integrity, and I think this is where all this postmodern thinking, this progressive thinking goes wrong, because they're assuming that the integrity is there, and then if there's something emerging through the integrity, then it's good, right? But like if the integrity isn't there, right, and I think that's the role of the mother, right? Like you're not being your integrity isn't correct. Like you're transgressing, you're outside of the bounds of who you should be as a person. And but you need to have a person, right? You need to have a entity that can be responsible, right? Because if you can't respond, if you can't hold that burden, you're gonna be crushed by it, and right. So that's the two aspects of the mother, right? Because like it's when the mother is holding the child on her seat, right? Like she's providing the place where the person can be generated, right? And then the child goes out into the world, right? Like he leaves and then he's scared and he comes back, right? And so that dynamic is the thing that allows for the contrast, for the dynamic creation of the person.
Do you guys think that the virgin birth and the Big Bang Theory are metaphorically saying the same thing?
In some sense.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's important.
Just hearing you talk made me think of that. Like what Ethan said, and then how you followed up just made me think of that. Put those two things together. I don't know why.
I recently learned that the Big Bang Theory was invented by a monk. Like that was his thing.
Yeah.
Account for creation. So
yeah. Interesting. Yeah.
But I really like what Manuel said about the integrity of the feminine, because remember Shermy Broomy when we were talking about what Mary and what it would have been like for her when she realized, when the angel came and told her bear the Christ child, but I said that she was already there. She was already in that place of integrity that Manuel was referring to. Really,
and maybe this is a weird question, but
right?
How did they know to pick her, or did they ask other women first, and then she was the one that said yes? Or are these stupid questions to even have?
Are you asking how God knew how to pick Mary? Is that
no? Because see, if he already knew she was going to say yes and was down to do this, then is that picking anybody?
No, stop thinking about God already knowing. God is giving a proposition, right? Like for all you know, every woman gets this proposition and they're completely blind to it.
It's a negotiation too. It's not a top-down power from above. It's a negotiation. And she has to have eyes to see and ears to hear in order to engage with the negotiation. That's the way to think about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And in order to have the eyes to see and ears to hear, you need to be pure in some profound sense.
Yeah, pure of heart.
Right. Well, and that's why the Catholics go so far as to venerate Mary and talk about Immaculate Conception and all this crazy stuff. And the Protestants who just, whatever, are defective. Don't do
like
that.
Me. We're like, what are you talking about?
They don't
What's going on?
I want to
do
talk about the
anything.
Big Bang instead.
They'll do anything to get around that. They just think it's the worst idea ever, and they're like, it's not in
Well,
scripture.
maybe that's the problem with Protestantism. Forget this Enlightenment thing. Maybe we need to go further back and look at but seriously, like this loss of the story of the feminine.
We need to touch grass.
No,
I agree.
Like I mean
that.
it quite sincerely because
I agree with that to some extent, Elizabeth. Except there's a couple problems with it, right? The first problem is it doesn't match the timeline of all the badness. But the way I frame it is that Protestantism is the thing that allowed the Enlightenment lab leak. Right. And the Protestants don't like that at all. But that's too bad because it's still funny and true. So that's still my appeal. But that's true. All the problems happened much more recently. So the question is, it can't be the Enlightenment. It can't be Protestantism because they weren't problems until extremely recently, past 2 generations. That's when this started, 2 generations ago.
What do you mean?
No, it doesn't go back any further than that.
You get it in Nietzsche a bit.
Sounds like
no, you don't. No, not in the United States, the most Protestant country in the universe. You don't get it in Nietzsche.
Smells like dirty hippies to me.
Exactly. Which is ironic because you look like a dirty hippie. I love you anyway, though. I'm just saying, you're a long-haired hippie freak, and you live in hippie country, dude.
You know what?
No, we've been.
I love it.
Go ahead, go Ethan.
People had long hair long before hippies. Okay, I'm just saying.
The long hair has a long history.
Hey, you have no place. You cannot talk about.
Hey, I have long hair in spirit, like in my Holy Ghost area. I got hair.
What's actually causing the loss of the divine feminine is the lack of the access to the ideal. And what causes the lack of the access to the ideal
maybe
is
not venerating it every Tuesday. Maybe that's
not
what
just the icons and not just the
or even Friday.
Well, but not just the icons and not just the propositions and not just the flattening of the world, because that's insufficient. But when you no longer have access to the full force of the nature within a woman, say because you changed her hormonal, disrupted her hormones somehow, then everybody suffers because men don't get the full force of women anymore, and young women don't get the full force of their mother.
Here's a hypothesis, and so I'm in a class called Adolescence and Emerging Adulthood, and one of the trends that I had no idea about was in the West, you see this massive decline of the age of the beginning of puberty from 17 in like 1840, and now it's down to like 10 and a half. Right? And so what that gets to, there's actually a graph for this. I can find it if you want it. There's 2 bars for every 50 years. And one bar is the physical maturation and the psychological maturation. And as time goes on, they start to separate. The physical maturation happens way earlier because of a variety of reasons that I could go into. It has to do with better healthcare, better nutrition.
Yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter. Yeah.
And the psychological maturation gets later because of
okay. But what's your theory?
But so the theory would be that because you get this radical separation of physical maturation and psychological maturation, there's a total loss of wisdom because you become an adult physically before you have the maturity to be an adult mentally. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I mean that wouldn't cause any of what we see, but I mean it certainly contributes it. It's not causal with anything divine feminine.
Well, I think you certainly would get the loss of wisdom. You certainly would get that.
Yeah, but we had the loss of wisdom before and it didn't affect us. That's my point. Like all these things that everybody points to, including Vervaeke, are too far back or too prevalent before and after to worry about. They can't be proximal causes. They can be contributing factors, but not proximal causes.
Well, so what you're saying that you see the loss of wisdom as in the past?
I'm not identifying the loss of wisdom as anything interesting. That happens all the time. It's just not interesting.
Right. Okay.
Pre-enlightenment is the loss of wisdom.
Sure.
Right. That's the rediscovery of the wisdom. But there was nothing wrong with the dark, so-called dark ages. They were dark. They have to be dark. If the dark ages are not dark, the Enlightenment doesn't make any sense.
Well, the Romans just really started to suck. Maybe the dark ages were better.
Yeah, well, yeah, they were. Well, the dark ages were an improvement upon the decay of Rome.
Yeah, right. It was an improvement. They were all farmers, man. They were having a good time, I think.
But if the dark age,
I think carefully. So too. I think
if the dark ages aren't dark, the Enlightenment doesn't make any sense. The Enlightenment
was, I think, a burning off of the deadwood. And they were like, what can we say from what they were trying to do?
No. Enlightenment was a rediscovery of Greek and Latin texts.
Exactly. They didn't repeat it.
But not by the upper class, right? Because now everybody had access to them.
Yeah.
And so that caused a bunch of new thinking in the middle class, which was an emerging thing, the merchant class. Right?
Yeah.
And that had long-lasting effects. The problem is they were all Christians. Don't believe the lies out of Wikipedia. They were all Christians. They were all embedded in the church. And as long as the Enlightenment is embedded in the church, there's nothing wrong with Enlightenment ideas whatsoever. They're perfectly fine if they're the handmaiden to religion, which they should be.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's a good point. They didn't have all the weird Roman stuff that made it get all fucked up.
It can't be the Enlightenment.
Nice. That's good, Mark. Thank you.
Yeah.
But doesn't the revival of Greek and Roman thought leads to the scientific revolution, which leads to the abandonment of religion.
What's the height of scientific discovery? Is it the 1960s?
And it's interesting because those things were a product of a very immoral civilization. Yet we cling to it.
No, hold on.
Okay.
What is the height of science in the West? Is it the 1960s? Is it the 1980s? Or is it the 1930s? Because it's the 1930s. And in the 1930s, guess what's going on? 80% of the population of the U.S. identifies as Christian. 80% of physicists and scientists of all type identify as Christians. It's the same. The ratio is the same.
Sure.
It's not different. The science people aren't rejecting religion in the 1930s. That didn't happen.
Okay.
The last great set of discoveries, irrespective of when they were actually utilized, because you can argue the transistor wasn't, whatever. I don't care. All those principles were discovered in the 1930s.
Yeah, but
fundamentally, most of science didn't move as fast as it did from the late 1800s to the 1930s. That 50-year period was much larger gap in science than from the 1930s up to today. Right. I don't think any way to even argue that. I think I would be surprised if anybody.
World War happened. Something. I guess something happened.
Yeah, that's burn power is it. And he's partially correct, right? Like there's trauma from the war that we're resolving, but something happened in the 1960s. That's when things went wrong.
The kids rebelled.
So
It's
the kids rebelled. They said,
No,
"Fuck this.
It's
We're
not.
not doing
It's
this
not. It's not the rebellion. That's the introduction of the birth control pill, and the birth control pill doesn't take effect right away because it doesn't get used right away. But what's happening is when you disrupt the hormonal system of a female, you don't get the full force of female in the world. The feminine archetype is dampened. It's lessened. It's
Right.
flattened.
So, Mark, what I talked about explains that. Because that split between psychological and physical maturation
Damn.
is happening.
That doesn't affect the full force of femaleness. It doesn't have any effect on it at all. It has the opposite effect, actually.
What do you mean by the full force of female?
He means we like chemically spayed women, and they didn't realize it. They thought they were getting a good deal out of it, and they didn't.
The part of the reason why, in fact, the primary reason why women went on birth control was to not have such big swings in their moods and in their physical.
Oh, sure.
Well, there you go.
You know, it's all utility. There's no utility in these mood swings and these cycles. They lost their connection to the whatever we want to call it,
the moon,
nature, the moon. They lost their intimacy because we saw no utility in it. We started worshiping this god of utility.
For sure.
Gilchrist talks about this a lot.
And we flattened it. We flattened everything. That's the issue.
No, people wanted no. But women wanted the pleasure of sex without the consequences. It was that simple, and so did men. Period. It wasn't just for.
It was casual sex with many people.
The motivation.
Yeah, but that's what people wanted. All my friends who were on it.
The motivations are completely irrelevant to the argument. The motivations are irrelevant. It's the adoption. When the adoption and
but I'm just saying,
it doesn't matter. But I don't want to get into this game of how many motivations do women have for taking the pill. That's ridiculous. I can't list them all. I don't care. The fact of the matter is they took the pill. They dampened the cycle. They disconnected themselves from the lunar cycle, right? They dampened the cycle. That in and of itself is not the end of the world. But the end of the world is when the second generation loses access to the full force of femininity as such. Because what happens is the male and female children of the women with the dampened cycle never see that cycle, and they don't know how to deal with it. But
if
that's
you put too much cornstarch in the ocean, it stops the waves.
Right. So what happens when you're on the beach and there's these controlled waves is that you're only used to small waves, and then a tsunami comes along and you don't even know what to look for, right? Because there are no waves that big. I've never seen a wave that big. I didn't know there were different sized waves, and all of a sudden a big wave comes along, and I'm like, I don't know what this is. I mean, I know it's a wave, but I've never seen a wave. What do I do?
Right. Well, what I'm saying is, like, if birth control is like pouring cornstarch in the ocean, it will kill everything. The moon won't be able to move the water because it's too thick. You fucked up the consistency of water in the ocean.
Well, and you've dampened everything. You flattened
dampened it.
And then, and
no
then
waves.
Women who are daughters to women who took the birth control pill, they never see their mothers dealing with the swings. And then they get the swings and they don't have a way of dealing with them. So then they need to be on the birth control pill because they're trying to.
They need to be on hormones instead, Mark. No, they need to be on hormones instead. Like, I think that's actually
well, whatever.
That's a natural conclusion, right? Like, you're on birth control, right? And you don't know what the thing is, and it's like, well, like, I'm not a woman. Like, I can't identify as a woman because, like, these swings are not a thing that I can.
But that happens later. That happens much later. The point is, the second generation, the boys and the girls, are not exposed to the full force of nature through the feminine archetype, because that's what she's connected to. Women are more connected to nature. Men are like, I'm going to chop down trees because I want to build a house to protect my family. Women are like, no, don't chop down the trees. They're friendly trees. And the man's like, yeah, screw that. You need a home. We're going to chop down trees. That's the negotiation between men and women. But that negotiation between dealing with the full force of a woman, right, and dealing with nature is important, because you lose both. Because we fundamentally interface with the world through personification. And when the personification is not there, we don't know how to interface anymore with nature. We're losing connection with nature and with each other all at the same time. And that's because of the second generation of birth control. Once the second generation is on birth control, we're screwed. It's a downhill thing. And then, to Manuel's point, they get, more stuff. Well, I'm not a woman because I don't have these cycles, so I must be a man. And now they're all rushing. And I read it. Absolutely. We couldn't read the whole thing. Absolutely horrific story of a whistleblower at one of these clinics. And it was just terrible. These are war crimes. These are freaking war crimes. People, this is like sound the alarms and like break out that like gun ownership is a good thing. Let me show you why. These girls are being abused horribly.
We need public execution, because
civil disobedience, man. That's what we need. Sorry, go ahead, Ethan.
That podcast, or the talk you guys did in combination with the podcast that Dan Carlin did in public execution. The thing is like our education is so what's the word? I guess I'll just say biased, but it's so enlightenment bias. I'm sorry, you know, whatever
it is,
but it's like, oh, all this shit that we're doing in the medieval times is just horrible. They were breaking people on wheels and blah blah blah. And then I listened to Dan Carlin's podcast, and he's like, oh, I did some research, and these public executions were actually ritualistic, and the people in the crowd are singing with the person being executed, and the executioner is participating in it. Like, the executioner has dinner with the person they're executing, with the authorities that exacted justice, whatever, gave the sentence. Like, it's all this communal ritualistic thing, and it's like it's almost as if like it's a body ridding itself of a parasite or something. The community, and it was very, very, it was religious. That's what Carlin said. It was a religious ritual, and it's like, wow, if we did that, like, how would that, like, the fact that we're not doing that anymore, how is that affecting us? Like, I don't think that like these large cults of parasites would never have been allowed to exist in the medieval era, because
why are they existing now? Why are we? We need civil disobedience. Like, it's driving me nuts. All of us who have some orientation towards the good, why are we not having public execution? I'm sorry, but why are we not? Like, that would actually, I will say it. That might be a better thing. We're all sitting in our homes. We're all watching these horrors, and nobody's doing anything. I don't understand it.
It's because the police will come after you, and they'll shoot you.
No.
The Canadian police might.
I was listening to a podcast, and they were talking about how the death has been removed from the home.
Yeah,
right. So you used to have a person in the living room or whatever, right? They were dying, and you like go there multiple times, and you'd have to deal with the person, but you're also grieving while the person is alive.
Yep.
And so what we've done is we've made all of the pieces of our life, we cut them into pieces. It's like, okay, like we deal with the dead people in the hospital, right? The dead and the sick people, and then we don't have to have them in our home, and we deal with the crazy people in the asylum, and we deal with that over there. And like now we have this pure life where we're not confronted, right? Like we deal with the women by putting hormones in them so that they're not doing crazy things, whatever type of hormones.
Yeah, right? For sure.
And we're talking about flattening the world, right? We just like we castrated right? We circumcised our experience.
Well, no wonder. Maybe that's why there's no meaning. We need public executions. Like, really, seriously. Like,
well, I think we need wolves too.
No,
we need to bring the wolves back.
We remove contrast from the world.
Yeah, but
we're not seeing things because we've compartmentalized it all off, to Manuel's point. And so that contrast is lost because you don't see it. And so now you don't know how to deal with it anymore.
I think circumcised is the correct term.
That narrows your world, right? We've reciprocally narrowed ourselves in the modern world so that we can focus on other things. But those other things are not good things. They're bad things. So we have bad skills for dealing with nature. People don't know how to grow things anymore. No one understands how our food supply works. There's a guy, Brian Mose, who's excellent. I love Brian. He's out in South Dakota. Sorry, Sal. He's on the other side of the river. He's East River. But he runs a farm and he shows everybody how it works. And the number of people on platforms like Clubhouse and Twitter and Instagram that are like, what we need to do is fix the sick cows. And he's like, no, you don't understand why and how cows get sick and how to fix them. Like, you're a lunatic. That's not the problem. They don't understand how food works. They don't understand how these things. There was a guy,
and they hate the people that do understand how it works.
I mean, there are a tiny number of people that understand it. There was a guy that used to go into the clubhouse room that Brian would run and some of the other farmers would run. And he said, it doesn't make any sense that these people are raising cattle and then giving them up for food because they love their animals. And I was like, what kind of a lunatic are you? They're raising the animals to be eaten. They know this. This is their purpose. They're happy with it. And he's like, no, it doesn't make any sense. We all need to be vegetarians. He doesn't have the skills to understand the world. He sees a conflict where there isn't one. He's making a problem that doesn't exist because he's not able to interface with nature properly.
But why is there no, Rosa Parks who wouldn't give up her seat in the bus? Where is she? Like, where are those people right now?
Oh no, that was all hijacked. You don't know the story of Rosa Parks?
Well, whatever. That's my story. But
there was a network of people waiting for that to happen, and they didn't know who was going to be the first one to have a big deal made out of it.
Well, who's going to make a big? That wasn't my point, Mark. My point is, where is that person? Where are the people? Where are
I think she's out there, but no.
But that was staged. And the problem
doesn't matter if it was. It doesn't matter.
See, Mark won't play by his own rules. Did you catch this, everybody?
No, the telos actually matters. The telos actually matters. The problem with Rosa Parks is that the story is a fantasy story because it was contrived. She wasn't standing on principle. This was a planned event. And they were just waiting for something to happen. And they have since used that same methodology for BLM and for all the woke causes. That's what they've used. So this is happening all the time. We're already in a state of constant, in the United States anyway.
Harriet Tubman might be a better example.
Well, whatever. It's like the Aslan Jesus thing, only it's like Rosa and Harriet.
But it happens all the time. Like, how are you supposed to?
How are you discerning? Right. How are you discerning where that Kairos moment is? Right. Because I don't know. Because people are doing the Rosa Parks thing constantly now.
Like it's Brett Weinstein, like like Jordan Peterson, like the lady that did the thing on the trans center, like they're all doing it, like they're all stepping, and it's like, I'm gonna sacrifice my living or whatever for my principles, and I'm gonna go out there in public, and I'm gonna like get all the flack. Like I don't want to know what these people get sent at them, right? Like Tim Pool's completely upset about like him. Like they never like what he does, right? Like either it's too little or too much, and it's both at the same time, right? Like
Temple.
Yeah, but like it's not a position that you can be in. And also, like we were talking about Jordan Peterson's leadership, we're just like, okay, so like you do the thing, but you need to keep it alive, right? Like now you need to be the head of the body, and like I just read Tim
You-
Pool's thing, and he's like, I don't
Be a Tim
want to
Pool,
be
or
in
you can
charge of
be
things.
an Adam Krigler,
No,
and
no, but
I could resonate with Adam
No,
way
let-
more than Tim Pool.
No, let Manuel finish. He's about to say something very important.
Okay, go for it.
It's
Sorry.
about the leadership, right? So they're all in this
Yeah.
position, right? Like, and Tim Pool says, I don't want to be a leader of this movement because I'm not the leader of the movement, and like, so he's not the leader of the movement, so there's no movement. Like, end of statement.
Okay. Tim
And
Pool's
so
just insufferable to me. I just can't stand that guy.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter who it is. But
It
none
does
of
matter.
them will do it. They are denying that this needs to be led. They are denying because they're all Gnostics. Its emergence is good, so they won't lead it. And because they won't lead it, it won't manifest. But what will manifest continually is more chaos, because that's what emergence causes. It's more chaos.
Yeah.
It doesn't lead to more people, basically cooperating. That doesn't happen. It just keeps emerging and crashing and emerging and crashing and emerging and crashing. That's what happens with emergence only approaches. And then if you keep doing that long enough, like, I don't know, the Weimar Republic, eventually a charismatic leader will come up and take over, and they will be bad. But if the good people won't stand up and take the leadership charismatically, what do you think is going to happen? There's no other option, guys.
That's what happened in France, right? With the yellow shirts, like they're just going out there causing havoc, and they're all upset. And it's like, well, there's no leader, there's nobody to talk to, there's nothing to negotiate. It's the same with Occupy Wall Street. Like like it's all mobs without a head, and if there's no head, there's like
something's going to assume that head.
No,
No,
Occupy Wall Street didn't have a head, as far as I know. Like they didn't, and they couldn't deal with it.
They couldn't deal with it. The bankers went out and basically tried to buy them off and say, what do you need to go? We'll give you whatever you want. We just want you to be happy. Literally, that was the bankers' approach. And when they went out to negotiate, they asked the people that were kind of leading it, and they didn't have an answer. Think, what would make you happy so that you stop protesting? We will make that. We will find a way to make that happen. And they didn't have an answer, because they didn't have a purpose. They didn't have a telos. They didn't have a head. They didn't have a leader. They were just running around creating havoc for the sake of creating havoc.
Right.
And that's the problem. So the civil disobedience approach doesn't work without a leader. You can't just be civilly disobedient randomly. That's the hell we're living in now.
Yeah, so that's another problem. We need a few leaders.
Right.
Yeah.
And
good people don't want to lead. Good people don't want to tell other people what to do. Usually,
it's
a big hump to get over.
No, I don't think they're good people. Like, that's the problem. Like, I think they're all materialists, and they can't be good.
Yes.
Oh, you mean that group of people specifically?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I don't think Tim Pool can. I don't think Vervaeke can. I don't think Peterson can. Like, I don't think Vanderklay can. Like,
the abdication of the responsibility of leadership means you're not a good person, because leadership is good. You need leadership.
What would you think if someone like Donald Trump invited Jordan Peterson to figure out world politics? Do you think it could work?
Doesn't help anything. Well, politics is not even a problem. Politics,
like, if you have a leader, but you have Jordan Peterson's round table, let's just call it, could you get anywhere then?
No. Round tables are evil. Trump by himself did more good than anyone else. Why? Because he's a strong leader. That's all you need, is a strong leader who's good.
Like I was listening to Peterson do his thing, and I'm like, what does he want to do, right? Like, he wants to create this alternative narrative so that we can have more war.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, no, that's literally what he's gonna do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah,
there's no
I thought
other
the
option.
same thing, but there was one.
Yeah, there was something spooky about it.
What are you guys talking about? What?
He announced it on Joe Rogan, but there was one point during that time where he's like, well, the Israelites were doing this thing, and they essentially said that they identified with the being, and and they tried to orientate themselves towards being as like, okay, if that's what he's doing, that will work. But if he's just simply just trying to do what these guys are, if he's just simply trying to not do what these guys are doing over there, it's gonna, God knows what's gonna happen, but it's not gonna be good.
Well, so would we critique his 5 questions? Or are those questions good questions?
What are they? Do we have a?
You mean the statements about energy production and families
Yeah.
and stuff?
He had 5
Yeah,
focus points.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's
Oh
like,
no,
well,
they're
we're gonna
not
try
good
and,
questions.
he's like,
No.
we're gonna try and do this, blah blah blah. It's like,
Who's
I don't
we?
know.
How is this
Yeah.
gonna happen? You need a
I guess
head.
his followers.
I don't know. I don't know. Like,
Right.
but there was that one
Well-
time he's like, what we're doing. He talked about what he was doing.
He's
He's
the
like,
one-
it's like what the Israelites were doing when they realized this, you know. So
No. Right. He's trying to enact the pattern from below because he's a materialist. He's trying to emerge what he wants in the world through materialism.
Well, he's
He's
the
a
one.
Gnostic. That isn't gonna work. Like, I don't know what else to say. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna happen. It's not a thing. Don't do that. It's bad. It's more chaos and more war. Don't contribute to that. You're better off hiring Donald Trump to run the world because
Right.
he'll just make freaking decisions and be done with it.
Right. I'm with you.
Yeah.
It really sounded off to
Well,
me
so
when I heard about it.
yeah, so in direct contrast to that, I'm pretty sure he said that he wants to be decentralized, right? He said he wants to.
Yes, they all want decentralization because then they don't have to lead it. Okay, let me explain something. The reason why all the attempts in history, and there have been many for thousands of years, for a decentralization fail is because it doesn't work. It's that simple.
They won't let anybody lead either.
It's not going to start working magically tomorrow. Well,
Yeah.
they will let
It's the
people lead.
whole-
They let
it's the
Trump
whole
lead.
No,
delusion of-
like even if somebody was rising up to lead their thing,
Yeah.
I don't think they let them. They'd be
Well,
like,
the rebels
"Excuse
wouldn't.
me,
No.
you're being a little rude. You can't, I feel like that would happen."
You're right.
people-
You're right,
some
Shroomy
people won't
Broomy.
do that.
That's right.
Some people won't do that. The
The-
right
just-
people won't do that.
The idea of decentralization just for the sake of decentralization, it doesn't work. Just like this, anything for the sake of anything doesn't work unless it's good for God. So like this is exactly what Joseph II was doing. He was decentralizing. We had this authority up here and he was trying to democratize everything. He was flattening the world. He was giving authority to the common people. This sounds really bad. Some people might get offended by this, but that's what he was doing. He was trying to flatten the world. He was trying to equalize everything.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
He's trying to make everything universal. And then it's like, oh, they literally like the wall bordering Vienna was like this tall. And then like a generation later, Napoleon came over. He's like, oh, cool, a free Roman Empire, and like stepped over the 6-inch fence that Joseph II had deconstructed, into.
Right.
It's like you can't.
Wow.
It's like once you usurp the supreme authority, which pick your language, God. That's traditionally what we call it. Once you usurp God with anything else, whether it's like the next thing below God, with like reason, beauty, truth, whatever the hell it is, the second that you do that, everything like entropy ensues.
Yeah.
What do you think the gun is? Like with that, because they call the gun the great equalizer. It just popped in my head. I don't know why. Is the gun the ultimate Gnostic technology?
No, not at all. No. Because,
Okay.
No, because you people don't realize in history equality was the norm in terms of power.
Okay.
It only becomes not the norm when scale happens.
Right.
In other words, if you
Okay.
can't outfit an army, everybody has equal access to equal weaponry because you can all make whatever a person can make.
Yeah.
when you scale up to like a village, maybe they can afford to have special weapons made and special training for special people. But you can't do that without a village. And then maybe when it's multiple, right, it just scales up. At points of scale, everything changes. The problem becomes, and this is what people don't understand. It's like, oh, well, you know, if you just rebelled, the government would come and shoot you. And I'm like, no, they wouldn't, because they just don't have enough people in the government.
Not enough.
To shoot the people. And if the government shoots the population, they're not a government anymore because there's no population to govern. Like, you know, it's not that straightforward. It's always a negotiation, always.
Yeah.
And that's why we find things like genocide so abhorrent, because we realize that's the end of the game.
Yeah. There's nothing left.
Peterson talks about the meta game, and I don't particularly like that term, but whatever, right? The ability to keep playing, irrespective of if you're a total loser and can't ever win, right? And that's genocide, is taking somebody out of the game completely, the game of games. They can't play any more games. That's why we find it abhorrent. I think that's totally fair.
I think we were on some good things earlier with the feminine before I completely derailed the conversation into public execution.
Nah, hey, let's talk about chicks. I'm down. What do you think? What are we doing wrong?
Yeah, I think Manuel said some really good things.
Yeah.
With this ethic of utility, I mean, we evoke these things, the ethic of utility, and it's like, maybe it's helpful to talk about it in that way, but we can't really trace it back to anything. Mark seems to have he's pretty confident on this birth control invention as a Kairos moment, but it's like what that pill wasn't invented in 1850. It was invented in 60 something, whatever. Like, It was invented at the time that it was invented. Right. So like there was definitely an ethic in place that allowed this pill to be developed, researched and developed. It was I don't know ultimately what it was for. Was it actually for birth control, or was it for like utility? Was it to flatten the cycle? Was it to flatten the cycle, or was it to really give people the ability to have sex without,
I've never met one woman who took it to flatten the cycle. I've only known women and young girls who take it so they don't become pregnant. I've never heard of the other, to be honest, just my experience. It was definitely for free sex. Come on, it was the 60s. It was for free sex. It was pleasure. It was pleasure over commitment. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that was that. Well, and I think it was a reaction to the 50s, right? The 50s were like this, the Stepford Wives, and that was a reaction to the trauma of World War II. So I mean, it's
stability.
It keeps going, right? It just rolls into dysfunctionality and a reaction to the dysfunctionality. That's what it was all about. It was the suburbs, right? Like Marshall talks about the suburbs.
It's Margaret Sanger again, our favorite evil person, right? Proposed the pill, right? She propelled the research that led to the creation of the pill. So the telos of birth control was bad from the beginning, was poison from the beginning.
What year was that?
1916 is when because she's the one that started all this nonsense about making sure we didn't have babies of a certain race. Like that was her thing.
God.
She was a horrible person. Everything about her was absolutely terrible.
Wow. See, this is what I'm saying. Like we used to purge ourselves of these things, and now we just say
people used to call them out, right? People would call them out and ostracise them. Somebody like that, if you were in a little village or wherever. Yeah,
and now everything is just like,
man, like you just got F off, like that's what they did.
I just had a crazy thought, and I don't know where I'm going with this.
You should tell everybody to F off, right?
But no. What if the pill that they created instead was one that a woman could take and it made her pregnant without having sex?
No, they wouldn't want it.
I know, but I'm just saying, just theoretically,
No,
Just
that exists.
crazy ass thought, right?
What are we role playing now?
Yeah,
No,
we're
like-
role playing. You know, I'm just let's play charades
medical
or something.
procedure already exists. I don't know why you're.
No, it's just appeal the convenience. Like, I want to have a baby. Boop. I don't need any man. I don't need anything.
There's this thing called in vitro fertilization.
Yeah, I was
like
just
people,
gonna say we're there
We
already.
have that.
No, beyond that, I'm talking about like a virgin
It's the
pill
same
birth.
thing.
That's
pill.
next
same
week.
thing.
Next week it's coming. Don't
The
worry.
thing is,
But
we
it's
took
gotta
the
be right.
birth control first, and we went like this, and now we're trying to recompense that with this in vitro fertilization. It's the same thing, you know.
Right.
She's right. Like it's in vitro fertilization now, which means like okay, you get injected, and it makes you much more likely to conceive with your husband. But the thing is you have to look at. You're gonna like this telos, right? The telos is I want to conceive now. I want to conceive under my terms, and that's what that in vitro fertilization is, and that's the telos. So tomorrow, the technology is the incentive is there to develop that further. So tomorrow it will be a pill that doesn't require a partner, or will you just be able to take it and you'll be pregnant? It's the same exact thing. You have to look at the spirit or the telos.
Yeah.
That this
The
thing
spirit.
is chasing.
Okay, exactly. So the spirit would be like the Christians were like, we have to make all the women like the Virgin Mary. We have to make this pill because it has to.
No.
It's the best version of like.
No, that's the opposite
go there.
I know it's a
of
crazy
Mary.
thought. It
No,
just
no,
popped
it's
into my
crazy.
head though.
It's actually literally the opposite, right?
Yeah.
Because like the Virgin Mary had to be pure. Like when you're doing your own insemination, that's like the complete opposite.
Yeah, but what if it was an idea that took over us? You know, like,
No, like-
we
like-
must endeavor to do this thing
Well,
instead of the
Well,
opposite
that
thing.
is the Gnostic idea. The
Which is
Gnostic
what we
idea
did.
is having control over
Absence of
your
children.
life.
Let's just agree not to talk about the conception of Mary.
It's
I mean,
not.
that's not my. This isn't my thing. This
It's
isn't my thing.
Gnostic. It's Gnostic because it's control,
Yeah.
and control is bad. You need to leave it up to a higher power.
And like one very basic place you see this is like the fact that women have access to I forget what it's called, but like the medicine to make your pain in childbirth go down.
Yeah, an epidural.
Yeah, and I was reading a book recently which talked about the positive, like the immense significance having an unaided birth.
Yeah, it's because people hate.
A woman's life.
There's this. The thing is like people don't understand this. It's like there are higher things at play here that are gripping people. People like you're gonna think. A lot of people think will think I'm crazy in saying this but we hate children and we hate giving child. We hate bearing children. We hate childbirth. We hate everything that has to do with it. That's why we're developing technology. We're developing technology that refutes all of that. We're developing a birth control pill. We have these epidurals. Like people go like this is a thing. Scheduled C-sections. That's a thing. People plan on it because they hate They hate the idea of bearing children so much.
Right? This is the categorization problem Manuel was pointing out before. It's uncontained and unrestrained, and it's uncontrolled, and we're trying to control it better. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to put it in a box and control it so that it's the way we want it to be. It's very Tower of Babel. And at the same time, we've got a bunch of individuals. And the individuals are like, well, I don't want my life inconvenienced. So, and everything else is contained. Why can't we carve this up into sections and contain it? And it's like, well, you're losing the cyclical nature of the reality in which you exist. You're losing the patterns. You're turning something continuous and nonlinear into something discrete and linear. That's the conversion of the natural to the scientific. You can't do that. That's bad.
And there's also this assumption, right, where it's like, well, there's a good way to use it, right? It's like, yes, there is a good way to use it, right? But like, are you going to say that it should be used because there is a good way to use it, because that's the question, because you end up
Yeah.
normalizing it, and then you also enable the bad way, and it's like, you're like, is there a good way to discern when there's too much bad way and too much good way? Like, no. And that's like, this is the slippery slope argument. And like yes, right, like at a certain point the slippery slope is ridiculous, right? Like, not everybody is going to transition, but there's way too many people. Like, way too many people, and like at a certain point that's just not okay. Like, that's not okay. And like, where is that point?
Yeah, it's just Genesis 3 all over again. It's, oh, hey, it's good. Because it's like, it's good when it's good. It's not good in and of itself. It's good when it's appropriate to be good.
Yeah.
It's like, there's this, okay, like the C-section thing. It's like, you have the opportunity, the mother of your family is going to die, and the child she's bearing is going to die. We have this technology that allows us to save both of them. But when it's I'm going to schedule a C-section because I don't want to go through the experience of bearing a child. Like, that is picking the fruit off of the tree. That's you misappropriating the technology, the knowledge. It's like you think like, if we were about to, like, if it was like some sort of crazy thing happened, a flood, and it was like, we have there's all kinds of science fiction with this. It's like, something happened with Earth and we have an arc, right? We shoot it off into space and it's going to go, countless science fiction, like goes off, orbits, whatever, waits for the radiation to go away, and then it comes back and it implants itself. It's like, we have one bit of information that we can give to these people. It would be something like Genesis 3. Highly condensed story. Mm-hmm. Like that, like it all goes back to that, like things that are misappropriated, that are taken out and used inappropriately, taken in and of themselves, separated from the higher purpose. Like, there's a million different ways that you can, that's why it's so powerful, is there's a million different ways that you can frame this. Like, you're taking telos, like capital T telos, and reappropriating it to telos, my telos. Like, I see telos, I create telos. I use my own means. I'm creating means. I make the means instead of the means, the means of means, the being, like the thing that everything rotates around.
Yeah. We're so far away. I mean, it's amazing any of us can even speak, in my opinion, right? Because we're so detached from everything. It's a miracle. It's a miracle that we're talking.
We can't. I mean, this is actually happening now. Manuel and I are having conversations with people, and they can't speak to us. They literally can't speak to us. Or David couldn't speak to us. He couldn't do it.
Right.
We're too far apart all of a sudden. And that's because people are too individualistic. They want to be their own person, and they're trying. But individualism is just rejection of that which intimately, it's rejection of agape, of Christian agapic love. It's the rejection of the intimacy. It's the rejection of the connection with others. Yeah. It's the rejection of the sacrifice required to make the connection with others. It's rejection of all of these things. It's just pure rebellion.
Yeah.
So I want to. Oh, that's the wrong one. I want to go into this a little bit, because I
don't know. I think he's a professional troll or something.
No. I think it is a completely valid question, right? So, like, the way I see it is, and I'm going to use Neoplatonic framing, because, like, I think there's some value in it.
Mark, right? Kick him out of the stream.
You can have God on top, right? And then you have the space by which God communicates to us, which is effectively angels, right? And so then we are as a receptive, right? So we're relating to what is above, right? And so either the thing above is pointing towards God, or is in relation to God, right? Or it's not, right? So it's like,
right.
But I think it's still above, because we're being subject to it. Like, there's also a different way where we're not being subjected to it, and it's from below, and that would be evil. Like when you are evil, you're taking the spirit from below, and you're trying it to manifest it. And when you're just enacting the bad, it's coming from above, right? And you're just being subjected to it, but you're not realizing that it's not connected to God. And I think that's the distinction that we need to hold in our minds, right? It's like, okay, and oh yeah, this is the thing that I wanted to talk about a lot earlier. It's redemption. So when we do these executions, right, or whatever, right, like when we're having the person die in our living room, what are we doing? We're trying to redeem this thing that is bad, right? Like, okay, like a person made a transgression, or there is a being that is no longer gonna be at a certain point. How are we gonna integrate that, right? Make it partake in the whole in a generative fashion, right? And so all these patterns, they're privileging how the thing can participate in the more. Like I'm having this discussion with this girl I'm helping, and it's like she always makes drama of everything, right? And it's like, well, if you see the thing, right, as like, now I cannot do the other thing, right? Like that's literally what happens, right? Like in her mind, it's like, oh, there's this disconnection, right? Like there's a vision about, or an expectation about how things work, right? And then there's a disconnection from the expectation, and then there's distress as a consequence, right? And what's the resolution? Well, the resolution is, how can you lift it up, right? Like, this is effectively the same as being is good, right? Like, so there is a being, or there is a participation that you can start engaging that is pointing the negative in the good story, right? And so that is redeeming the world. And if you participate in that process, then you're being a good person, right? Like, no, and then we can have arguments about how to do that better or not, but that's a different point, right? Like you fundamentally need to be in that process first, and then you can get a participatory understanding, right? It's like, okay, like, is the spirit that I'm dealing with actually coming from all the way above, or am I deluded, right? And that discernment is a thing that you need to develop. And if you haven't developed it, you cannot be good. Like, you cannot be good.
Right.
Like,
it's not an option.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which is, man, once you realize that, it's like, oh, I need to have discernment of what I'm receiving, like what I'm giving my attention to, because what I'm giving my attention to is being embodied in me. That's a terrifying thing. The priest in our class yesterday, we're going over this concept of nous, and the way that the Orthodox see it is there's nous, and then there's, I think, whatever is below it, right? And the nous is your first point of contact with the divine. I remember him saying, it's like, the nous is how you come to know God. And he casually said, it's how you come to know God or other things. Just casually said it, The thing is like, emergence is good, like we think that, like, we talk about how we make fun of it. Emergence is good, but we have to caution ourselves, and we can't fall into this trap of, oh, if emergence isn't good, then it must mean that eminence is good. And we're going to fall into this trap of thinking that eminence is good. And then you're just going to think anything that's emanating onto you is good. Manuel's framing it a little bit different, of like, coming up from the bottom and then coming up over top.
Yeah.
But still, it's the same thing. It's like, oh, eminence is good, so you're just going to look up and just take anything that you see, and embody it. And
right.
Man,
Well, that's the false dichotomy, right? That's the over reduction of the world into a binary. And the world is not a binary. And what you're trying to get around is the hard work of discernment and the responsibility of judgment, because discernment is the first step, and judgment is the second step, and action is the third step.
Oh,
and
yeah.
There's no way around that, but you can act without judging and discerning. But now you're just acting kind of randomly. And that's why I posted the Sam Harris highest value video from Navigating Patterns, because that's Sam Harris doing that, right? He can't enact the good. He can only narrow in on his own on his
Yeah.
own framing, and that's what happens. He's not struggling towards the good. He's not using discernment. He's just saying, no, knowledge is really important, and screw everything else, and knowledge is good. It's like, no, that's not true, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't know the difference, so he can't help but stray into evil. He can't. There's no way for him to do anything else.
These 3 degrees: discernment, judgment, and action. That sounds very reminiscent of what this author is saying in this book that we're reading in the class. And she said something really that struck me, and it reminded me of what Manuel's got going on with this sacrifice versus he's got these 2 things. He's got sacrifice versus just an implicit part of your being. And the author is saying that virtue is actually a willful thing. So like it's not something that you passively do. And what you just said, these 3 degrees, discernment, judgment, and action, that's actually what virtue is. And it's that level of agency. Right. Like that's what this whole thing comes down to, is that level of agency.
But you can't.
I'm sorry, Elizabeth. You hate that that word level. Forgive me for using that language. But sorry, Mark.
You can't be virtuous without action,
mm-hmm.
and therefore you can't be ethical without action. Ethics doesn't exist in philosophy. Ethics doesn't exist in theology. It's not there. Ethics exists in action in the world. It's participatory only. It has nothing to do with the words you say. Nothing. You can say all the words you want. You can talk all day long. You can be a silver-tongued, progenitor of evil like Sam Harris all day long, or you can be a silver-tongued idiot like Karl Marx and cause millions and millions of deaths. You can do that. Okay. The problem is that isn't ethical, because nothing about words resolves ethics. Nothing. The only way to resolve ethics is in participation in the world, in action. That's it. You cannot know ethics without taking action in the world. You can know of ethics. You can theorize about ethics. You can have a framework for thinking about ethics and talking about ethics. You can have a language for talking about ethics, but you can't actually do ethics without action. It doesn't make any sense.
You've pretty much summed up the thesis of this book, which is the material of this class that
Your book is then correct. I dub it accurate and useful.
She's just beating the same thing over
and over again. It has arrived at the truth independent of my structures, and therefore it validates both of us in our truth, the trueness of our expressions.
Wow. Discernment, judgment, action. Wow.
Yeah, that's the line. That's the line of agency, and that's what makes us human. Yeah. That's what man is his agency and his will is this. Like, she makes this really good comparison. She says an atheist can do, like, okay, here's the virtues, whatever. She lists off a bunch of virtues written down, and she says, okay, these are only virtuous. She says an atheist can do all of these things, and they're not virtues. Because they're just copying. They're copying something. But what makes it virtue is I don't think she used the word struggle, but what makes it virtue is I think she actually did use the word struggle, but in the context of what we're speaking is what makes it virtue is the discernment, the judgment, and the action qualified by Christ. That's what she's saying. That's what makes it virtue. And then the atheists, they may be acting the same thing. They may be saying the same words, repeating the same words, but they're not doing this. They're not doing this thing. They're not exercising their agency and free will as a human. That's what a human is their agency and affecting that. That
is such a good point. The discernment, judgment.
Yeah.
Action.
You have to write that down, Mark.
No, but really, it's
that's in the notes.
So important.
The notes.
That's
Oh,
in the notes.
your guys'
Oh,
500-page
absolutely.
virtual document of notes that you just keep adding to.
No, the one notes we don't just keep adding to it, but we do need to get back to
Yeah,
rolling them
if
up.
you hang out with these guys long enough, all of a sudden you're like, oh, I'm going to add that to the notes, and you hear them typing. It's like this 500-page virtual
It's
document.
350 pages. So it's not
350 pages.
500. We have well over 500 total pages, but the one document is only about 350 pages. Don't do 350-page documents in Google Docs. It doesn't work very well. But yeah, it's noted. A lot of more stuff is noted too, and I added to the Mark of Wisdom community doc today, so that'll help. But yeah, we're working on this stuff for this reason. I mean, the reason why we're able to talk about this is almost 3 years of note taking. Like it's not like I just like, oh, I'm gonna start an ice cream and then you talk up. No, this is all based on 3 years nearly of constant discussion around John Vervaeke's work, Jordan Peterson's work, Paul Vanderklay's crazy Christian Gnostic nonsense, and conversations and actual interactions with people who need help, who are stuck, people who got help and got better, right? All kinds of things have happened. This is not out of the blue. There's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. We did Clubhouse for many months. We had a bunch of Clubhouse talks, which I really should post as podcast somewhere someday. There's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, and you were saying earlier at the beginning of your stream, you went on a couple of rants, whatever you want to call them. I think they warrant clipping. What you were saying about you went on about how you were talking about how Vervaeke gave you language, enabled you to talk with Manuel and talk about these things that you didn't have the tools to communicate with other people.
Right.
Like it's like this is the goodness that you found in Vervaeke, and and I don't know, like, and then they just keep. But I don't know. I just think that more people need to see that, and I don't know.
Well, okay, like I want to go back to because you called out what I'm talking about, right? So I've been constructing with this because Mark is like, well, everything is sacrifice, right? And I have this idea, right? When you identify with the higher, right? Like when with a bigger body, right? Like for example, like if I clean the toilets at church, right? Like you could call that a sacrifice.
With you, man. It's always toilets.
Yes. And cleaning. It's the purity. But
I think in terms of toilets. Sorry, keep going. I'm sorry.
If I do that, right? Like I can see that as a sacrifice, and it's like, oh, the damn church, blah, 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 blah. Or it's like, no, I'm enabling the bigger body of church to function, right? And there's the house of God, like there's a way that I can make it be set apart, right? Like and have the spirit that it needs to have, right? And like I can have that participation, right? And then it's no longer a sacrifice, right? Because in some sense your sacrifice is being redeemed, and like so it's subsumed into the higher thing, and the higher thing has primacy over the identity, over your lower identity, effectively. So,
it's almost it's like there's two things. You have two interests. You have the overall interest of the kingdom of God, right? And you also have the interest of your agency. And these things once they become implicit in your being, and you're cleaning the church and it doesn't even faze you. It's like, yeah, it's Wednesday, we're going to go clean the church. And it's like, it doesn't seem sacrificial to you at all. But your interest in the kingdom of heaven, or the kingdom of God, like keeps you doing that. Like the fact that it's not like, oh, this became an implicit part of my being, so like it's no longer a part of my agency. It's no longer virtuous, so like I don't care about it anymore. It's like you still care about it because like you have an overall interest in affording or cultivating this. You have an interest in the kingdom of God instantiating itself.
Right. That's what the early Israelites were doing, right? Like they were doing all sorts of crazy stuff, and it's like why are you doing all of these rituals? Well, to keep the patterns pure, right? Like that's literally what they're doing. They're keeping the patterns pure.
Exactly. They were doing these things like awarely, but like there weren't sacrifices to them. Yeah, you're right. They were just doing it. It's like, yeah, I don't eat. What are some things like they don't eat pork, right?
Oh.
That's not a sacrifice to them. They just don't do it, But they're keeping this thing going because
but then the danger is that you lose the heart, and your heart falls out of the actions, right? And so God will say in Isaiah that your sacrifices mean nothing to me. I want your heart, basically.
Maybe.
And so,
yeah, but that's false because you're presupposing the heart, and I don't think you can presuppose the heart. I don't think you have the heart. Like you're not born with the heart. Like that's the thing that you develop. You practice it.
You're making it. You're creating.
Right.
Yeah, but also the whole idea of cleaning the toilets, it's actually such a gift. It's like my icon Ethan knows about, right? With George of Antioch, the great Syrian admiral to the Norman kings in Sicily, with the depiction of him, and he looks like a worm on the ground. And there's the Madonna figure, she's magnificent, and there he is, and he literally looks like a worm. And that's the beauty of it all. It's actually a gift because you get to slice off the possibility you could be a horrible narcissist and have a horrible life, right? That really is the freedom. It's the freedom. So and then it puts you, it alters your perceptual system in that way. Like I don't think it can be overstated, just the act of humility. I think the Catholics have it right in a sense that prostrating yourself, being as low as you can be.
And that's the key. Everybody talks about, well, I have multiple perspectives. And it's like, well, have you ever cleaned the toilet? Have you ever washed somebody else's feet? Like, have you ever lowered yourself voluntarily to get a different perspective? Richard, this isn't virtue signaling, dude. It's not virtue signaling. Relax, right? But they talk paradoxically. They say, "Oh, I believe in different perspectives." Until you say, "Well, have you ever been of service to somebody?" Right? Have you ever lowered yourself to get that perspective? And then all of a sudden the answer is no. And it's like, well, do you really value other perspectives? Because I'm a little confused now, right? And this is what I mean by don't believe what people tell you. People will say that all the time. They'll say whatever you want to hear because people try to please other people and be in communion and get intimate connections through language. But you're not going to get an intimate connection through language because A, you're probably lying to yourself, and B, you're probably lying to other people just to get that connection. Now it's a fake connection.
Yeah.
You can't focus on the language. You have to focus on the actions in the world. We did not to say language is evil or you can do without it entirely or anything, although in most cases I think you can do entirely without language and you'll do just fine, right? And that's the thing. Some of the most devout people in the world don't speak or don't speak much. Monks usually took vows of silence for a reason, right? So venerating speech and talking and all this is obviously wrong. We know this. We're pretending like it's not wrong because we're so good at it, because we're all focused on it. We've all been, quote, educated to speak well. Yeah, that's not working out. The more we talk, the more differences we find. That's mathematically certain, by the way. So the more detail you can go into, you're just going to find more problems.
I think there is a good way of speaking, and I think it's preaching. But I think beyond that, no. But there's a way where you're communicating the word of God, right? And so you're speaking from authority, and I think that justifies the speech. But it you can do that in action as well. So it's like not a speech thing, but like I think speech is a tool that can be co-opted to manifest that.
Do you think that's what Stanley Kubrick was doing with the bone in the spaceship? That scene with the monkeys, you
I
know,
don't
or the
think
apes
so.
or whatever.
No, I
No,
think
you don't think that's what he was?
no, I
No.
think Stanley Kubrick's a crazy Gnostic who made really good movies. But he's still a crazy Gnostic. Like I don't know.
Are Gnostics just supposed to be musicians and artists to entertain us?
I hope
No, I don't think so. I think the best entertainment comes from art done with a telos of the ineffable, of the highest.
So
Like this is Peterson's point. Why are these paintings worth so much money? Why are they worth so much money? And the answer turns out. Do it again, Ethan. I'll put you back up.
I don't know. Just was kind of on a whim, but like speech is at the bottom part of the triangle. Like
Yes.
in the
it
flat
is.
world, okay. So you talk about it's the same thing with the theology. It's like why it's not good for theology to become a universal thing, because what theology is. Sorry, theology. You see these theologians and they're using these things down here at the bottom part of this triangle called reason.
Sure.
But the reason is supplementing this higher thing, what the Orthodox would call nous, and they're using these things. It's like a house builder. I've got a really nice hammer. I've got a nice skill saw, and I'm building a house. And I go look at that person that builds a beautiful house, and they've got a really nice skill saw, and they've got a really nice hammer. I'm going to go buy a really nice hammer, and I'm going to go buy the same brand of hammer and the same brand of skill saw, and I'm going to build an equally beautiful house. It's like that's not what made the beautiful house.
That's the materialist approach.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to buy
now
the
all of a
best
sudden you have
tool for this.
scholasticism.
Right. I'm going to buy the best tool for this, or I'm going to buy this guy's tool because I want to be him. And the material is not going to make you into that person. That person is that way for a different reason.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think you flip the triangle and say that the point on the bottom is speech, because speech is so narrow that you're condensing the world when you try to get to it. And then once you move up the hierarchy into doing things in the world, that's when you get reciprocal opening. Because all of the information is contained within. Yeah.
Well, you have a hard time because with the pyramid, with the point at the top, you don't have to do anything to make it sit there. If it's on the point, you got to keep spinning it to make it stay up. That's why it's right. Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
So
Okay.
not if it extends up into heaven and is being suspended. Right. So it's suspended. It's suspended by the emanation that is informing your action. Right. So
I wouldn't sit under it. I'd be afraid.
Yeah, I don't think you need to invert things. There's no reason for this cynical skepticism, right? You can just accept things as they are instead of trying to invert everything to learn more about it. This negative theology garbage is a waste of time.
It could be reason, speech, knowledge, literally anything. And
it's logic, reason, and rationality on the bottom.
And the thing is like, okay. Okay, so I just bought last week. You saw I was talking to Philebus. I was like, I bought this skill saw. I was like, did I waste my money? Whatever. And so I'm checking out this new skill saw, like reading the owner's manual and everything. And in the trigger handle, the thing that you pull to engage the motor that turns the saw, there's a little like a 1/4-inch hole, like circular hole that goes all the way through it. And then you see that, it's like, I wonder what that's for. And in the instruction manual, there's it says that that's actually a space for a padlock for you to put a padlock in that little hole, and you lock it. And obviously it's to prevent people from using the tool that shouldn't be using the tool, a lot of children, right, or anyone, like, so it's like that's what this like theology. I mean, we've been talking about theology lately. It could be anything. It could be let's just use theology.
Science.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly. Science, theology. It's like there's a hierarchy. Like there's people that daddy should be using the skill saw. Son, 3-year-old son should not be using the skill saw. That's why that's what that padlock mechanism is for. So you can put a padlock in there while you're at work. Your son doesn't go in there unsupervised and cut his hand off or something worse. You know, like there's a hierarchy. There's things that are appropriate for use and inappropriate for use. And in a flat world, there's no padlocks. Like it's like daddy brings home the skill saw, and anybody can use the skill saw for anything.
There's no hierarchy in a flat world.
Mm-hmm. And now all of a sudden everybody's cutting their limbs off and stuff.
Yeah,
that's where that theology comes down to the skill
right.
saw being used by the 5-year-old is scholasticism or scientism or science. Right. It's like it's just a flat world, the bottom part of the triangle, and people are playing ping pong back and forth.
But we built a world, and when you talk to people about it, they don't understand. That doesn't work in a world with children. And then we've infantilized everybody. So we've got 22 and 28 and 32-year-old children. They're actual children. They have a literal child's conception of the world.
Yep.
And they have a child's emotional capacity. Yep. And they have child emotional control of a child. Like that whole meme with the woman going out in the middle of the city and just screaming. What did you expect to change about the world by screaming? That's something that 3-year-olds and 2-year-olds do. That's not something that people her age are supposed to be doing. They should be interacted. They should have interacted with screaming young enough to know that it doesn't change anything about the world, which means her parents must have changed things in the world for her much later as a result of screaming, much later than they should have.
Yeah, yes. Like, we think that children and adolescents not obeying their parents is a thing. That's not a thing in non-Western culture. Not a thing. Right? That's all culturally based. And it's because we've thrown that expectation. So, we've infantilized everything.
Yeah, so I when we go back to this kerfuffle on the Reiki server, right? What they're effectively wanting to do is create an environment where people can be kids, right? Like because what do you do for the screaming person, right? Like the only thing that you can do, you can say, "Come to mommy, and I'll pat you on the back, and I'll give you a cookie."
It's
like that's the only way that you can deal with those people, and so it's like, well, like if that's the way that you see the world, right? Like that's the people that you're engaged with, then you think that is the proper mode of engagement. Like, yeah, like I should give you a cookie, and like because like there's nothing else I can do. But yeah, like that's not healthy, right? Like and this. If we go back to the raising of a person, right? Like at a certain point, the masculine spirit comes in, right?
Yeah.
The masculine spirit says, you need to be challenged, right? Like go out there, get hurt, right? And the mommy will comfort you.
Yeah, there needs to be this amazing dance between the masculine and the feminine, right?
Right.
So it's not, but it can't be overstated. Like I think, men need to be empowered. I'm struck, when I'm in Italy, that, a young fellow was doing something and some guy just like in his car, got out of his car and went and told the kid off. Like we've lost that in our society, right? Yeah. The male needs to be encouraged to like Mark. We need like zillions of Marks wandering around North America.
No.
We're gonna clone Mark. We're gonna clone him.
No. Now we're getting into eugenics.
No,
you're terrifying everybody, Elizabeth.
No, but I'm serious. Mark really embodies the masculine, like he does. The masculine that's missing with everything about him. That it's so
Manuel's crying now.
I
Pretend we
think
laugh.
it's a
Oh,
great.
he's-
I think it's a great idea. Somebody should. Can someone do a piece of art like the
Oh my God.
zillions of Marks?
There we go.
Like I just have to go to the remark that was made that Mark was able to communicate with me because of Verweki's language, right? Like that's still hanging in the air. So
Hanging in the air. There we go. Well, look, I mean, there's another factor here too, right? The other factor is that when the masculine isn't there to tell the feminine to stop mothering,
Sure.
because that's another one of those things, right? You get the single motherhood, and then there's no man there to say, no, you're over coddling the child, whether it be male or female. Then you get people yelling in the middle of the city because they've been over mothered. And that's not an overbearing mother situation the way the way Peterson talks about it, right? That is a slightly different thing. It's lack of the signaling from the father to the mother that now is the time to disengage. This is why we're not individuals, right?
Yeah,
Because
write that down. Write that down. It's a huge problem. We need lots of signals from the masculine, like everywhere.
So what story or frame can you use?
Like you guys, we could clone the rest of you too. We could not just Mark.
No, don't clone me.
What story or frame could you use to explore that? What story do you have in mind?
What do you mean? I just gave you
what story. What do you mean? I'm just stating it out.
Christ is the ultimate male.
No, we were talking about the. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Constantly, he goes into the temple and he tells everybody off, and he says,
"Oh, don't tell the Christians that."
Yeah,
don't tell the Protestants that in particular.
Well, you were talking about the feminine part, and the masculine part, the dynamic of putting limitations, on the whole thing.
But also like responsibility. Men are responsible for raising the village, the town, the city, right? Like you guys should be out there, like pointing, like stop that young whippersnapper. Like you guys need to do that. There's nobody doing that anymore. Like little Peterson, he's such a sweet fellow, but no, he needs to be going
online. Right.
Yeah, Mark. We know you are perfect. We're going to clone you. Don't worry.
Well, okay. Yeah, okay. You do that. I'll wait here. Don't clone me with my illness. That won't help.
No, even your illness, we'll accept it. Radical acceptance. Yeah. They're going to take the whole package because we believe in embodiment.
So Nero, look. At one point, right. There's that whole, and I don't know the story because I didn't read the stupid book, but there's that whole thing about Mary wants Christ to do something, and he's like, no, it's too soon, it's not happening. He cuts her off. He says, no, it's too right. There is that balance, that back and forth, that argument between them, right? And that's natural and healthy, and we don't have single motherhood means you don't have that.
But Christ is constantly doing that. Okay, he heals somebody. He says, this is what you need to do now. No, don't go and tell anybody. And then he does something else for somebody else. And he's constantly acting in context for what's necessary, right? And it's always a surprise. It's fascinating. And that's what the masculine needs to be doing. Yeah. And it is totally lacking.
I just realized something, because I think the don't tell anybody, I first thought that was like, he doesn't want to get famous or something, right? But I don't think that's what's going on. Like, I think that actually the telling is corrupting it. Because in the Verweki server, this guy was just like, effectively saying, well, I'm better now, and like, this is better, this is better, this is better. And I'm like, stop counting your blessings and like make sure that you're safe. Like build a home so that you don't get like swept away when the next wave comes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's exactly it.
It's strange because Jesus, he'll tell most people to not tell anyone. Then he'll tell some people to tell everyone. I can't look at what the...
Well, the point is he's in charge, man. He's calling it. He's calling every situation, right?
And also, like, we've had these years, decades now, of people viewing Christianity as a pacifism experiment, as a pacifist experiment in how to run, how to behave. And there's no pacifism in Jesus. Like it's not there. It's not there. They just keep, we Christian anarchist, right? Which is a contradiction in terms, impossible.
My professor is Christian.
Right, but then what they describe is not anarchy; it's pacifism, because anarchists are violent. I don't know why anybody would want to be an anarchist. They're violent. They kill people. They're the ones that bomb people. This is not
literally the same thing as Antichrist.
They're the ones, right? But they're the ones that you bring in to start the revolution. Are the anarchists? That's always in history who they bring in to start the revolution. And so why you would want to identify that way, I don't know. But what they describe is pacifism. But Jesus is not a pacifist. And no matter how many times you point out to them that he's not a pacifist, they just resist it because they don't want to believe it.
He isn't killed. Like, I think what you're pointing to are Christians being pushovers.
No, it's not that they're pushovers. They want to live hidden because they don't want to turn over the tables, because they don't want to get eaten by the lions. They're wimps. They're
Thank you.
But Mark, just
men are wimps. Can you tell Peterson that? Mark, come on. Mark, when you talk to Peterson, you need to say, Peterson, you've got to change your story. The real problem is not over compassionate women. It's that men are wimps. And they need to read the Gospels continually so that they start turning over the tables.
I agree with both of them. That's what it is. It's a okay. I'm going to use Vervaeke. I'm going to use Vervaeke ways of talking about this. It's the lack of the rational. It's a lack of rational dialogue between the two archetypes or the two things. Like they're still both there, but they're working against each other and destroying each other, like the eatable mother that Peterson talks about, and the tyrant, and the hyper rational utilitarianism. We have that, and then we have this all this stuff coming from below that is manifesting in like this eatable, like tolerance, all of that stuff. They're both there. You can't get rid of them, but you can get rid of the rational dialogue between the two of them. I don't like that. It still sounds weird talking about it in that way, but I don't know how else to talk about it.
It feels like we're talking about psychohistory, like some Harry Seldon shit.
Yeah, let's Richard, go ahead.
I think Ethan's right. I think that's what Peterson talks about when he talks about the need for dialogue between the right and the left. And you also got that in his conversation with Mathieu when he was talking about, I forget the phrase he used, but Eve as the benevolent adversary, something like that. But I wanted to set something straight with Mark, with the lion, because the Christians have to be willing to be eaten by the lions. They don't fight back against the lions to save themselves.
Right.
Right. Okay. So that's what I take the pacifism to be.
But it's not. They're hiding from lions. They're supposed to stand in front of the lions and get eaten.
Yes, risk to be murdered. Yeah.
Risk getting eaten so that other people won't get eaten. That's what they're there for. Christians have no other purpose. Sorry.
Yeah,
you don't have any other purpose. That's what you're there for.
Yeah. And I agree. I do think that Christians should always be prepared to be martyred.
We need to be martyrs. Yeah, I think that's true.
I don't think they're going to be martyrs.
Pajot says we all are going to be martyrs. Get ready.
Describe what you mean they're not going to be martyrs.
I'm not doing that shit.
Oh, you will, broomy shroomy. You will.
Hell no.
Yeah. You're going to be martyrs.
I'm unchristian. I de-Christianize myself officially.
No, you guys get
No,
ready.
not doing
We've
that.
already
Mark, so
killed
what do you
30,000 up here in Canada. Get ready. Your
If you
time's
don't mean
coming.
martyr, what do you
Yeah,
mean?
I'm gonna agree there. Like, like
Because
you're gonna get
martyrdom,
martyred whether you want it or not.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
mar-
So
I
no,
you
mean, if
might
you
as
get
well.
martyred holding a
because
machine gun fighting, I mean,
martyrdom
okay,
is
if
a
you call that
no,
martyrdom, whatever.
martyrdom is a positive, and that's
Yeah.
not the purpose. Like you're
Sure.
not supposed to do it for yourself. Like
Yeah.
that's
No,
not.
you're doing
not
it
the
because you're.
purpose.
No, that's not the point.
For the glory of God.
I mean, I've had this argument with people. People tell me that if you're fighting and killing people while you die, you're not a martyr. So I don't know. I'm going to be fighting when I get killed. I'm not going to
Yeah,
sit. I'm not a lamb. I'm
I
not
have a
Jesus.
feeling-
aren't
I
there
have
martyrs
greater
that
confidence
actually
in you.
fought? Like,
probably.
I don't
What's
know. That's a good.
You have
That's
to
a
be
good,
like Christ. Like, get ready, guys. And that's the image. That's the image.
I'm
We can't
I'm not
argue
doing
about
that.
that one. We can't
Right.
argue
He
about that
wasn't
one. So
fighting though.
because he said he did it, and then nobody else had to do it. So I'm going to listen to him, and I'm not going to do that.
And he sounded
Not-
like you at the Garden of Gethsemane.
Well, I'm with that guy. You know, I'd go back in time with some AK-47s and take over Rome. But you know, I'm probably a fool again. But that's what I'd do.
I'd rather receive him.
Anyway, this is a great conversation.
I'd rather mow down all of Rome and do it that way. You know, but oh well. It did.
Night,
I
everybody.
don't have a time machine. If I had that damn time machine.
See you later.
Bye.
See you, Elizabeth. Thank you.
Talking
Bye.
to you.
Yeah, you guys are great. Bye.
See you.
Good night.
Well,
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
yeah, Stephen gets stoned, so you have that. But go ahead.
yeah. Look, I think that I think the fundamental problem is it's hard to sort of cast them as martyrs because that's seen as a positive thing. They're just lions. And if you get eaten by the lion, you get eaten by the freaking lion. Like, but if you don't stand up, if you're living hidden and trying to get eaten by the lion last, because that's all you're doing. You're just delaying the inevitable. You're not solving the problem, but you are making it worse by hiding, by being a coward and not showing strength in the face of what looks like certain death. If you can't stand up in the face of what looks like certain death, you're a coward and you're in trouble and you're making the world worse.
Yep. And we can talk about whether fighting is involved in that, but I think we can all agree that having the courage to stand up in the face of certain death is a necessary virtue.
Right. And I think if you're a living Christian and no one knows it, you're not eligible for martyrdom because you're not witnessing, and you're not Christian enough or something. Like that's not acceptable to live hidden and do nothing while the world around you burns. Like, no. I'm not a fan of that garbage. I think it's garbage. I think you're weak and you're not going to make it. You're not going to make it into the kingdom of heaven. Like, I don't think you're getting in, kid. I think you're done.
And that's why the stories of the saints are so beautiful, because you get stories where I forget who the saint is. It might be I think it was Saint Dominic who he gets questioned by the Roman emperor and about something about money, and the emperor is like, show me the riches of the church. And so Dominic goes to get it, and he brings back like poor people or sick people, all of these things, and said, these are the treasures of the church. And so it's stuff like that, right, where you actually live what you believe in radical and provocative.
I just went up and looked up martyrs, and in Dutch, martyr is the same as torture, like the word.
Yeah, because they don't have to die. They just have to be punished for their faith and yet still profess their faith. That's what so many martyrs weren't killed. They were just sent off to mines or whatever. So they were removed from their families and effectively made work slaves. That's still martyrdom.
Can you still punch someone in the face and be a martyr, or you just can't do any of that?
Well, so there's an extension of martyrdom that is like when you're doing your job, right, and you're suffering in your job for a righteous cause, like you're also a martyr, right? So there's this, and so I would argue that being a soldier is a job.
For the Catholics, you have to witness your faith, and you have to
yes,
suffer
right.
for
Like there has to
witnessing
be
your
a
faith.
religious component, right? And
what
I
are
think
black
there's
robe
a Protestant
preachers?
ethic coming in there, right? Like the Protestant ethic is like I am my works or something, right?
Yeah.
What do you think the black robe preachers were during the Revolutionary War?
I don't know anything about it. You'll have to.
Like the black robe preachers were the ones with muskets leading everybody to shoot the British and kill them. Like they were not pacifists. They were black. They wore black robes when they were ready to do war and defend our country. So what do you make of that?
There's no time period in history that I'm aware of where Christians didn't fight. This fantasy of Christian pacifism is a fantasy.
Where did it come from?
It came from the wussy Protestants. That's where it came from. From the pacifist freaking Anabaptists, mostly. That's where it came from.
Okay.
And then it came from cowardice and not wanting to stand up for your Christian beliefs and not wanting to die for your fellow man, even if he's not Christian. Because this is what we were talking about earlier, right? We were talking to a Protestant. It was yesterday or the day before, or whatever. I don't even know what day it is anymore, right? and basically the problem was that everything he described that the Catholics were guilty of were things that are common between Protestant denominations that Catholics never did, ever. It was just fantasy. He was just casting the sins of Protestants on the Catholics for no reason whatsoever, making all kinds of outrageous statements about Catholic doctrine. And I'm like, I'm almost positive none of that is, and I looked it all up and none of it was Catholic doctrine. None of it, not a word. He was just wrong about all of it. But the Protestants do that to each other all the time. Like actually all the time. And that's the difference. And he just didn't know that. He just had literally no idea that that's what was, going on.
Yeah.
And that I think is the problem. The Protestants are extra puritanical, all of them in some way, because they want this pacifist, non-involved world, which they built in America as a result of the separation of church and state.
Well,
so
I think
they did.
You can definitely have some sympathy for not wanting to take a life on principle. Now, you get stories of, Christians who become medics in armies and stuff like that. And the reason why they do that isn't because they lack courage or something. It's because for their conscience won't allow them.
Okay, Richard. That's because they're cowards. That's why. It's a lack of courage. You can use the excuse that it's their conscience, but if their conscience is that way, it is overriding courage. That's all it is. I can't have any sympathy for anybody that has that attitude. We live in a brutal world, and people suck. And sometimes you got to do the right thing, and the right thing is hard. It's really hard. Yeah, taking a life is really hard. Hurting people is really hard. Not hurting people is also really hard. Sorry, it's all hard. You're not getting out of it.
No,
The lions are coming to eat you. You don't have to jump in front of them. But if you don't jump in front of them, everything is worse for everybody. It's up to you. But don't be a coward.
That's what.
You would say that jumping in front of the lion without a sword is less courageous than jumping in front of the lion with a sword. If
No, no. Jumping in front of the lion is jumping in front of the lion. Your sword's irrelevant.
No, it's not. No, what are you talking about?
Niren's a wimp.
If I had a sword, I'd jump in front of the lion. I don't have a sword. I don't know what I'm going
Niren
to do.
doesn't have faith. He's just a hidden.
I've got
material.
steel.
You need the faith of God to jump in front of the lion. It doesn't matter whether or not you have the sword. You have the sword and no
You
faith.
need to have the flaming sword in your hand, and you need to start preaching to that.
Yeah, the sword is the word of God. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just pay attention and
have that warrior ethos. It's not like Jesus doesn't turn over tables and make a lot of trouble all throughout the Bible. It's not just one section. It's not just with the Jewish authorities or the moneylenders or whatever. He's always overturning tables and causing trouble on purpose and then submitting to authority because that's what you do.
I think the distinction with Jesus, and this is maybe why it's like
Pay Caesar as Caesar's.
It's a tilted picture with Jesus, because like when you're speaking the truth, you don't need violence. Like you just come in and you just blast people with truth, and you don't need it because like you have authority.
Well, he specifically, what I got from pay Caesar as Caesar's was like, if you don't like this shit, don't be in the city of the guy you don't like. You know, it's his rules. It's his house. This is Caesar's place, man. You don't like it, go out into the world and build another thing that's yours.
But also you can't avoid authority. And therefore you have to at some point bow to the authority because you don't have a choice. You're not ever going to be living in a world where there's no authority over you. That's never going to happen.
We're always going to run away from it. We're going to Mars. We're going to go to fucking Alpha Centauri. Like, we just keep doing it.
Some people are. Only the crazy rebels like you that live in the crazy rebel mountains with the crazy rebels.
Well, I think we do it, and then we have 100 years where we do something, and then what you're saying is true. It comes back, and then we leave. And then it comes back, and then we leave. And it's a constant thing.
Some people do that. Some people never leave.
Right.
Yeah, some people. Yeah, not everybody's going to do it, but I think that's the thing we do.
But there's people who don't have to submit, right? Because, like says Mark, like Mark says, the authority it's inevitable until you have to submit to it.
Yeah, you can get around authority for a little while in small circumstances, but eventually it's coming back.
There's no such thing. There's no such thing as not submitting.
Right, and look, if you're not submitting,
there's no such thing as not.
And look, if you're not submitting to Caesar, how are you submitting to God? You don't have any practice submitting, you muppet. You need to learn to submit. It's just that simple.
Yeah, and you actually get this. There's a decently obscure Old Testament story about it's a foreign general named Naaman who comes to the Israelite prophet Elisha, and Naaman has leprosy, and so he asks Elisha to heal him, and Elisha says, "Go bathe yourself in the river," and he says, "Okay," and then Naaman says, "Once I go back to my country, I'm going to have to sacrifice to the foreign gods. Is that okay?" And Elisha says, the Lord says, yes, it's okay. Because you have to. And,
right.
But you gotta do what you gotta do. Right. And so,
that's interesting.
Yeah. I see Elisha and Naaman.
Well, and look, on the topic of submission, I have to submit to sleep. So it's like 3:30 in the morning.
This is legendary, man.
I'm like as tired as I can get. So look, I'm gonna close down the stream.
Let's
right?
do
I'm
it.
going to thank everybody for participating and helping me to last this long, because I certainly
Yeah.
couldn't do it by myself. And it just demonstrates the power of communion, the power of not trying to be an individual screaming for freaking 8.5 hours by yourself, the power of using the time, energy, and attention of others and focusing it through me because it's my stream, right? Enable something to emerge that I can't do by myself because I'm a Muppet. I'm not capable of doing this. This is not something I do. It's something that is a collaborative project with many people. First of all, it's Jacob's StreamYard account. It's not mine, right? I have other people here to help me explain my ideas and tell me when I'm not clear or when I'm wrong or what I might be wrong about, right? It's when my videos on navigating patterns, which everybody should subscribe to and like all the videos on and watch all the videos of and comment on this video, right? I don't edit my own videos. A couple of them I did, but I didn't do the graphics, the background graphics on here. The little badge up top, right? I didn't do all that. I have lots of people helping me in the background, and they're not working 24/7 or anything crazy. Although if I could make that happen, I might, because I'm a tyrant. I don't do this by myself. You don't do what you do by yourself. You were born into something that was pre-existing to you. You can call it creation. You can call it your parents. I don't care. It was there first. And you owe something to the past that is no longer there, but paid it forward so that you could have electricity and computers and freaking internet and all these wacky things that you wouldn't have otherwise. And you owe it to the past, and you owe it to the present, and you owe it to the future to be better. And the only way you can get the most out of yourself is in cooperation and some conflict with others. Otherwise, you won't improve. So, Manuel, parting shots. We'll go around. We'll start with Manuel. Parting shots from Manuel.
No.
Rebellion. Okay.
That's just it. It's just no.
I was thinking about this idea, right, where people are like, oh, like now I get it, right, and there's a really dangerous hubris that's coming with it, where you have the intelligibility and you feel yourself being pulled forward, right? It's like, oh, like now everything makes sense, and in that move, right, like what you really should recognize is that you were the person that wasn't making that sense, and you're still that person, right? You just don't know in what area you're that person, and like that revelation is going to continue indefinitely.
Yes. Well said. Well said. All right. Nero, you're next.
I love you all. Thanks for letting me be myself.
Always. We love you too. You're excellent just the way you are. Richard, parting statements here.
Amen to that. I'm not sure about public execution, but you know, I thought it was pretty good. So praise be God.
Great. Ethan, parting statements before I close down the stream.
Thank you. I would like to thank my mom.
Oh.
Hey, Mom.
Hi, Mom. Just to add on what Manuel said, the danger of hubris, of everything makes sense, and once you get in there, it's like you look up and you see eminence. And you need to be very careful not to falling into the trap that eminence is good, because it's actually probably an even more bad thing. It's probably an even more bad ethic than emergence is good. Because what's worse than a flood? my God, I don't even want to think that's worse. What's worse than a flood? Because a flood is the worst possible thing I could think of. But there is something worse. But anyways, unprecedented 8 hours and 38 minutes. So new record. I'm sure that we'll beat it. And
Are we gonna make it 24 hours?
I hope not. I hope we don't.
What's
24 hours?
Look, this is a great stream. We had a lot of good interaction, right? And I think, I mean, we need more divine feminine. We need more help with our project, right? We need some comments and some likes and all that. We need more engagement so that we can spread the wisdom and get these wisdom communities up and running for people to engage with, and try to enable people to participate in the world, to get this participatory style of understanding in the world going, because that's what's going to fix things, not talking about them. Not that we don't want to talk about them. We just did it for 8 hours and 39 minutes. So I want to thank everybody. And, hopefully we'll do this again next Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern. And like, comment, and subscribe to Navigating Patterns. If you're not watching this on Navigating Patterns, my YouTube channel, you really should be. And have a lovely night. And, look, be nice to each other, but be firm with each other so that you know where you need to be. And you can tell people where they need to be. That's very important. Stand your ground, even if you're wrong, so that people know where your ground is and so that you're secure in it. And thank you very much, everybody, for participating.